Hello, everybody. If it's Wednesday, it's Warhammer, and that must mean it's time for another episode of Warhammer Weekly. Joining me, as always, is my constant co-host. He's never missed an episode except for all of those episodes. It's Tom. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
What episodes? Hello, friends.
Right. Just no idea what I'm talking about. Yes, I got it. I got it. As usual, we are late because Tom is on the show again. He's back and co-hosting, so hence now we're late again.
That's not my fault. Oh no, I'm not taking the fall for this one.
No, we were just talking and got talking. That's all it is. Also joining us, very happy to have him back on the show, David Griffin, TO of NashCon and the sexiest man in American Warhammer. What's going on, David? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Thanks. Love that intro. Though I do, after having met a few people at NashCon, I think I might be getting a little long in the tooth. I think I'm getting phased out.
This might be time to retire you. You're the
Yeah.
liberators of
Womp womp womp.
sexy Warhammer. You got some new Vindictors rolling out somewhere.
I'm the poor night quester they're just putting out in the pasture.
Mm-hmm. Sure, absolutely.
The Knight Heraldor.
Oh, that was my next one. Tom, we'll come back to that one.
We'll get to it because we're talking Stormcast 2021 tonight. I am very excited. I'm in the middle of building a Stormcast army. So this is I'm in for both of these books because I love both of these armies so much. We had a huge, lengthy discussion over which book to do first, and it ended up being Stormcast. So stay tuned for that. We're going to go through the book in detail. So much detail. Eye-bleeding detail. And somehow keep the show to 3 to 3.5 hours at most. Tom, take us to the news.
Rumor engine?
Yes, there is a rumor engine up. What kind of elf is this, Tom?
Because
Because it's definitely an elf.
It is definitely an elf. That hilt with like the lion mouths on it. I think that this is. I want it to be a Tyrian elf, but it's not.
Mm-hmm.
It's like an underworld elf.
Correct. David, what do you think? Oh, he's muted.
Now, yeah. Sorry, I was trying to find the stream because I don't actually know what you're talking about. So maybe come back to me.
That's fine. No issue. It is clearly an elf ponytail. You can see like the elf ear, the elf sword, the elf things. There's elf things. I agree. It is a Warcry or Underworlds or something elf, which is cool.
Right.
As we'll talk about in a news item here in a moment, we are expecting to see some exciting new Warcry stuff in about 2 days. So maybe it's part of that.
Yeah. Well, go ahead, David.
Oh yeah, I think that's just getting a chance to look at it and a little behind. Yeah, I agree. I think seeing some Warcry stuff would be really interesting. I think it's a really good way of getting some alternate sculpts and some different styles of units that we don't have ready potentially. Whether you actually play Warcry or not, I think it's always great to have alternate builds.
Agreed. And here's what I'll say. Tom, you could be right despite yourself. What I mean by that is it could be a Tyrannic elf. Because
you're saying if we got the warband first before we got the actual army.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The first place we could see, in fact, I would go so far as to say that the first place we will see Tyrannic elves, Tyrian specific elves, other than the ones we've already seen already. Like there are people in Lumineth right now that are like the guy on the pony, the weird antelope pony, is like the second in command of Tyrion's army.
To Tyrion's army, yeah.
So, but like the first Tyrannic guy we'll see that is Tyrannic itself is going to be in Warcry or Underworld or something like that. That's how they'll put it out. Yeah. That's how they'll give us a little taste. Just give a little bit in there. Just get you going. Revved up, ready to rock.
Maybe. I mean, I think we'll see glimpses of them for sure in some of those spaces.
Sure. We've got lots of calls of people wanting it to be dark elf stuff, so I could see, that'd be nice. I just wouldn't see the lion heads being on the dark elf thing. That's the problem.
Right.
I don't think that Malarian uses lion insignias. I am excited for whatever he ends up being, though. All right, what's our next thing of news?
We have an announcement show this weekend.
We do. It's at Gen Con. They just like randomly threw this out there that they're now going to do a reveal show at Gen Con.
So are you going to be there?
I am. Yeah, I'll be there. I went and bought my little ticket. It's like $2 or whatever, which is hilarious. Like, okay. Because I was already going to be at Gen Con. I leave tomorrow morning. So, okay. Like, I'll
So
go
are
to
we
your
doing a show
review
afterwards?
thing. No, because there's no AOS stuff in it. We already know there's no AOS stuff. What will be there? We know there's Underworld stuff and Warcry stuff. So there's like, Sigmar adjacent things,
Right.
but no AOS proper. So yeah,
Sure.
I'll check it out and be there. Be fun. So
That will be fun. We obviously I'm burying the lead here. So we got an app.
we did get an app. Yeah,
Huh?
the new app launched today. You sound all sad about it. I loaded up
It
the
wouldn't
new
let
app.
me log in. I
What?
was having login issues.
Oh, why? Like, do you have a Forge World account? That's what screwed me up. I had to go fix my Forge World account.
Like I do, and it wouldn't take my stuff. And so like I need to go back in, and it's like, sorry, server's busy. And I'm just like, I don't have time for this.
Gotcha.
No.
For me, I got a little dodgy with the Forge World thing because I had to
Mhm.
tie all those accounts together. But then once that was done, I logged in and it was easy and it was actually pretty nice. David, what'd you think?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I embarrassingly had to spend a lot of my morning updating my phone because I don't have the most recent version of iOS on my phone, and so I had to spend forever offloading my phone so that I could download the update, so that I could download the app that I thought was definitely a beta.
Definitely beta.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I think it's fine. I
That's-
think
yes.
it's gonna have to do a lot to convert me over from my Lord and Savior War Scroll Builder.
Nothing is going to do that. Nothing is going to do that. Look, I'm going to give you the straight story here. I loaded it up, and I was like, okay, let's see how this works. I looked at all the rules, like for the armies and how they did it, which it was cool. It has all the old books in it, and all the old rules for all the old books. You can look at all the old artifact, like everything that isn't the 2 new books that are being published, that are coming out this weekend, right? Everything. Okay, so you've got all your old books, rules, artifacts, command traits, sub-factions, blah, 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 blah. All the Monstrous Arcanum and Forge World stuff. It's got the FAQs in there. Great. And I was able to navigate that stuff pretty easy. I will admit, I kind of liked the old scroll through the pictures thing better than the new way of going down, but I get why they built it like that. It's hard. It's a lot of information. I get it. It's tricky. And this let them nest more information underneath, so whatever. The filtering is pretty good. I wasn't sad about that. To me, it's like the War Scroll part of it that'll probably remain free was like a solid B+. Okay? The Army Builder part of it that I will never use anyways and do not care even in the slightest about was like a good C, maybe C+. A lot of little issues with it. A lot of like, you can't add this thing properly and this doesn't recognize this as battle line and all of that. I mean, look, I am a diehard. I'm a Tony P stan. Will be forever. Whatever that man needs, he's got from me in a heartbeat, because War Scroll Builder is our one true Lord and Savior. All praise be War Scroll Builder. Like, I don't understand why they're still making an army building tool in the app. I don't like. I have War Scroll Builder.
I can't add Warp Lightning Vortex to my KO army in the app, but I can in War Scroll Builder.
There's a lot. There's a lot of stuff.
No
like that
hit.
in the app.
Nope. It's been modeled. It exists now.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
Yeah, I think that's just whoever designed the app taking a strong hand, and trying to do what's best for the universe. But anyways, I didn't have it crash at all. It worked fine for me. I played around in it for like 30 minutes, and it was fine. I could look at the scrolls. I could look at the rules. I was like, okay, neat. That's fine. I don't use the army building, so I don't have a good review other than to say I used it for a lot of basics. It's fine, but clearly there's a lot of bugs still in the army building side. So for a beta, I average those 2 scores out to a B. You get a B. It's like, not bad. B for beta. So
Yeah,
it was okay.
That's almost failing in graduate school.
Yeah, I mean, okay. That just is a creep of expectations. But anyways, it was a solid B. And, Wasn't the 40K launch. So that's
Fair.
good.
It's
Could
true.
it have been better?
It's true.
Yeah. Also that. But yeah, was it good? Sure. It was okay to good.
Room for improvement, but it's not starting off with like terribly. You know?
Right. It didn't burn my eyes out of my head or make me just want to be like, God, why? James says, will the War Scrolls stay free? The War Scrolls for the new SCE aren't on the website. Assumingly, yes. Now, they've been kind of cagey about this. So they didn't put up the War Scrolls on the website with the pre-order. I don't know if they're going to put them up when they go live and launch. Maybe that's what they'll do with the download section. Maybe they'll just cut the download section completely and have you go only to the app. I don't know. I hope they keep the stuff on the website. I like that it's on the website. I like that the scrolls are there. But
yeah, everything
they've said in the marketing seems to be basically saying that the scrolls are going to stay free. That the basic scrolls of the game stay free. Which, by the way, would be in line with them giving away the core rules for free, which they also did. Right? You can also just get the core rules for AOS free. It would be weird for them to give away the core rules and not have scrolls for free. Because then you'd be like, wait, what? What do I do with this?
But how do I play this game?
Right. So either you're trying to get people to look at your stuff or not. So I assume the scrolls will stay free and the army builder will get tied to your Warhammer Plus account. So, that seems to be what they're saying if you read between the lines. But boy, oh boy, it'd be nice if they just came out and were clear with it. Wouldn't that be great? Just be clear with it, guys. Tell us what the plan is here.
Can't imagine.
So, whatever. But anyways, yeah. So the app. B. Keep working. You'll get there.
Agreed with that.
Yeah. That's
B,
all I have to say.
You've done better.
Yeah, I mean, look, you didn't fail. It's fine.
You've done better and worse.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then finally, we have the next round of the War Clan stuff going up on pre-order.
Yes.
So, man, that Vulture.
He's real good. I have a question for you, Tom.
Beautiful.
Do you know what that question is?
Mm-mm.
Where are my dragons, Tom? Where are my dragons? Okay. I want to know.
In very bad TV shows.
I need I'm trying to get this army done for the first week in November. These guys take forever to paint. Just putting me behind the 8 ball here, they are. Just really going to try to kill me.
Yeah, you have
an
8
extra
weeks?
Not even. No, I have 7 now. Maybe 8.
Don't say that, because that means that I'm way behind on my army. Too.
Yeah, we have about 7, 8 weeks, Tom.
Yeah.
So, there you go.
That makes me a little bit more anxious than I should be. Okay.
How many models I'd take for Havoc?
1?
How many
coming up?
Yeah.
Awesome. I didn't know you were coming up, man. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be a banger. Oh, I'm so excited.
Yeah, me and Castro are gonna come up. Yeah.
Yes.
Nice. Yeah. That's gonna be great.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Still settling out exactly what the army's gonna be, but I think probably cities and Stormcast.
Nice.
Cool. I just gotta pick a warlord.
That's a good combo.
Sounds familiar. That's what we're doing.
Well, I have a strong feeling y'all are gonna be way more tiered, tooled up than us. I'm just bringing what I've got. It will be interesting.
I would put that idea away. Yeah, I mean, because I'm like, this is about what can I get painted at 13 hours or 12 hours a model. So, we're on a long road here.
We all know what Vince is taking.
Yeah, Ratcast.
Dragons.
Dragon Ratcast. How much non-dragons is in there is going to depend on how much delayed these stupid dragons are.
And then I am going to take elves. All the elves.
But
so my army will literally look like it came out of 8th edition High Elves.
Oh, cool.
Because I am buying as few models as possible, kit bashing as much as I can, and only bought 2 boxes of models.
Whoa.
Which happened to be Sentinels.
There you
Just
go.
all the Sentinels.
All right.
Sure. Yeah,
Not that everybody loves what we're playing, chat. So let's keep going. What else we got?
Okay. That's it. I mean,
There's a couple
that's
other
all
small news items. The Slaves to Darkness rewrite from the White Dwarf did leak, by the by.
Yep.
So we saw that like cultists became general battle line as long as like they can take marks, as well as the Dark Oath War Queen and the Ogroid Myrmidon and stuff like that. So that was cool. They did not rewrite the marks rules, much to all of our surprise. So the Zinch mark continues to be real good for reasons that none of us can fathom, but they decided to just keep those.
That's good for you,
great.
Vince.
Yeah, great, absolutely. Yeah, Ogroid Myrmidon, Dark Earth War Queen, and the Dark Oath Chieftain can all take a mark, and then if the cultist is given a Mark of Chaos keyword, it has the battle line battlefield roll as long as it matches the general. So there you go. They also got new battalions, which are both completely forgettable, as we're seeing with most of these battalions that aren't giants. Apparently, giants got the only good ones. So good stuff. I mean, they needed it. They were really struggling in the current meta, so I was happy to.
Yeah.
You love to see it.
That was pull them up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they've needed a hand. And then, of course, they got in the ongoing train wreck of the biggest mistake GW's design team has ever made, which we will talk about more tonight. They got their own grand strategy and battle tactics, none of which are that good. So, none of which you would probably take over the existing options. So, there we go. Yeah, so happy to see that in the Tome Celestial. Very surprised they did not redo the marks. Only other news thing was they released the Total Warhammer 3 thing, which you don't often talk about, but somebody asked for my opinion on it. I don't play video games, so I have no opinion on it. I don't care about Total Warhammer. I don't care about anything that's in this game at all. Cathay was never interesting. Not China isn't interesting. It's as uninteresting as not Germany and not England and not France and not Italy. They're all uninteresting because they're all just not their version of the world thing. But it was very pretty art, and the game designer certainly did an amazing job with the art. I think that whoever does the art direction for those games and the sort of modeling and that kind of stuff is top-notch, because those were gorgeous and stunning, and I loved their realization of the world. I thought it looked very beautiful. That is my opinion.
Vince is being negative. It looked amazing, and it made me want to play the game, even though I know the game is nothing like that.
Fair enough. David, any thoughts on Total Warhammer?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't played a Total War game myself. I did really like those types of games back in the day, but I haven't really. I mean, just don't have time. The art looks really cool.
I mean, gorgeous.
I think it's compelling. It makes me wish I could play those games, but I haven't. Seems cool.
Yeah, I got painting to do here, folks. Okay,
Sure.
Like, I got painting. I don't have time to sit around here. So why aren't you painting? There we go.
So for those that don't know, that's a video game reference.
It is indeed.
Warhammer Online.
To Warhammer Online, yes.
Yeah. You'd click the one guy in the city, and you'd be like, "Why ain't you fighting?"
Yes, correct. All right. So, anyways, let's get on to our pick of the week. David, we'll start with you.
Yeah, sure. So I've got two. One is going to be really. I messaged you on Twitter, but I don't know if you saw it, Vince.
I got them. They're already in the comments, my dog.
Oh, perfect. Great. So I'll direct everybody to Vince's color theory videos. He's got a whole series where he goes through color, like one color in depth, and then another video where he goes on another color, et cetera, et cetera. I think, so kind of background, my background's in design. I went to school and learned about color theory in depth, and there's things that I learn something new every time I watch the videos. And I think it's really helpful for painting because it really teaches you to think differently about depth and ways to kind of alter color to bring, more visual interest to a piece. I think in particular, I use some of that color theory work on the purples that I'm doing on my Lumineth, kind of learning how to deepen shades using different colors to do different things. So cooler colors in the recesses, warmer colors towards the highlights, all that kind of stuff. Really interesting work. Really enjoy it. Um, and then the other one I have is the Season of War Bat Reps. I think they are great for kind of learning the game, also kind of seeing competitive armies. They do a pretty good job of showcasing some of the some popular armies, and they look really great on the table. Their tables look gorgeous. Direct you to those.
Nice, nice. Well, I appreciate the shout out. Thank you, and I will second your Season of War. Absolutely, it's great stuff. Both are already linked down in the description. Tom, what do you got for us, buddy?
Yeah, Paul Conti, friend of the show, Radio Free Hammer Hall, put up a video today on the new app and his kind of thoughts on it. And it's a nice 10-minute dive into the new app. You heard us kind of talk about it, and I would encourage you all to go check out Paul's video.
Nice. I agree. I watched that video before we did this today. And my picks, if you don't get enough Stormcast content in your ear holes from us tonight, why, there are two additional videos you can go watch of people breaking down very different opinions probably than what we'll have. Well, at least one of them is. But both bring their own nuance and charm to it. One being the Honest Wargamer and his review, which boils down to, I think, just buy dragons and apparently nothing else in the book is worth anything. I kid you, Rob. I love you, but that is kind of his point. He and I have as I was watching the show, I was texting him and just being like, I could not disagree with you more. This, your whole theme is wrong. You're wrong. I was like, we got to get a show going, so I got to either bring him on here or I'm going on his show. We're gonna debate this out. I love the man. It was great. It was a good show. And then at the same time, Facehammer did their detailed review today, which was also really good. So the Facehammer crew there went through it, and I thought gave some really nice appraisal of some units and of the various components. Talked about some neat strats and things like that. So both of those are linked in the description if you want to go shove even more Stormcast in your face. Okay. Gentlemen, let's turn to hobby time. David, since the tournament, you've been able to work on anything? I know you've been super busy. You got had any hobby time at all?
Yeah, a little bit here and there between real life stuff. I've been working on some Blade Lords for Lumineth.
Yeah.
So some kind of cool stuff here. He's got a little birdie dude.
Nice.
So yeah, some kind of fun stuff. And I kind of came to a realization at some point during my painting that I'd gotten where I was painting everything into like a competition level, high quality, really killing myself for no good reason. So I kind of have gone off and diverted to speed paint a bunch of D&D models. I think it's just kind of as a fun palette cleanser to paint different stuff that not GW, isn't going to a tournament. No one's going to see but people in my house. And just that's been actually really fun and fulfilling to do. So I've been spending a lot of time painting up some stuff for that. And yeah, that's about it. Aside from a mountains of terrain for NashCon
Sure.
that I'm surrounded by right now on all sides, I'm pretty hemmed in.
But it was beautiful. The terrain came out so well for what was NashCon.
It was. When I did my show, there was a lot of talk of the terrain on the Aethercast that I did because I had photos of setup, and that all the terrain was front and center. They were marveling on that Dark Elf table, on that first table 14 or whatever, the how big the one house was in the corner, and they're like, you could hide an ironclad behind that, and I was like, uh-huh. Yeah. They're like, is that what you did? And I was like, nah, I just went first.
Sure.
Yeah, we were comparing the tallest pieces, and there were some pretty tall ones in there. I think in retrospect, some of the pieces were too big with the table size change. I think the table size change really kind of messed up how they get positioned, but whatever. It was all good.
Honestly, I found it wonderful. And I mean, I was playing a shooting army, so I should be wanting flat open tables, right? Ostensibly, but there was a lot of big terrain on tables I was on, and it was great. It made you have to think more and position carefully, and it was fun. It did what terrain is supposed to do, which I like. So shout out, of course, to Crazy Horse, who's in the chat, who was obviously your partner in crime, both at the tournament and also in the terrain making. So
Yeah, for sure. And there were a bunch of guys who did painting aside from me. Austin Fletcher was one of the guys who painted a bunch of stuff. Had a bunch of other guys this year.
A
Can't name
man of
everybody, but
culture, an Iron Jaws player. Yes, absolutely.
yeah, of course,
Yeah,
of course.
and apparently someone who likes to win now in the new edition.
Yeah, there you go. If you
You know,
pick it-
with the new Iron Jaws book.
well,
Yeah.
save it for next week. But yes, it's a good day to be an Iron Jaws player. We did it again, boys. We did it again. Anyways, okay. So awesome, great, love it. Tom, you've been hobbying. I know.
I have been. So I realized a dream today. Like I have been conceptualizing this unit.
Do I need to queue up Les Miserables here, or what are we doing?
No, but can I do a screen share on mine? Is that possible?
No, because it'll get weird if you try to screen share.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that.
It will
Anyways,
add another stream. I'll show you what it'll look like sometime offline. We can see if I can. Do
that
it.
sounds great.
But the appropriate thing would be to send me pictures beforehand
Nah.
to think.
Hey,
more
I
than
sent
3
I did
minutes
I sent
ahead
it
of
to the
show.
group chat. I sent it to the group chat. No, so I have long dreamed of remaking, of kit bashing the Maidens of the Everqueen. Do you remember those metal figures that were like really nice elves? Because there was the handmaiden that was done, but they never actually like had a unit. They just had
they
that
had
other
a unit
hero
back
in
in
8th.
5th edition, but sure.
Right, but that's what, like, they haven't had they never did plastics. They never did like
Correct.
an
They were only
update of that
metals.
model.
Yeah, I still
Right.
have them.
Yep. Yeah. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to kit bash a plastic version of those.
Sure.
And like I spent years dreaming about like what the combination of bits were going to look like, and like I got them done. That's right, folks. They are done. And so I am so happy with these girls. You can't see them, and
That's
it's
fine.
okay.
Just tweet out the picture, Tom. Tweet out your picture.
Yeah, I will. I'll tweet out the picture. And the shields aren't on there, but like I have just the exact number. Do you remember like years ago when I was trying to gather shields? Like
Yeah,
certain
yeah, sure.
a certain high elf shield,
Yeah,
which
this
was
is
like
like
the
3-4
heart,
years ago
the
almost.
Avalorn. Right, exactly. It was for this unit. And so finally, like this project that I'm doing for Havoc was a perfect excuse for me to kit bash, to create this unit that I've been like gathering bits for and doing all the things for. And like I went in and like carved the chess pieces from Sisters of Avalorn to fit the molding of the cloaks of the Phoenix Guard.
Mm-hmm.
And then went into the Phoenix Guard because of the way that the cloaks clip on to the chess pieces. I had to cut those pieces off of the cloaks, shave the backs, attach them to the edges, and then overlay the Sisters of Avalorn chess pieces.
Sure.
Like I had to build arms for these spears. And the spears aren't just normal spears. They're the 3-prong spears that you only got in like a handful of kits that are variant, like the rarer elf spears. So like the Dragon Lord had one, and then the Chariot had one. You know, like, so I had to gather all those for the unit, and like
This is
out.
like collecting Japanese full art
Yes.
cards,
Yes.
isn't it, Tom? That's what you're on about
It
here
is.
in Magic.
But it's done, and I have a 10-man unit. I will never, like, the cost to make another 10 of these girls would be like $300 because of the cost of bits now. But I have a 10-man unit, and they are beautiful. And so I'll tweet out a photo, and then I've started building my Sentinels, and so I have a bunch of headless Sentinels right now because I don't have the head swaps that I need yet.
Very nice. Well, congratulations, Tom. I'm glad that you're welcome. I'm glad that I pushed you to realize your dream by forcing you to partner with me for my Stormcast. So you're welcome.
I wanted to not have to buy any models, and so I looked across my armies and I was like, "What can I build from what I have?" And it's like, okay, well, we're painting high elves then.
Sure. For myself, it's been an extremely busy week of hobby. I did get a game in with the new Iron Jaws and loved that. I'll talk about that more when we do the review next week for Warwick War Clans, so come back then. I got something painted specifically for a video, which won't be out for quite a while, but that's you'll see what that is. I'm working on a secret project I can't share right now, and I'm also working on my Annihilator unit, which also you won't be able to see, but this is one of my Ratcast Annihilators. You can see he's got a big old bonker. That's his big bonking hammer. They have big bonkers. These are the big bonking mace fists out of the Storm Fiends, but now it's their bonker. So yeah, and the more I work on the scheme, the more I feel good about it. Although with all this other painting that's been going on, and then I'm going to Gen Con tomorrow, I'm not going to be able to sit down and work on him anymore, and I'll probably have to start all over again, learn it all over again for the next one. But that's all right. Okay. But yeah, so it's been a super busy weekend, and once I get those Annihilators finished, I have like a little more than one to go. That'll be 3 units I have done in this army. I'll have like 500 points, Tom. I am well on my way.
Man, you are well on your way.
For Havoc. I am feeling good. If they would just give me my stupid dragons.
I am not.
Sure. Well, such is life. All right. With that, gentlemen.
Hey, have you mailed me my Warlord?
I'm supposed to mail you a Warlord?
Yeah, I thought Dan said that you were mailing that to me. Okay.
Oh, he didn't give it to me yet. He was sick this weekend.
Okay. Oh, got it.
Yeah. He wasn't going to come over and infect me, so that was nice of him. So yes, he is giving it to me, then I'll mail it to you, Tom.
Because okay. I need my Warlord.
Yeah, I understand.
Continue.
All right. With that, Stormcast Eternals. Let's do this, gentlemen. Here we go. Ba-boom! Stormcast 3.0. Now, before I jump to my summary slide that has my summary on it, I want to get both of your thoughts. David, I want to start with you. You're the guest. How do you feel about Stormcast 3.0, the newest Stormcast Battletome?
Okay, so I'll say this. I went to bed unhappy. Mm-hmm. I woke up less unhappy. And as I continued to read the book, I got happier. That's what I'll say. I think I'll talk more about specific things later, but I think to me it's kind of a tale of two kind of books to me, where the newer things got a lot of love and are super cool and exciting. And some of the, if you're someone who owns an older collection, I think there's probably some reason to not feel as happy or as excited. But I think overall it's a good book. There's a lot. It's great for beginners. It's a great for entry level. I think there's a high ceiling and a pretty like easy barrier to entry, and there's plenty of power in the book. There's some pretty interesting builds, a few different ways to play the army. Not many things are bad.
Okay.
And there are a few big winners. But the book doesn't have too many auto includes.
Okay. All right. Tom, what's your high level take?
I feel that this book is essentially, it had the same design principles and treatment that Sons of Behemoth did.
Okay.
And what I mean by that is that all of the war scrolls like are kind of high powered, like that's where the action is. They're just good like high function scrolls, right? That most of them have a distinct purpose, not all of them, but like they are well designed elements for the army. Yet and then all of the secondary rules, so all the faction rules and stuff like that are like are low overhead, low how do I want to describe that? Like low mental load, right?
Yep.
Features that allow you to focus on your army rather than focusing on all the abilities that you need to remember.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, I think that it's the first book that we've seen truly designed for 3rd edition AOS, and I'm thankful for it. Yep. Because to me, what the book says is that the designers were very self-aware, and they knew what the new edition was doing, and they knew that they needed to simplify the content of the armies, the content of allegiances, stuff like that, so that it's easier to see what's going on.
Yeah.
And I think that that's what we're seeing. That's why we don't have command abilities on War Scrolls anymore or anything like that. Is that it's all of that is being simplified. And I think that most of the complaints are sticker shock, or they're like edition shock, because they did it looks like they've lost a bunch, and they have lost some, but they've lost complexity. And people are fools if they think that all books aren't going to get this treatment. Like, this is where we're going. And so this is as much this is a roadmap for the edition. And I think that people need to pay attention to that. And and so I think that at the end of the day, a lot of people are going to be disappointed when their new books come, because they're like, a lot of armies have lots of toys on their War Scrolls and lots of toys in their factions that are probably just going to go away. The two that I lament is like when Daughters of Cain, when that rolls around, woe be to them. Luckily, they were one of the last books, so it could be a really long time. Or Lumineth would be the other one. Like, woe be to Lumineth when their update comes, because a lot's not going to survive that.
Yeah, I think Lumineth, Doc, and Zinch are the three that I would call out as like you're gonna get hammered. I mean, Lumineth is objectively the most complex book from it is just, there's so much crap in there that doesn't have anything to do with like the models. It's just tons of rules on top of rules on top of rules. And so that's my other army. And so coming from Lumineth to this new Stormcast book is like a whiplash. It's like reading two different games.
Right. Okay. Because they are two different games. They're different editions with different core rules. And so, yeah, I mean, this is where we're going.
Okay. So I have a couple thoughts. One, I partially disagree with your premise. So yes, these books were both simplified. I don't disagree with that. But the Cruel Boys are still a very techie faction.
They are.
Okay.
But most of that's on the War Scrolls. That's not on, like, abilities.
I agree with that premise. I'm just saying, like, lots of Cruel Boys stuff have pretty techie elements to them.
Sure.
Okay. Now, here's what I saw. Now, we're all guessing, based on a single data point, how the line is going to be drawn here.
Two data points. We have two books.
It's still a single data point because they were both written and released at the same time. But I take what you mean. So, but that would only strengthen my argument, because here's my argument. I love this book. I think it's fantastic. I think it's full of great options and lots of different ways to play. I think it is a beautiful new design for subfactions. Allegiance abilities are cleaner. Abilities themselves are cleaner. I think this finally feels like the army somebody could pick up and play, and really shows the power of good design and action, of fit-to-purpose design. Stormcast is the beginner army. This feels like I could read it and hand it to somebody who's starting the game without feeling like I'm murdering them. The Sacrosanct Chamber was a nightmare. A nightmare. Okay? I cannot imagine handing somebody Sacrosanct and saying, like, when it came out, and being like, this is how your basic Stormcast, this is how you play the game, this is your intro faction. Are you out of your freaking mind? Okay? These guys are finally built how a beginner, simple, effective, numbers-based faction should be. What I mean by that is they're good because the numbers are good. They're not good because of tricks. They're not good because of BS. They're good.
It's the fighter class in D&D.
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. There is nothing wrong with the fighter class in D&D. You know why he's good? Because he's got good numbers and basic abilities. And he just punches people hard, and he can take a punch back. And fighter remains, to this day, the most popular class that people select. Okay? Like, every report I see out of D&D Beyond, because it's a big database they publish regular reports from, every one of them has the basic fighter, champion fighter, the basicest of basic fighter as the most popular class-subclass combination. Okay? So, having something that actually speaks to the basics and just works, especially as your intro faction, is exactly how this should have been designed from the beginning. It took us almost 7 years, and we finally figured out how to design Stormcast correctly. All right? I'm not talking about their power level right now. I mean the design.
As As Skate said, it's just good fundamentals.
It is good fundamentals. Now, I think when I looked at Cruel Boys, which are supposed to be the Trixie faction, yeah, that's what they are. By the way, Cruel Boys have some pretty bonds or allegiance abilities.
They do.
More rests in there than in Stormcast. Okay? And Cruel Boys don't have the numbers. Look at their basic troops and how they're costed. Like, we're not talking Oryx, but I'm just preview for next week. Okay? They're a faction that relies on tricks. They're written more complexly because they're meant to be a more Johnny army. You don't design complex blue counter control cards in the same way you design green 2-for-2 beater bears.
Right.
All right? These are different things. Right? And so, to me, if this is the future of how books are going to be designed, where they're actually fit to the theme, purpose, form, and function of the army, then we're good. This is going to be the greatest edition ever. Because the designers have finally figured out to stop over-designing things that shouldn't be like that. And fit the design to purpose. And to me, the distinction between old and new units, I don't buy it. I don't. I think that's all resting on the dragons, which I think the dragons are a bit too good. And I think there's still some units that are complete wastes in this book, but that's what you're going to have in a 74 War Scroll faction. Okay? I think there is a ton of old units that are very good and competitive. I think if there's any problem in this book, it's that there's a few... It's all in points. Dragons need to go up a little bit. A couple other units need to come down a little bit. That's literally it. And points is like the easiest thing to fix.
But, like, why would anybody ever take a Knight of Zeros now?
We'll talk about... I didn't say every scroll is good, Tom. Okay? We'll talk about... we'll talk about the scrolls. We're going to go through every scroll. Okay? And, like I said, there are dead scrolls in here. No joke. There are probably 20 scrolls in here that I wouldn't even look twice at.
Could they be called the Dead Sea Scrolls?
They could. But, like... And by the way, there's nothing innately good about simplification. Okay?
Right.
Like, I know that's not the argument I'm making. In an extremely complex edition, it is good to have a more simplified, set of books. So, like, if on the whole we strip out some nonsense and keep things smoother and leave the trixiness to the Trixie factions, then that's a good thing because it does let you focus on the extremely high complexity of the base edition. Okay. So, fine on all that, right? But ultimately my argument has nothing to do with like, oh, it's simple. I know this was a thing Rob made. People are going to say like, oh, like his point was, oh, people are going to say they simplified it and all this. And yeah, they did. That's not good in and of itself. What's good about it is its form to function. This is meant to be the simple faction that relies on having good, strong numbers. And they do now. The number of 3-up saves in this book is crazy. Okay?
It makes my head hurt.
Like, they are hard as a rock. There's a huge amount of Ren 2. Good amount of Ren 3. Lots of multi-damage. They're on numbers. Right? Like, when you look at numbers, these guys have good ones. Right? Okay? And ultimately, to me, that's how a faction like this should work. Stormcast aren't tricks. They're thunder gods who teleport down on the battle and smash the crap out of anything in their way or hold the line against the innumerable hordes of chaos because they are the unbreakable wall of Sigmar's will made manifest. And that is what this book represents. Like, 100% that's what I feel reading this.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we get form to function books from now on, like when we get the Tzeentch book, I don't think they'll strip much out of it. I honestly don't. I'm sure they'll simplify some stuff. But I think Tzeentch will still be a weird, tricksy, dumb, complicated nightmare because that's what Tzeentch is. He's the god of cheating. So I think that's what he'll basically still be doing. Right? And ultimately there is value to, like, keeping things tight and to having things be obvious and not having, like, memory tricks. A lot of what they cut out was things that are like, oh, if you activate this here, then some later ability triggers here, and in this weird situation on this 6-2 wound on this one attack of this offhand, and not the main thing you do, suddenly more stuff happens, and yada 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 yada. Yeah, good.
It's complexity.
Cut that stuff. If I was the editor, let me tell you what, folks, that crap would have never been in there to begin with. Okay? I would have cut it 6 years ago. So the fact that we're getting to it now is good.
I think that's all. I agree with you, and that's kind of been my journey. That's my journey, like getting to like a happier place. I think there's still some certain scrolls, and we'll talk about them later, but that had rules removed inexplicably that I didn't think were like they weren't like overbearing or hard or broken in any way, and they were just kind of like taken away from the scroll, and it made the scrolls to me in some ways lose some flavor and interest because there's no reason for that model to see the table.
Yeah, Hades, they don't pay enough. And by the way, Hades, don't worry, I'm gonna turn you around on that on those prosecutors with javelins. You made a good investment there, by the way, buddy. I've been watching your chat. Don't worry, like prosecutor javelins, that's a stonks. Those guys I'm living for those guys right now. There is some old stuff that is real treasures in this book, and that was one of them. Okay.
Yeah, prosecutors have never been better.
Yeah, I absolutely agreed. Like the Javelin boys, I'm in on them so hard. So if you just picked some up, well done. Well done. I'm going to rip all the stupid hammers off of mine. Okay. So anyways, let's get into this. It's not a perfect book. I want to end on that. This is far from a perfect book. There are lots of problems with a 74 War Scroll, of which 39 are leaders. I mean, that's insane. Right?
So
there's just going to be dead weight. Okay.
A lot.
But there's also plenty of options in here, I think, of different playstyle. Okay? So, we'll get into it. Let's get into the book itself. All right. Storm hosts and all that stuff. You have a storm host. Whatever. You're going to always pick one now because there's no downside to them anymore. We'll talk about that in a minute. Okay. So when you pick a Stormcast army, you either go for Scions of the Storm or Stormkeep, and then you always have Blaze of Glory, which if you're Thunderstrike, you get a little tiny bonus to. Like, fine, whatever. I don't think that actually... Like, the Thunderstrike bonus, I wish they would have just cut that. But I get why they did it, to try to make some kind of difference there. It's an irrelevantly different number, especially on the big wound models. It's like, instead of 12 rolls, you get 13. Whoa! You know, that's going to make the difference. You know, like, maybe over a whole unit of Thunderstrike guys, it's 5 more dice if they all die, so it's not nothing. Right, but it is a fairly minimal bonus overall. Again, over the course of a whole game, if you have all Thunderstrike versus all non-Thunderstrike, and you get tabled, sure, maybe you do an average of 5 more mortal wounds because of Thunderstrike. So like, it's not nothing, I guess. Right, but it's whatever. They're the GLA May now. I get it. That's a very old reference. We'll see if anybody gets that one. So Scions of the Storm is what it's always been. You put half your army up in the heavens, you teleport down. Bing bang. Stormkeep is 1 in 4, can be Cities of Sigmar units. Yep, which is cool. In addition, you add 1 to the bravery characteristic of friendly Stormkeep units, whether near any Redeemers. This is really the Redeemer type of faction. Like, I think there is definitely a Redeemer build that they want you to build, and there are options for it, and I think it is strong. And Shield of Civilization is doing a lot of that work, where in the first and second battle rounds, any friendly Stormkeep Redeemers are Liberators, Vindictors, and Sequitors. Yes.
Isn't one of the big sword guys?
Oh yes, thank you. And what are they? What's the Vanquishers? Thank you. Yes, are the other ones. Appreciate it. Yeah, the new big sword guys. We haven't even I forgot we saw those models until I looked in the book and read them, and I was like, oh yeah, they did preview those guys. When are those guys coming?
Stormcast, Luminous Blade Lords.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just like they previewed those guys, and then we were like, okay, cool, and then we never never mentioned them again. So But anyways, in the first and second battle round, your Redeemer units count as 3 models for the purposes of contesting objectives whole or partially in your territory. From round 3 on, they count as 3 models everywhere when contesting any objectives. And in addition, if an enemy unit finishes a charge move within 1 inch of a friendly Stormkeep Redeemer unit that is within 6 inches of an objective you control, roll a die. On a 3+, that unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. Okay, fine. Sure. Neat enough, I guess. But it's like that in addition is one of those things that, like, you know, we talk about simplification. I don't know, man. I might have cut it. It probably would have been cut. But
It feels like it'll be forgotten.
Yeah.
A lot.
But it's fine. Gives you a little mortal wound impact. It'll make people less excited to charge the low wound heroes near your Redeemers if they're standing near objectives. That's what I'll say. Because this army, I think there's another build in here that is the Splash Mortal Wounds build. That's always been something Stormcast have played around with, and I think it's very real now in this book. There is a lot of just do some D3 Mortal Wounds around everywhere in this book, and this is one of them. When all your units are little porcupines, it's not nothing. It adds up when it's every Redeemer unit near objectives. So I don't have anything else to say about the Allegiance abilities. Gentlemen, any thoughts between the two? They're both fine. This is my note.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I had to say about it was the Redeemer, that you said, was I think there's certainly like a Shield of Sigmar build, right, where you just build a bunch of dudes on foot that hold objectives and don't die and hurt you when you charge them, right? I mean, that's kind of like I think there's actually probably a pretty competitive build there.
Yeah, I agree. Tom?
It's fine.
Yeah.
They're fine.
They're fine.
They're fine.
Like, yeah, it's like, yep, you can teleport or do this other thing. Cool. Okay, great. Good stuff. Okay, command traits. So these are bad for the most part. I'm just gonna say that out of the gate. We clearly haven't nailed writing command traits yet. Now that we get to take them, they immediately wrote basically 3 that are not interesting and 1 that you're gonna take every time depending on who is in your army. So shock and awe. If your army is Scions of the Storm and your generals on the battlefield at the end of the movement phase, subtract 1 from hit rolls for attacks that target friendly Scions of the Storm units that were set up in that phase until the end of that turn. Basically, the old shock and awe rule that they had in the previous book has now become a command trait, so it was pretty worthless before, but I guess it's okay now that because you can drop people on 7 inches away. So you are more likely to land the charge and need the neg 1 to hit, so okay. It's fine. I give it a 4 out of 10. Staunch Defender is just super bad now, like super duper bad. Like the curse of it used to be good. This is the one habit that GW cannot break themselves of. When something used to be really good and show up a lot, they just kick it in the teeth so hard. And I just do not understand that instinct. Like, why? This isn't even like a model. This is just a thing.
Unless it's Hagnar.
Right. Somebody went to bat for Hagnar internally and was like, no, you won't touch my precious baby. Okay. So, at any rate, Staunch Defender's terrible. I'm not even going to read it. It does nothing. You don't take it. Next.
But the next one is like new Staunch Defender.
Yeah, but yes, but it's very complicated to use. So, if a friendly Stormcast Eternals, Envoy of the Heavens, if a friendly Stormcast Eternals model is slain wholly within 12 inches of this general, you can add 1 to save rolls for attacks that target the slain model's unit until the end of that phase. The same unit cannot benefit from this ability more than once per turn. So, to benefit from this, you have to have multiple units attacking that one unit.
Right. So, like, the key is the purpose is, like, when you have an objective holding unit that you know that they're going to try to peel.
Sure, that they're going to multi-charge.
That they're going to multi-charge or multi-shoot.
Well, yeah, sure. It's like they have to peel that one unit, yes.
Right.
Sure.
I mean, but what else are you going to take?
Well, I mean...
The last one?
The last one, or the command traits in the core rules. Did you forget that there are generic core command traits?
Yes.
Because we all remember there are generic enhancements, but we all forgot that there are generic command traits. And guess what? They're actually interesting in this army, because there's a good one for priests and a good one for wizards.
I actually really like the Master of the Celestial Menagerie. I think
because
that
it's
one's
amazing. Because it's amazing. Yes.
Yeah, I was about to say, but absolutely, that's the good one.
It absolutely is. Like this one, I mean, is obviously so good. Like it's too good compared to the other three. I hate when they do this. Because yes, if this general's a monster and is on the battlefield, subtract 1 from wound rolls for attacks made with melee weapons, the target friendly Stormcast Eternals monsters. So if your general's a Star Drake or a Knight Draconis or whatever, then or a Torlon guy, I'm trying to think of other monster writers that could get it. I think that might be the 3. There's probably another one I'm forgetting. There's 80 million heroes. Then your Stormcast Eternals monsters, namely him, because he himself is a monster, and like the other dragon riders or whatever, also get -1 to be wounded in melee, which is like really good, super duper crazy silly good. Like I'm excited because I'm making a dragon army. Which, by the way, I was making a dragon army. I was gonna make a dragon army, regardless of how these rules came out. I've been talking about it for months. So, hey, thumbs up for me, I guess. So great. But yeah, there are basic command traits in the core rules that honestly work really well with this army. Check them out. There's a good priest one and a good wizard one, and you often have priests or wizards in those kind of generalship roles. So, but yes, if you're running the monster boss, which I think is going to be the third build, is obviously just dragons. Right? There are 4 builds in my mind. The Redeemer tank build. I'll just put them out right now, and we'll see how true it proves. The Redeemer tank build, the chip damage mortal wound build, the dragons, like all dragons. We'll call it the Daenerys Targaryen build, right? and then shooters. He's a shooter, right? Like shootcast is still a thing.
Yep.
So that to me feels like the 4 builds. Is the Torlon good now? Maybe. He's interesting. We'll see. I'm gonna defend him a little bit. I promise. I can see the look on your face, David. I know. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's a hard no for me.
That's fine. We'll get there. But I'll see if I can turn you around a little. All right. Artifacts. Gentlemen, I have a question for you. Are any of these weapons good? The weapons, the first bar. Are any of these worth taking under any circumstances ever?
I mean, reroll hits is good.
Okay, the silence means no. No, they are not. They are not. They're not good. The weapons, the Stormforged weapons, poor showing. There's no way. Here's the bar. Okay, it's this easy. It's this easy to say as an artifact good. Would you take this artifact instead of an Amulet of Destiny or an Arcane Tome? And if the answer is no, are you insane? Then the artifact's not good. That's the bar. Okay? Like, I didn't set the bar. They set the bar. They did it. So when you print a bunch of crappy artifacts and they fail to hit the bar you set, this is the world, folks. I don't know what to say.
No.
The armor, however, I think there are choices. Now here we've got some life. I think there are 2 in here that I think are interesting at least. Drake scale armor, you can reroll save rolls for attacks made with weapons that have a damage characteristic of 2 or more. Rerolling saves is very rare and very powerful in this edition. And if you have a big monster general like a Star Drake or a Knight Draconis or something like that, your people are going to point multi-damage weapons at you. Usually with a high rend, so re-rolling your saves is a good thing. Like a very good thing, because it cuts down the damage you take immensely. In general, against like 1 damage attacks that aren't going to tend to be more than rend 1, you'll be fine. Like you can just shrug those, right? And then obviously the mirror shield. Oh baby, that mirror shield. Now we're talking. The bearer cannot be picked as the target of a shooting attack unless the attacking unit is within 9 inches of the bearer.
Incredible.
Tasty. Take that, Sentinels.
I was about to say, it's one of the few artifacts or one of the few abilities that turns off Sentinels. Most of them don't.
Right, because most of them say you don't have line of sight, and it's like Sentinels are like, well, we've got a bird. For some reason. This matters.
Well, Mirrors trick birds.
That's
You know how,
true.
like,
They
Windows do?
fly right into it.
Right. So
Bonk
it just
its
doesn't
head.
work on the Sentinels. Sorry, bird.
Yes.
This
James,
artifact is the best one. It's awesome.
it's amazing.
I love it.
Great way to keep your general alive. Fantastic. Loved seeing this in there. James says, "What does a D3 count as? Does it count as a damage characteristic of 2 or more?" Great question. Do not know the answer to that. I would say yes, but I'm sure the FAQ will answer that question, as I've seen it be asked like 50 times. I think somebody even asked it on Facebook somewhere. So, like, and if it's permeated that deeply, to me, what it says is multi damage, but they don't have the concept of multi damage. But that's what they were going for, right? There's no multi damage word in the core rules.
My answer is anything that doesn't read 1.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Which should have been the way they phrased it, but whatever. The artifacts of the Tempest could be some interesting ones depending on your build and how many artifacts you have. I don't know. Like Luckstone to me stood out because you can just make a 12-inch charge, right? It gives you the Celestial Prime ability. Sorry.
Yep.
So pretty cool. Like being able to say I am going to charge 12 inches right now is very powerful, as anybody who's played Zinch will tell you. So, yeah. Anything else on the artifacts? Did I not mention anything?
No, they're fine.
Yeah. We got a couple good ones, which is fine. You got a couple options.
Yep.
So that's cool. Let's see. Spells. All right, so we have Stormcast Eternal Hero Wizards, including unique units only. Which I like that they added that little text in there. Thanks.
Yep.
That's good. Now we don't have to refer to the FAQ. So I guess the question is, any of these spells that stood out to you, y'all? What do you gentlemen like in the spell thing here? I don't want it to just be me talking. I know I've got some picks.
I've always been a fan of Azurite Halo. And so I still like it. Because you're gonna often stack a bunch of defenses on like a dragon and throw it forward.
Sure.
And if you have your rerollable save on multi-damage stuff, like I love kicking back mortals. Like I used to love this, obviously, on the Lord Celestin, who had a reroll 1s already with enough bonuses to bounce. But I still like it.
On the Celestin on Star Drake, doesn't he already have this? So he couldn't trigger twice? His Thunder Shield?
I believe it is already on his Thunder Shield, yes. When we get to him. His Thunder Shield is something like this, so yeah.
I think it is.
It's on...
We'll get there. We'll look at it. Let's
so the reason so here's my pushback. Technically, their role is not triggering an ability. Their role is triggering your ability. And that's not how the stacking effect is worded.
It's the unmodified save roll that triggers it, but we'll get to it. We'll see what it says. It's not about the source. It's about what triggered it immediately, and it's an unmodified save roll of a 6. But anyways, I
think Celestial Blades is interesting. Getting +1 to wound is good.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a buff that happens very often. So if you can get +1 to wound, it's particularly interesting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Agreed. And we should say not all, but most of these spells and prayers are going to have this little distinction that it's like 12 inches if a knight, 18 inches if a lord or draconeth. So that there's sort of that distinction that occurs throughout the book, right?
Yeah. I kind of like Starfall. It's some really interesting tech.
I love Starfall, man. I'm excited about it. Yeah, 100%.
Because basically it you pick an area, and then each unit you roll a dice, and on a 3+ they can't make pile-ins until the end of that turn. So it's pretty restrictive because it's a single turn. It's still on a 3-up. It's still within a certain range, but not being able to pile in is a really powerful ability.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm mixed. I'm mixed on that one.
It's really good. I hate having to roll to cast and then roll again to see if it works. That irritates me. It's about just having to do that. But I mean, it is really good. If you hit that bubble amongst a bunch of units, it could be really, really good.
Yeah, where you can shut off a bunch of people from piling in. Yeah. I mean, it is a pretty decent sized space, and it's only 3 inches out. That doesn't sound like big, but it's a 6-inch diameter on the board. It's a decent.
Like, I'd love to hit Knights of the Empty Throne with that.
Sure.
Right.
Get them stuck in their weird because they're on such a weird. They're trying like, oh, you can't pile in. You go from 6 to 0, and you're stuck in your weird dumb formation that you have to stand in to try to be coherent, right? Yeah, it'd be great.
Right. Well, and like it just that like you don't get to participate in this combat because you set up 6 inches outside of combat.
Absolutely,
and we're gonna pile in,
sure.
and we're like, nope, you don't get to play.
Yeah.
Like this turn.
Yes. So yeah. Interesting spells like Thundershock's cool. The old +1 to wound, -1 to wound, both good. So the fact that you've got a couple different sources of -1 to wound is nice in the book.
Yeah.
It's a very, very strong debuff. By the way, a couple people have asked where is Tyler. Tyler will be back next week. We've talked, and what we're going to do is we're going to alternate week to week. Basically, in most cases, it won't always go exactly week to week, but there'll be alternations. Some weeks it'll be all 3 of us. It'll be a thing. But Tyler's still going to be with us. So
He is part of the Warhammer Weekly broadcast team.
He's part of the team now. That's right. Yeah, he's in the family. Yeah, I agree. I mean, the 2 damaging spells are the ones that I'm like, okay, they're whatever. It's fine. Like, Stormcast don't do damaging spells well. I don't know what to say. But I think all the other 4 all have some kind of interesting play, and I think stopping piling in is generally pretty strong. So, yeah. Prayers. Yeah,
you have my attention.
Yeah, all 3 of these are good, right? I mean, that's what we can say here. It's good to be a priest working for Sigma because he gives good prayer. He gives good prayer.
Reroll 1s to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Hello. And not only are you not buffing your unit, you're debuffing their unit. So that debuff can can benefit multiple units.
Yes, This prayer is a very basic Slanesh spell that like every Slanesh caster in the army gets. All of the basic heroes do that spell that gives you reroll 1s to hit, and it's real good. It's the same thing. It's literally the exact same thing. You put it on a target unit, and then anybody who attacks them gets reroll 1s to hit. They're stealing Slanesh's prayer here. So there you go. So yeah, translocation, answer value of 3. All these are answer value 3s now, which is good. Range of 9 inches if you're a knight, or 12 inches if you're a lord. You can pick a friendly unit and teleport them. It does not, at the moment, bar you from moving afterwards.
It's got to get a FAQ. I think there's no way that's intentional.
Will it stay? That is the question. I tend to come down with you, David, but I've also seen some arguments that maybe it won't. It seems silly that they would still allow movement afterward. It feels like the biggest oversight, but I don't know. Yeah.
It feels like they just left out the line.
Yeah.
I think they just left out the line and didn't catch it. I don't know. We know how they write these rules. I think it'd just be really strange if they didn't.
It's weird.
Mm-hmm. And then Catechism of Murder. I mean, bless weapons.
Right. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yep. And then Catechism of Bless Weapons. Yes, correct. Which is if you pray it up, and then if the unmodified hit roll for an attack made by that unit is 6, that attack scores 2 hits on the target instead of 1. That works, by the way, for both shooting and melee. So there you go. Which is cool.
Love how we're just handing out our prayers to Stormcast.
Double tapping. They're taking all the other people's stuff, and yeah, it was good. It's good stuff. I think all 3 of those prayers are viable. Any disagreement?
Yes.
I think it says to me you're going to have a priest in every army, right?
At least one.
Yeah. Agreed. Mount traits. 1 hero with the Stardrake, Draconith, Dracoth, Dracoline, or Griffcharger keyword. So many different weird things. Stormcast Ride. There are actually multiple interesting ones here, I think. Did you guys have any that you particularly liked or that stood out to you that you want to start with?
Who doesn't like 6-inch pile-in?
There you go. That's right.
That's the one I read initially and was like, oh, heck yeah. And then I read the Star Drakes couldn't do it. And I was like, they did that multiple times throughout here where I would like read it and get excited about the ability and think about what I'd want to put it on, and that particular unit couldn't do it. And I'm like, oh, come on. But I think there's some pretty interesting stuff here for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the 6-inch pile-in etheric swiftness is really good. Yes, it can and you're right. It's restricted to Griff Chargers, Dracoths, or Dracolines. That being said, I do think it's very strong on like the just simple Lord Celestin on Dracoth. Like I think he's a great. If you're going to use that guy, who he could be an interesting part of a Redeemer build for reasons we'll see, and then having him be an interesting little pinning piece that can run around and jump onto people, and then jump out of combat and be where he needs to be. Like in other words, being very mobile in an otherwise fairly staunch kind of army, right?
Yeah.
You're saying for having etheric swiftness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I hear that, but at the end of the day, I think we're bearing the lead. I mean, Celestial Instincts is the right answer. Like, you're telling me that I get to bake in Mr. Toots' ability into every Stardrake?
Sure. Yeah, there's your answer, right? Because yes, the Celestial Instincts, this unit can retreat and still either shoot or charge in the same turn.
So just permanent retreat and charge. That's really good.
It's good.
It is good.
It's really good.
Like, and yeah, I mean, it can go on anything, right? That's the advantage.
And like, I like Light of the Young
Stars.
Yeah. Like, I like some of the other ones, but like to me, Celestial Instincts is the winner, head and shoulders.
Yeah, I mean Light of the Young Stars on the Stardrake is interesting because you do it instead of a Monstrous Rampage, but it's not actually a Monstrous Rampage, so you can do it to things that have Hunters in the Heartlands. Right, because it doesn't say this is a new monstrous rampage, like it does in the Cruel Boys Tome, where it gives, in Warclans, where it actually gives you a new heroic option for your heroes. In this case, it just says instead of doing this, you can do this thing, right? And neg1 to be hit, so cool. I also really love Thunderous Presence. We should mention Thunderous Presence, which is for Draconith only for your like Knight Draconis. You can choose this ability instead of carrying out a monstrous rampage. Once again, it's instead of, so it, it doesn't, you can't be immune to it. And you pick one enemy unit within 1 inch of this unit, roll a die on a 3+. That unit cannot receive commands in the following Battle Shock phase. Hello, no immunity to Battle Shock. Get wrecked. Love this. And if you double up, then you can, with another monster, then you can roar at them and do this, and then they are just shut off. And then it's time to go to town. So, yeah, good stuff here. And then Envoy of Lightning is also perfectly fine. You can give the unit the Annihilator ability.
Right. It's fine.
Which is cool. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, yeah, in other words, I think lots of interesting mount traits, right? For kind of no matter what type of mount you have. By the way, I think the retreat and still shoot and charge can be useful on lots of things. But yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, David.
Oh no, I was gonna say the Envoy of Lightning kind of goes into that splash D3 Mortal Wounds build pretty nicely.
Yeah, if I was gonna do the splash D3 Mortals, I'd find like one of the smaller based monsters, and you're gonna bring him down. You're gonna bring whatever this hero is down with the Lord Imperatant, so he's 7 away from everything, right? And suddenly there's a lot of things in the unit, and now bing, bang, boom, more mortal wound splashing on a lot of different units, right? Like, people are just going to have to spread in weird ways against you because of the way because of the ability of this army, if you're running the mortal wound splash build, to just be like, and that point, and that point, and just all sorts of stuff like that, so.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Boop, boop. Let's keep going. Unique enhancements, command abilities. Oh, hello. So as Tom mentioned, there are no more command abilities on any War Scrolls. Those are gone. Which is fine. A lot of them aren't actually gone. No one's ever really gone, Tom. Most of them,
they're gone.
Many of the command abilities just became abilities on the scroll that now no longer require a resource to use. Okay? So a lot of the command abilities are just things they do now for existing rather than a thing you had to spend a resource on. Let me just start there. All right. So I'm not like, that's a good thing. Losing a command ability and making it just now a free aura? Which one's better? Oh yeah, the free aura. Okay. But these are you get to choose a command ability. You would get to choose one of these because it's a unique enhancement. You pick one of the following. This could be chosen as an additional if you wanted with your battalion.
Army enhancements.
Yeah, with your army army battalions. If you received Magnificent or whatever, the one that gives you an extra enhancement, you could choose an extra one of these. All of these are once per battle. And I think there are a couple in here that are pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Gentlemen, what grabs you? What grabs you out of this list?
Obviously, Thunderbolt Volley is one. I mean, right? Double tapping shooting is going to be always good. Never hasn't been good.
Yep. Still good. Double shooting in the hero phase. Yes, Thunderbolt Volley. Thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening indeed. You can double tap a Justicar or Angelos unit. Thank you for using that keyword. That's comical that you think I would ever double tap a prosecutor unit, but I appreciate the instinct. It's nice of them to include it. No, you're double tapping Justicars. Let's be real here. Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
I mean, I like Unleash Hatred. Unleash Thy Hatred.
Yeah, man.
For Paladins.
Mm-hmm.
+1 attacks on profile. Like, pretty good. I always like bonus attacks. Now, it's not going to get a lot of mileage unless you're running like 10 models. But I could imagine, like, what are the Paladins with the big fat blades?
The Protectors? Is that what you're talking about?
The Protectors, yeah. I think Protectors are one of the things where their stonks have went up.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they're one of those hidden gems that we didn't talk about. Like it didn't make my list, but it could have. Because of the monster meta that we're in. Like, don't forget each one of those are swinging around to D6 wounds against monsters. Right? That's still true?
I didn't know that's
not
true.
lying.
I don't remember what's on them. We'll look at them. I think that might have changed to some degree. We'll look. I literally cannot remember, Tom.
But regardless, like some of those have some pretty punchy attacks.
No, completely agreed. There's a lot of the Paladin units got real interesting. By the way, the new Annihilators officially got their Paladin keyword now as well. So and the new big hammer, neg2 rend 3 damage double-handed hammer Annihilators, also interesting. Okay.
Right.
And yes, everybody's telling you, Tom, that that's gone. So I thought it was gone.
Oh, for some reason I thought it was still there.
No, I mean there are plenty of Paladin units that I think that was one of that's one of Rob's complaints that I do agree with. They stripped out a little bit too much of the anti-monster stuff in a monster meta, which is weird.
Right.
I would have liked to see a couple units still have a little bit more specialization in their role. That wouldn't necessarily hurt the simplicity that bad. Like if I had a critique, it would be that in the pursuit of reducing unnecessary complexity, they also sometimes killed flavor in a negative way. And what they should have done is kill a boring rule and kept an interesting rule. They didn't always make that choice correctly. So that's a fair critique. Okay, but we'll get there. The Paladins, I think, have there is a Paladin heavy army that is for real now. Between this command ability, and what we're going to talk about when we get to sub-factions.
Like, I could even imagine running, like, Decimators with that +1 attack. Because they're already, 5 attacks a model. They're the ones with the axes.
Yeah, they go 7 with their ability.
7 with their ability, 8 with that. So, that's 40 attacks out of those 5 dudes.
It's a lot.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, and then obviously Call for Aid. You can just restore a Redeemer unit, 5 dudes to the battlefield, so you can just get back 5 Vindictors or something like that. There's quite a lot of model restore that could be floated around in the Stormcast army, like if you're running Yndrasta, where she's dropping a model back into every unit around her every turn. If you have the new Knight Vexilor, whose banner can restore basically up to 3 dudes. You get back a unit here. There's actually quite a lot of restore that's there.
Yeah.
And then there's Final Thunderstrike, which we're not going to talk about because it's terrible. There is also Steadfast March, by the way, which gives you run and charge. So, hey, guess what's good? Run and charge. It's
still good.
It's still good. Run and charge. Still a good thing. 2021.
It's still good.
News break.
It's still good, but if it's my once per game thing, I'm not sure that it's the one that I choose out of that set.
I think it would depend on my army build. But, what I'll say is oftentimes I only need run and charge one round.
Once. Right. You need to get across there once.
Right. Like, I'm here, I want to be there. And then I win.
Yeah, maybe. That's true. I mean, yeah, all right.
So, like, what I would say is this. I could very easily see a world where I take, like, a bonus enhancement and take Thunderbolt Volley and Steadfast March.
Sure.
Or Call for Aid and Steadfast March.
Yeah.
Like, it's a good second.
Yeah. I agree with that. I totally, not to minimize your point, David, because you're absolutely right. I'm looking at these going like, man, there are multiples of these I think I would take first, right? Depending on my army construction. But I think it's a good place to look for a second enhancement. There's a lot of fighting for your bonus enhancements in this book. Like, there are a lot of good options here that'll flavor your builds.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, though. If you're building, like, an all-dragon army, you're not really going to use the other ones. So it might be that, that your run and charge is the best one to take. So, yeah, that's true.
Yes, that is true. You see, David, I've come to a realization on what I enjoy in Warhammer. And what I enjoy in Warhammer, more than anything in the world, is mobility. I want to be wherever I want to be every round, all the time, without fail. And I found that wins games, somehow, surprisingly. If I can just always be anywhere on the board I want. And,
Weird how that works. So, speed. I got a need for it, you might say. All right, anyways, so I like that one. Yes, by the way, I see Sean said LOL buttons are fun. Yes, they are. Hit the like button. It's fun. See, just like it says right up there. It says it right up there. You can see it. Hit that like button. Helps other people find the show, especially midstream. The more of you that hit like now, the more YouTube does a thing and more people come find the show. Storm hosts. All right, gentlemen. Here we go. So, this is how sub-factions work now, okay? All the other things are gone. You don't sacrifice anything to choose them. You just choose one and you go. Great, fine. This is true in both books, by the way. It'll be true next week for Oryx. This is how sub-factions are. Do all sub-factions work like this going forward? Who knows? Who knows? Right? Does that mean when we get a Skaven book it's going to look completely different? I don't know. Or will slaves look like this? I don't know. Or will they still have a different type of build? The more because they didn't eat your command trait either, right? They had a different type of sub-faction. Who knows? Here's what I know. Some of these are real good and interesting, and some of these are not. All right, so we're gonna play a game here. Okay, you ready? I'm gonna read it real quick, and then you're gonna both give me a hot take. David, you're first, then Tom. I want you to give me a good or bad, and then we can say why. Ready? Hammers of Sigmar. Friendly Hammers of Sigmar units wholly within 12 inches of an objective have a ward of 6+. David.
Boring.
Okay. Boring, but is it good?
It's fine.
All right.
I don't know that's bad. I don't know that's bad. Here's real quick. I know you want to go quick.
No, go.
But I will say, in a world of lots of mortal wounds, having an after save of any kind is probably good.
Yeah, okay.
But I don't get super excited about a 6+.
That's fair. That's fair. Totally fair. Tom?
Good.
Okay.
Because when you don't have to have a hero to get a bonus after save on that group of 5 liberators that's guarding an objective. And what's better than for 5 liberators guarding objective? 5 liberators with a 6+ after save.
Okay.
5 Vindictors holding an objective is better than 5 liberators.
This is also true. But either way, Vindictors with a 6+ after save is also good. I would also state that they might have just well have said friendly Hammers of Sigmar units have a 6+ ward save. Okay.
Because 12 inches of objectives in this game
is massive. It's massive. Okay?
Yeah.
It's not the size of where you contest the objective. It is, and it's not twice as big as that, because that's not how diameter works. Right? Like, this pi r squared gets a lot larger when the r is 12 versus the r of 6. I did the math, and it was like 113 inches square or something like that was how much space you cover, and that's the actual space of a normal objective, and it's like 440 something for this. Okay, square inches. So it's a lot of the board. You know, like in anything where the objectives are in the middle, like tectonic interference or something, these are overlapping. These bubbles are overlapping each other by like 9 inches. Right? It's massive. Yeah, it's boring, but it's probably not bad. It's okay. I agree with you. That's my argument. All right. The Hollow Knights, only the faithful. If a friendly Hollow Knight's Redeemer model is slain within 3 inches of any enemy units, roll a die on a 4+. They can fight before they're removed from play. David, your call. Good or bad? Let's give you a quick thought. Why too? Good or bad, and why?
I think it's good. I think being able to fight after you die is good. Anybody who's fought old Gristlegore knows all about it.
Yep. Tom?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, what I'll say is this. Yes, and it has nothing to do with the actual ability.
Okay. Why so?
Because it lets me field Gardas, who's also going to give me a 5+ or an after save.
Sure. Yeah, that's fair. Like, Gardas gives you a 5+ after save in a big bubble now. Gardas is good now, by the way. We fixed him.
Yes. And so I look at that because if I'm doing Hallowed Knights, the question is what else am I having to field? Or what else do I have the option to field? And what this says is, hey, your army can also have Gardas with that 5+ after save, which is better than that 6+ after save. And I fight. I have 50% chance to fight, which doesn't trigger as much as you think it would. Trust me, I one of my lists did that.
Well, one might say statistically it triggers 50% of the time.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that way. Like, I know you're saying that. It doesn't feel that way.
Sure.
So what I would say is that it's good. Like, I would take it.
Yeah, I'll say if you're in a Redeemer's army that's pumping back like mortal wounds on death, and then you also get to fight on death. I mean, people don't want to kill you. Right.
Yeah, it's more porcupining, right? For the porcupine Redeemer build, which, by the way, you can buff up Redeemers, and there are ways to get them bonus attacks and bonus things that can actually make them, like, especially Vindictors, do damage, or even Sequitors. I think both of those can actually do real damage. I mean, they're not like hammers, but they'll do enough that in the fight between, like, a D3 on the way in, their Thunderstrike on the way out, they fought, then an extra fight for 50% of them, like, it just adds up as they grind you down. It's attrition. It's not as flashy as the Ghoul King on Terrorgeist coming in and blowing you up with 18 mortal wounds, but it will get there. So, yeah, I agree. Okay, Driven by Vengeance. At the start of the combat phase, you can pick one friendly Celestial Vindicators unit that made a charge move that turn until your next hero phase. If the unmodified hit roll for an attack made with a melee weapon by the unit is 6, 2 hits instead of 1. Basically, they get blessed weapons every combat phase for one unit for free. David.
I think it depends on the build. I think a lot of units already get this in certain ways. There's lots of ways to get this exact ability. It doesn't get me as excited because of that. Like, it's not unique in that, but I think it's good if you don't already have a way to get that ability.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Tom?
Fine.
I agree. This one's fine. Marco says 10 Vindictors dying will do 2 damage fighting all on death. I don't know what you mean, Marco. Do you mean all 10 of them attacking back? I would want to know what numbers you're saying, because that is not correct math. But, like, if you can show me your numbers, I'm willing to believe you, but depending on what you mean against. Vindictors trigger mortals on a 6, so right away it's going to be higher than that just because of the number of attacks that they make. But sure, I get it. Like, I understand it's not a huge amount of extra damage at the same time. Mm-hmm. Okay. Anvils of the Heldenhammer. Now, real quick, Anvils were the really probably too good one last time, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Just checking. At the end of the charge phase, you can... I'm not even going to read it. Ah, gotcha, GW. I'm not reading this. Okay. And, yeah, it's bad. It's a bad ability. I don't know what else to say. Next. Yep. Thank you. Next. Okay, Knights Excelsior. once per turn, this is so overtly written, but it gets to a good place. This is the opposite of the last one. Like, so much text, but we at least get to a good place. Okay.
Mhm.
Once per turn, at the start of the combat phase, you can pick one friendly Knights Excelsior Paladin unit. So all the Retributors, God, what are they all called? Retributors.
Actors, decimators, and annihilators.
There we go. Thank you. Yes, all of those. Until the end of that phase, when you okay, blah, 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 blah. On the battlefield, until the end of that phase, when you pick that unit to fight, pick one enemy unit within 1 inch of that unit if the number of models in that enemy unit is greater than the number of models in that paladin unit. Add 1 to hit and wound rolls for attacks made by that paladin unit that target that enemy unit until the end of that phase. Whew. Okay, that was a lot of words for +1 to hit and wound. David, your feeling?
Good if you're planning on running a paladin heavy build. Obviously, if you're not, that has not, obviously you wouldn't run it. But if you're playing against like Sons of Behemoth or something, or some other army that's not gonna have, you're never gonna be outnumbered by, it's worthless. But yeah, it's good in those builds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is super strong actually, because especially on Annihilators. Because Annihilators are paladins, and because they come in threes, so they will very often be outnumbered, right? Like there's like many units they go against will have more than them. It's a little harder to pull off with your 5-man paladin units because they might often be up against 5-man units, right? Those is very common, so they don't get their bonus. But like I think on Annihilators, that is a crazy good bonus. And so, yes. And then Knights Excelsior, I should be mentioning this. Hammers makes the Dracothian Guard battle line. Knights Excelsior also makes the all of the Paladins battle line. So, like, you have a good reason if you are a Knights Excelsior, you're going to take the Paladin command trait, you're going to take the Knights Excelsior, sub-faction, and then you can make some pretty brutal Paladins, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Okay, cool. Celestial Warbringers. Once per phase, you can reroll 1 hit roll, 1 rune roll for an attack made by a friendly Celestial Warbringers unit, or 1 save roll for an attack that targets a friendly Celestial Warbringers unit. David.
So real quick, is a roll the entire roll? Is there 1 dice?
It is, it's wound, hit, and save, so it'd be 1 die. Like if you roll 4 attacks, you'd pick 1 and reroll it. That would be what it would be.
Yeah, don't like it.
Okay. Tom, don't feel like it's big enough. Is that the thing?
Yeah, I just don't think it's impactful enough in comparison to everything else that's in the list.
Okay.
I love it.
Okay. Why so, Tom?
Because when those attacks are coming in on my Celestial Warbringer Dragon, and I'm only failing on a 1, I wanna re-roll that 1.
Yes. That is correct. I'm sorry, David. I'm going to disagree with you on this one and say, let me restate the ability for you, David, in the way I read it, okay? Which is like this. Once per phase, in the combat phase, okay?
Or shooting
the
phase.
enemy shooting phase, you can reroll 1 save roll. Okay?
Anyone.
In your shooting phase, you can reroll 1 hit or wound roll. Because that's how the ability is actually going to be used, right? And now all of a sudden I am super interested, because oftentimes, exactly with the way that these guys are going to be able to put out saves, it's like, well, I only fail 1 or 2 in any given clutch of dice. I only needed to reroll 1 of them, right? And I'm in the zone, the auto save zone. So yeah.
I guess I'm having that the way when you say it like that, it sounds a lot better. I guess I'm comparing it versus the rest of them. I think there are others that speak to me more, specifically the two next ones.
Hey, I get it. This isn't my favorite one either, but I just think that like
it's boring, but it's boring, but it's safe.
Yes.
Because
there is a 40k ability, by the way, that does this. It is like a super powerful thing. This is like
this is the Tzeentch ability, right?
Right.
Like, do you want to cheat? Cool. Here's how you cheat.
Right.
And what I like about the Celestial Warbringer is that it's not triggered to anything. It's not like when being attacked by a monster.
Yeah, sure. It's just generic.
And it's not a hero. It's your entire army. There's no range restrictions. There's no anything. It's just once per phase, choose one of those dice that you re-rolled. Yeah, you rolled a 1 on and re-roll it. Mm-hmm. Like,
keep emphasizing every word by smashing your desk.
Yeah,
though.
stop.
Yeah, I'm trying. But I mean, so what I would say is this: there's a lot of these abilities on here that you will not use multiple times a turn. That can't be said for the Celestial.
Yeah, sure. There will always be reason to use this. Yes.
That's fair.
All right, Tempest Lords. Boy, do I like this one so much. I think this is where you're at too. So, Tempest Lords say when you attempt a charge with a friendly Tempest Lords unit that can fly, you can re-roll one of the dice for that charge. I love me a re-roll one of the dice on a charge ability. It's real good. Yeah, this one's super good. I mean, I'm just gonna say it straight out. David, what's your feeling?
That's exactly right. That's exactly where my head was at. So there's nothing more frustrating than missing a charge. It's just like one of those things in the game where you get right up to somebody and and you just don't, and nothing happens, and then you get piled into and taken off the table. So I think making your charges is one of the things that I feel most strongly about.
Yep.
And I love getting something
Like,
for free.
I hear that. So you're gonna use this on your dragons? So you're use this on dragons.
Not only that, I'll give you another item you can use now, but sure.
Okay.
Dragons are a viable target for you, yes.
Hey Tom, here's just a quick shout out. Everyone loves dragons, and everybody's gonna be running dragons. So
I agree. Like, I was thinking about a dragon army, so like I get it, I do, and this is going to be like the ability for the dragon army, right? But what else are you that's flying that you're charging that is not a dragon?
Prosecutors, who are also battle line in this force. Prosecutors who charge 3d6, which lets you pick up the one low die you roll and do very important things with them, as we will get to in a moment, namely stopping Unleash Hell dead in their tracks, or catching annoying foxes. Because now you can land super, like, even on 2d6, as Marco said, the median charge goes from a 7 to a 9 with this ability, with re-rolling one of the dice. When you get it on a 3d6, and you can pick out, like, how many times have you seen 3d6 where it's like 4, 5, 1? It's like, no. Reroll that 1, that becomes a much bigger charge. Okay?
Yeah.
But yes, also the Prime, who has his own built-in reroll and capability to do this. Yndrasta is another one, right? You want to long bomb out and really get in there from a distance. She will get in there a long time. Like, there are many good targets for this. Okay?
I like using on the Prime. I use it on the Prime and saving his like change for something that does damage,
Right. Yep. And then finally, Astral Templars. Friendly Astral Templars units cannot be picked when your opponent carries out a monstrous rampage. Cool. These guys, by the way, get the Vanguard stuff as their battle line, like the Vanguard Hunters and Vanguard Paladors.
Yep.
So cool. It's
like this
neat
one.
that the whole
I like
army
the Vanguard
gets
stuff.
What's that?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You go ahead.
No, it's neat that they all get Hunters of the Heartlands. Basically, your whole army has Hunters of the Heartlands. You're immune to monstrous rampage. It's like, oh, cool. Okay, that's a good ability.
Yeah, I like the Vanguard portion of Stormcast, so I like that this as kind of an enabler for that army, and I like that it's themey, and you're turning off a part of the game that's really like prevalent right now.
Sure. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so point is, we've got some interesting sub-faction choices there, all of which are enabling a lot of different battle line, which is cool. There is quite a lot of different battle line in this army that you can get to, so cool. All right, gentlemen, matched play. All right, let me time this out. Now that we're here, boy, did that take a while. So matched play, GS and battle tactics. All right. Let's keep pressing ahead. Grand strats. Bad, amazingly fun to cheat and win with. So, Dracothian Defense. When this battle ends, you complete this grand strategy if the only heroes on the battlefield are friendly Draconith, Stardrake, or Dracoth units. No, terrible. Because that includes your heroes, so that means they all have to die too. Sorry, all the other priests and wizards, you're all dead. No. The Pillars of Victory. When the battle ends, you complete this grand strategy if the only battle line units on the battlefield are friendly Redeemer units. No. Stop with these. What? These shouldn't be printed. I've talked about it a million times. This is the biggest mistake they're making in the new books. It is my least favorite thing. Please stop printing these. Why are we doing these? Erase these from the all. If every TO just said, you know what, we're only using the GHB and all of these are cut from existence, I would applaud that TO for their bravery. Okay, because I think these are all just bad. And until we get to a world where, like, you know, Rob talked about a world where, would it be neat if this was the sort of only battle tactics you had or something and we didn't have the GHB wins? Well, sure, that could be interesting. Like, that could be really fun and challenging to complete battle tactics. You'd see the number drop like a rock of what you could complete. But it's going to be months and months before we have 25 armies that all have their own battle tactics, even between White Dwarf and Battletome releases, right? So, like, although I agree that that world where we cut out the GHB ones and only use these would make for an extremely competitive environment to complete battle tactics, I just don't see it happening anytime soon. And I just wish these weren't here. I wish we were just all playing with the same stuff out of the GHB, that we kept it simple, that we didn't clutter the game with this stupid nonsense.
Yep.
It was a bad choice, and I'm never going to forgive them for this. It's like I'm never going to let this go. Well, I'll be a year from now, a book I'll be reviewing, it'll be in here, and I'll be saying the same crap. So, anyways, Sacred Charge. When the battle ends, you complete this grand strategy if there are 2 or more friendly Cities of Sigmar units on the battlefield. Love it. Love this one. This is a hot pick if you're a Stormkeep army. Because you can just take 2 gyrocopters. They're elite, they're super fast, they're relatively easy to hide because they're a tiny thing. So you just put them behind terrain, you corner them in the back corners. Who's shooting at your gyrocopters? Who decides that's the thing they've got to do? It's 150 points, easier than Predator's Domain, easier than keeping your wizards or your battle line or anything else alive. Free grand strat, 2 gyrocopters. Love it. That's my argument. And they're coalition units if you're a Stormkeep, right? So there you go. What do you think of my gyrocopter strat?
It's good. I mean, I agree with you. Honestly, this page is where I spent the least amount of time reading, so I don't even know that I've given it a lot of thought. And it's almost on just my own protest against it because I think it's stupid.
Yep, I agree. As far as the battle tactics go, here's my honest answer. None of these are in any way... like... None of these are in any way interesting, is what I'll say. Some of them are just straight up bad. Some of them are just harder versions of the existing thing. Mm-hmm. Okay. Like they're conquer but harder, or destroy the battle line unit but harder, or whatever, right? Because they put more loops on it. And then suddenly there's like 2 that are pretty decent for Draconiths and Stardrakes. Which is just, they are both pick a monster or pick a battle line unit, but harder, but they give you a second version of those. That's it. So if somebody has a lot of battle line and you've got like a Stardrake or a Draconith leader, you can be like, oh, all broken ranks. Okay, cool, I killed that battle line unit. Now all Draconith destruction, now I kill that unit. Yay! I get to use broken ranks twice. Fantastic. Okay. Marco, did we already say how the Stormkeep keyword doesn't have a single interaction in the book? It doesn't, though there are interactions. It's just not through the Stormkeep keyword. It's through Cities of Sigmar things, which you're clearly in Stormkeep. Like, yes, it doesn't, but I mean, that's not the take I would give. Like, what I'm saying is there are still certainly things you can do. Like, if you're Stormkeep and you take Cities of Sigmar units, there are interactions with Cities of Sigmar units. Now, if there's enough, we could have a discussion about that, but there are interactions. They're just sideways. Just because it doesn't say Stormkeep doesn't mean there's no interaction with the city's units. But that being said, I would have liked to see him throw around more Scions and Stormkeep stuff, certainly. I don't think you're wrong there. Okay. All right. Core battalions.
Yep.
These all exist. Next. None of these are better than anything in the core book.
I thought it was weird that with as many sub commander units in this army, there were no battalions that use sub commanders.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Weird.
Yeah.
There's like 30 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's bizarre. There's more sub commanders in Stormcast Eternals than like entire factions have war scrolls. Period.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that the answer here is these also shouldn't exist, and these also are bad. So thanks. You wasted 2 pages in the middle of an otherwise good Battletome. So,
Yep.
there you go. Hades says Brotherhood Command is good. I disagree. I guess because you can have 3 large leaders is what you're arguing for. It just gives you strategist. It's an extra command point. I'd still rather just build that list with the basic stuff. Like, I'd still rather go Warlord / Battle Regiment any day of the week. And fit that stuff in. Personal taste. So. Okay, cool. All right. Let's rock and roll. Let's roll. Let's bowl. Let's rock and roll. Okay. Now it's time, gentlemen. We come to the part of the show that we've all been waiting on. The units. Oh yeah. Tuck in. Here we go. The Celestin Prime. He's here, baby. He's here. It's real now. It's real now. You want to talk about a scroll that got improved? 7 words. 7 words. That's what it took. And we made this guy a boss. Did we give him +1 attack? Sure. That's fine. But Eye of the Celestial Storm. This unit has a ward of 4+. I'm counting that as 1 word.
Amazing how it works.
I'm counting 4+ as 1 word.
I literally, when you said that, like below the table, counted the words on my hands to make sure that was what you were talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful.
No, it's good. Like, that's what he needed.
Exactly.
Like,
this is all he needed.
Like, as soon as I was at it, I was like, oh, I'd field him now.
Totally. This guy's 325 points for the Celestin Prime. Yes. I have all the points on a separate sheet in front of me just so I can reference as we're talking. 325, worth it every day, twice on Sunday. Part of a great mortal wound strategy if you're doing the drop and pop. This guy's fantastic. And now he doesn't instantly evaporate.
Weird.
He's great. He's freaking great. And I love him.
Love him in a city's army.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Good ally. Like, good in this
Yep.
army, good ally. Yeah. There's nothing bad about this guy. He's not faction locked, by the way.
Well, in a city's army, he's actually like coalition, but yeah,
Right.
That's good.
Yep.
I'm a fan.
He is unique, so he can't take stuff, but he can benefit from sub-faction stuff where appropriate. For example, he's a flying unit, and when charging, he could choose to reroll, as you earlier mentioned, and save his own Orrery of Celestial Fates for later stuff. And he's also... So, yeah, he's great. Great. Like, I don't know what else to say about him. He's awesome now. I love him. I just took a 4 upward. So, yeah.
4 upward at an appropriate price.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's been too expensive for a while. So I think this is good.
Yep, and he's Rend 3, Damage 3, big old hammer, doing work. He still has the annoying you've got to keep him up in the heavens mechanic, but that's fine. He'll come down in round 2 with 5 attacks, and that's a perfectly respectable profile. Okay.
He has my attention.
Yeah, indeed. Krondus. Oh, our big dragon. Big D. What up? So Big D has 18 wounds and a 3-up save. He has some decent attacks. They're okay. They're all -2 Rend, damage 3 or 2. He has a little His breath is like all the dragon breath, so I'll read it this time. All dragons breathe in the exact same way, from the biggest dragon to the little baby dragons. They all breathe the same way, which is do not use the attack sequence for an attack made with his shooting weapon. Instead, roll a die. On a 1 to 2, it's 1 mortal wound. On a 3 to 4, it's D3, and on a 5 to 6, it's D6. His tail is number of attacks is equal to the number of models within 3 inches of him. And both dragons have the Ancient Master of War, where you subtract 1 from the attacks characteristic of melee weapons that target this unit. That is a heck of a defense right there. That is a pretty strong built-in defense, -1 attack. Lots of units rely on multi-attacking, so just automatically sapping one of those away for being in melee with.
Yeah, and it's not even like a range. It's like, oh, you have bow attacks, you have 2 shots per model. Awesome, you have 1.
No, it is only melee weapons that target this.
Is it?
Yeah, it's melee weapons. Yes. Yeah, I know. I wish it was all attacks, but no, it's just melee.
For some reason, I thought that was all attacks.
No,
like
I know.
when we went over it.
Yeah, it's just melee. I know. And then importantly, he is also a wizard who is a double caster, and he has the Regalia Fulmentaris, giving him a base +3 to cast. It does go down as he gets wounded. His spell does subtract 1 from hit rolls, or -1 to rend, or -1 to attacks, so he can -2 attacks people if he needs to, or -1 to saves. Really good. Really strong spell that he'll get off on a 6 because he has +3 if he's unwounded. Bravery 10, he heals himself quite easily. He is Thunderstrike, so when he dies, he'll roll 19 dice and then cause like 3 mortal wounds to you, which is fun. Yeah, I mean, he's only 600 points. Honestly, I think this guy's a steal for 600 points. Honest answer.
I'll say this. At my first read, was like, he's absolutely not worth 600 points. And I'll tell you what just swung me the other...
Oh, okay.
No, what just swung me in the other direction was I just reread Calamitous Tale.
Yes.
When I first read it, I read it incorrectly. And just now rereading it, oh my God, it could be amazing. Yeah. Like in the right situation. It's kind of like it's like the old Star Drake Tale, but like 1,000 times better. But in that, like, if you fight a single model, it's worthless. But if you fight like a horde, you're gonna just murder them.
Yeah, absolutely. Because he could, because it's a 3-inch range and he's on a very big base, right? He's gonna Tokyo drift into a unit or whatever, and have a lot of models within range of him. So yeah. Yep, I agree. I think this guy's great. Honestly, I think 600 is probably a little cheap for him. He does lack a ward save, which is a problem, right? He can get focused on by mortals, so we should keep that. We should keep that in mind. But at the same time, he is a very strong double caster with a decent melee profile, a good shooting attack, and a very versatile spell.
Yeah.
Right. Because that's like the fact that he has a spell that he can just point at somebody and go -1 save. Right. It means that effectively he can make himself rend 3 if he needs to.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. My pushback is that because he's not good against single models, not as good against single models.
Sure.
He's gonna handicap you in those armies against like Suns or something, because you're dedicating 600 points of your army, and Suns are gonna be at everywhere in a tournament. So he's gonna handicap the amount of weight you can bring to bear against those big giants. Even if you are taking away their save, you only have 1,400 points of your army, and 600 points of it isn't gonna do the work. That's just the counterpoint.
It's an excellent point.
But if he sends all of his attacks into one of those targets,
it's only okay. His damage profile is decent, but it doesn't work out amazing.
No, it's not great.
Yeah, it's okay. He's not a pillow, but he's also not his brother. Like, his brother has a much higher damage profile.
I like him. I like him a lot.
Yeah, I agree. Like, he shouldn't be the same points as his brother. That's what I'll say. Like, there's no way these guys are actually the same points. This was just dart at the wall. Like, this guy should probably be 650. The brother should probably be like 500, 530, something like that is actually how it should be. Speaking of his brother, Karazai, or Scar, as we all like to call him. Same 18 wounds, 3-up save, blah, blah, blah. As per usual, by the way, all these new monsters only have 4 things on their damage table. That is worth mentioning, that all the new monsters only have 4 charts. Like I mentioned that in the last show, but it's worth mentioning here again. And the initial wound count has been set much higher, which is great. I'm glad to see that. So that's a good thing.
Yep.
Karzai, not a wizard. And he's just a better melee guy. Same Ancient Master of War, same Blazing Tempest, same Calamitous Tail. The difference is he has 6 attacks with his jaws, and they're at Rend 3 instead of Rend 2, which, I mean, is actually quite a big difference. And then he has this little RPG game he's playing, where each time he destroys a unit, you can basically, based on what he destroys, he can get bonuses. And obviously you're immediately trying to hunt a hero or a monster with this guy to kill him, because then you're +1 attack to every profile he has, and like, good lord, does that do a lot of work for him. Yeah. So every time he kills a hero or a monster, he gets significantly scarier, because it's +1 attack to all 3 profiles.
I kind of wish that the breath weapon was better on the things in comparison to the little dragons.
It's weird that they're the same, right? Yeah, they're all this. Apparently, they're all the same fire. That being said, when Daenerys had her little baby shoulder puppet dragon burn that dude, he's still incinerated. So I guess
he's still burned.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Her little baby dragon killed a dude. Her big dragon killed an army.
I mean, fair.
You're not wrong.
You're not wrong. That's also a fair point. I guess. Well, he got a little bigger, and then he was still blowing stuff up, right? There. My point was there was a range there, but sure. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Karzai should be cheaper than his brother. Like, again, we've said it. This is where I go to, like, my main problem with this book is that is point related. Like, some things are a bit too cheap, some things are a little too expensive. Karazai is too expensive, Krondus is too cheap. They need to, like, scoot apart, right?
I'm not sure Krondus is that cheap. I think Karzai is definitely too expensive, but I think Krondus, because of his lack of a ward save, he's just a target that's going to get picked out really easily.
It's a fair point. How much does that ward matter? I mean, he can't take the amulet. That is a cost. You may be right. I don't know. I think I would like him better at like 620, maybe 650, somewhere in that range. He's good. He's strong. Like, as someone who's repeatedly argued that like Gotrek needs to go up and Marathi needs to go up, I just, he does a lot. Like, he's clearly a very impactful force on the battlefield, right?
The difference is that the Marathi and Gotrek can't die.
This is a good point.
Yeah.
You're not wrong there.
He's imminently killable, right? Like, you shoot, if 40 Sentinels shoot at him, he's probably dead.
Right. Dante said we can't get even a little discussion regarding the Anvil's ability. I think it's pretty cool. My argument is no. I think it's bad because you're rolling 2d6 against bravery, and as somebody who plays Slanesh and has lots of abilities that are 2d6 against bravery, it's a nothing burger of a thing, man. I'm sorry. The number of things in this game that are bravery 9 and 10 is way too high. You fighting a lot of Seraphon, they're bravery 10. You fighting anything in death, they're all bravery 10. You fighting anything in chaos, they're all bravery 10. Like, more than 50% of this game, for what people actually play, is bravery 10. And 2d6 against that is just nothing. It's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it's cool you can use the ability against destruction sometimes. Sometimes. It will often just be, like, bravery 6 or 7. But, yeah.
Even then, 2d6 is not guaranteed to be over a 6.
No,
right?
it's actually not a... No, not at all. It's still about a 40% chance of failure. A little more than. So, like, it's a cool designed ability in what it's trying to do, but it's so badly written. They need to stop doing that 2d6 against bravery thing. It's like they don't understand the probability curve on 2d6. Because it doesn't work against the way.
If it was 3d6, maybe.
If it was 3d6, totally different story. Totally different story. Okay. Yndrasta. She's what she was before. She was good before. She's still good now. Yndrasta is now 320. Feels absolutely correct. I want to put her and the Prime in an army. That's what I want to do. I want them both. I want it all. I want both of my angels. And I want them just being awesome together.
That'd be pretty awesome.
Yeah, right? I mean, they're both super sweet, and then we're going to put it right in Tempest Lords, where all of a sudden I can reroll charge dice with these guys.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, cool. Any Yndrasta good, right? That's what we're all saying.
Yes, I mean that has been universally true. Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. I thought we'd all agree, just making sure. All right, Lord Commander Badass. Excuse my language, but he earns the title. Lord Commander Bastion Carthalos, the Lord Commander of the Hammers of Sigmar. He is a Hammers of Sigmar locked unit. 8 wounds, 3 up save. This dude has some abilities. 4 attacks, 3s and 2s, -2 rend, 4 damage. A hammer that would make a giant's club look weedy in response. But this dude's more utility than just damage. Once per turn in your hero phase, you can pick one enemy unit on the battlefield and roll a number of dice equal to the wounds characteristic of that unit. For each 6, they suffer 1 mortal wound. Fun. Just because it's anywhere. Obviously, it's fun to throw 35 dice at Mega Gargants or, 18 dice at big, crazy monsters. So that's fun. But it is good for just doing a couple mortal wounds, some splash damage to a monster. Castellan of Azir at the start of the first battle round after determining who has the first turn. But before the first turn begins, you can pick up to D3 friendly Hammers of Sigmar units on the battlefield and set them up again. Woo boy. Ooh-wee. You're giving a thumbs up to that one, David. Tell me why you love that so much, because I love it.
It's great. It's just a bait and switch, right? I mean, you can. I think wasn't this old Tempest Lords back in?
Yeah, I think Tempest Lords did this. Yeah, before.
Yeah. That was an underplayed, army back then. But I think this. I love this guy. He's awesome. But I think it's just such a good ability. You can fake out your opponent or put yourself in a better position if you think you're going to take first turn.
Yeah, you can also sneak things up into the heavens or down.
Yep.
Depending on how you do it, because you can redeploy them. So you could pull them up or pull them down, right?
Yep.
You can also I just love this ability so much, right? It also lets you cheat if you're in a 1-drop, because part of the downside to a 1-drop is that your opponent then gets to react to your deployment, and after they react to your deployment, you're like, no, whoop whoop whoop, follow the lady. Where's the lady? Oh, they're over here now. You're not getting the matchups you want anymore, jerk. So that's great. Vessel of Tempest, Ward of 4 up. So again, this dude is also super tough. He Voice of Thunder, once per turn, he can issue a command to a Hammers of Sigmar unit anywhere on the battlefield without a command point being spent. Incredible. 10 free, unlimited range command points every game. And Mantle of the First Storm, at the end of any phase, if any enemy models were slain by wounds caused by this unit's attacks in that phase, you can heal all wounds allocated to this unit. So, if you don't kill him, he heals. He is a hard guy to bring down. That is for sure. Lord Commander here is 300 points even, and in my estimation, he earns it.
Yeah. Yep. He's a little. I mean, he doesn't have the mobility.
Sure.
So I think that's a knock on him. But really, I mean, he's awesome.
He has my attention.
Yep.
When I look at him, I go, yeah, that's 6 up on your objectives. I can work with that.
Sure. I mean, there's a couple things that pull you to hammers, right? Some of the Draconian Guard we'll talk about later. You'll be like, okay, all right.
Okay, you have my attention.
That was my one knock. I meant to say that. I hate that they lock certain characters to hammers. It bothers me because the hammers is my least favorite faction. I don't like it. But I think you can take him in a different Stormhost, right? He just doesn't get the benefits of the Stormhost. Yeah. So I mean, there's that.
He just couldn't apply his.
Not only that, his D3 ability only works on Hammers of Sigmar units.
As does his Voice of Thunder. Yes, both of those abilities are locked to hammers.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Then you
have to take him in those armies.
Yeah, I didn't see that. His model's sweet though.
He is. I mean, if for some reason you were going to make a Lord Celestin, which you're not because they're terrible. We'll get to it. You're this would be the model you actually wanted to use, not the regular Lord Celestin. So that's fine.
You don't like Hammercloak?
I do not. Gardas looks okay. That's because of his pose. Vandus Hammerhand, our old buddy, our old friend from the beginning, he shuttled us into the edition. This is a good example. Part of his old command ability just became a normal ability he has now, where do not take battle shock deaths for friendly Hammers of Sigmar units wholly within 24 inches of this unit. So just period, all the time now. No need to use a command point. It just happens. He can also pick Hammers of Sigmar Redeemer units wholly within 12 and add 1 to the attacks characteristic. So if you're running Hammer's Redeemer build, which I think is perfect, like a good choice, by the by, because then your Redeemers sitting on the objectives, which is what you're wanting to do, are getting ward saves and kicking back, and now things like Vindictors can actually be at 3 attacks base, which now we're getting somewhere, right? So, yeah, he's fine. He's a reasonably good choice. 215 points, by the way, for a 9 wound, 3 up save guy. So, yeah.
I like him a lot.
Yeah.
The Battleshock community is huge.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's just a giant bubble, right? Like it's absolutely massive.
And that +1 to save on a unit like Sequitors or something. I mean, they can get pretty punchy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll talk about Sekis and Vindictors later, and like both of them can have some good offense. So, yep, they're more attrition grindy units, but they can give a little punch. They give some fight. Okay. Aventus Firestrike, the Magister of Hammerhall. Okay. Yep, he's a double caster. His little stick is Ren 2. That's fun. He has this +1 to hit ability that the normal guy also has. Aventus, by the way, in addition to being unique, is 325 points. He's on a Torlon, 14-inch move, 12 wounds. No ward save. He has a heal. And he's bad. I don't know what else to say. That anybody can defend this dude?
No.
Okay.
No.
No. I mean, Comet Trail is better. Right? It used to be.
It is, yes, but you can also get it on the normal guy cheaper.
Yeah, no, yeah. I don't agree. I don't disagree. He's bad.
Right. It's a shame because I wish he would have been good because he can be a general. You can actually take him as your general in the in Cities of Sigmar armies. Because he's a coalition unit that actually allows you to get your he allows you to break the rules and be a general. Anyways, okay, Astria Soulbright, another. I hate all these Hammers of Sigmar characters that we got to plow through, but whatever. She has the whole Cycle the Storm. She can reroll charges. At the start of the combat phase, she can pick a friendly Hammers of Sigmar Sacrosanct unit and add 1 to save rolls for attacks made with melee weapons that target that unit, which is a good ability. That is a good ability. Let's just go ahead and credit where credit. And her spell is pretty bad because it is the shortest range thing in the universe. Astria is 195 points.
Not bad. She's not that expensive, honestly. For
but
what she does.
I mean, that's what the normal guy is, right?
So
like the non-range one.
Yes, with we'll get to it. But yeah, I mean, I don't see her. Is my answer. Yes, we'll get to the generic one, and I think the generic one is where you want to go.
I mean, I think real quick, just in one real quick note. She could do Mystic Shield and the Soul Energy of the first host and give 1 unit +2 to save or 2 units +1 to save. That's pretty good.
That is true. It's absolutely true. I mean, I don't want to discount her completely. She's like anybody that has on their scroll, click a button and give somebody +1 to save.
Yeah,
is not.
Well, especially those cats. Like the cats already are on 4s, and so she's gonna want her. Well, I was gonna say she wants to run with cats, but actually she doesn't because she doesn't have the generic wound bonus for other cats. Right. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, she's still a single caster. It's a lot of points. She is relatively tough. Like she is on a 3-up save, but again, no ward. So it's like, yeah okay, probably a skip.
Who's targeting her?
Yeah, it's a fair point. Sure.
Yeah.
Guard of Steel Soul. Oh baby, he got better. Not as good as he should be, but he got better. So this is better than the travesty that was his last scroll.
Yeah.
Okay. And this model is supremely awesome. So whatever. 5-inch move, 6 wounds, 3-up save. Hey, he fixed his armor. No more does he have a 4-up save. He's down to the 3-up. His stupid cloak is dumb, and he should feel bad about it. Whatever, it doesn't matter. His Runeblade Warhammer, this is the first time I'll mention it. He now has the standard like Lord level stat attack profile.
Yeah.
So the standard Stormcast Lord level character is now 5 attacks, 3s, neg 1, 2 damage. That's just, you're going to see that stat block repeated a lot. Okay. And he's 160 points now. So he did go up. But his Aura of Purity gives all friendly Hollowed Knights unit wholly within 12 of him a ward of 5+. Whoa. Way better. Like, awesome, amazing, fantastic, love it, yes. Including him, by the way. Like, obviously he is a Hollow Knight and gives it to himself. And so, if he's destroyed on a 2+, he fights before he's removed from play. Fine. And then Saintly Assault, if you have other Hallowed Knights heroes, when he charges, he can give them all +1 attack. So, if you're running a hero-heavy thing, he can actually force multiply them out pretty good. Not a command point, by the way. Thing. Just a thing he can do once per game.
I love him.
Yeah, he's good.
And I love that they're aware in the art of the hero pose, the hero landing.
Yeah,
and so they modeled him in a crater.
Yeah. It's great.
Like they put his base in a crater. It makes me giggle. Yeah, I'm down. Like all of mine are basically already painted to be like Hollowed Knights or some variant of Hollowed Knights.
Yep.
And so I saw this and I'm like, I'm happy with this. I'm in.
Yeah.
Like
a good word
like, I have no
for
problem.
him that he passes out, and a good ability to force multiply other heroes nearby, and we upped his attack profile and fixed his save. Great.
Yep. He's doing everything that I would want him to do.
Right.
He's good.
He's so much better than the regular Lord Celestant for like 30 points more, even though he is faction locked. It's shocking. It's shocking. Okay. The Lord Celestant on Stardrake. Our big old Stardrake hero. Tom, I'm going to kick to you on this one first, after I give the basics here. Because you've always loved the Lord Celestant on Stardrake. 18 wounds, 3 up save, 9 bravery. Again, better wound chart. Now 0 to 8.
Better wounds.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, better wounds.
Better wounds. Better wounds and better chart. Yes. 100%. Yeah. Still has like the hammer or the blade. And those are, it's whatever. I would probably honestly take the hammer because Ren 2 is pretty good in this game. He still adds to casting rolls for wizards and subtracts 1 for enemy casting rolls. He can still do his cavernous draws trick and eat people. His Thunder Shield is the unmodified save roll for an attack made with a melee weapon that targets this unit is 6. The attacking unit suffers 1 mortal wound after all attacks have been resolved. It's the exact same language as the other one, Tom, by the way, that we mentioned earlier.
But it's not like... I hear that. The question is it an effect that triggers on 6? Because if that is the case, then Archeon's old like reroll 6's ability, like if you have a buff and they have a buff, somebody would get to choose which one.
A lot of those things got removed, but the trick is that it doesn't clash if one is on the final roll and one is on an unmodified roll. There's a sequencing to it.
Yeah.
I did a show about it. It's fine. Like sometimes they clash, sometimes they don't is the answer.
Yeah.
And then once per battle, this unit can issue a command to a friendly Stormcast Eternals unit wholly within 12 without a command point being spent. Okay. The Lord Celestant on Stardrake. This big boy. He is 500 points, Tom. 500. Straight up quarter your army. Where are you living on this guy? Is he worth it? Is he good? Did we get there?
I really struggle with him now. Losing reroll 1s to save is a really big deal.
Sure.
I took him over the Templar because of the reroll 1s to save.
Sure.
Because he needs to be an anvil, and I'm just not sure that he is now. Rain of Stars is also weaker, and that makes my soul hurt.
It is, yes. It's not just like anywhere on the battlefield. It's now just a shooting.
And it's not mortal wounds, right? It's not just
a shooting attack with neg 3 rend, yeah.
Right. And
so wait, real quick. In favor of Rain of Stars, you can unleash hell with it now.
Also true.
True. I don't hate that. I don't know. I'm really mixed on this guy. It makes me sad, but like I want him to be better than he is. For
David,
500.
What's your feeling?
Okay. Today in our local chat, we've had lots of debate on the Stardrake. I've gone up and down on him because I also have a Star Drake that I've lovingly converted and modeled, and
Yep.
it bums me out that he's not better than he is. I don't think he's terrible, but they made decisions that I just don't understand. So he used to have a command, but they removed all command abilities. That's fine.
Sure.
I'm fine with that. But he had a command
And
ability
his
that only targeted Dracoth and like whatever Star Drakes basically.
Right.
And it was terrible. It was bad. No one ever used it. It was awful.
right.
But they just added dragons formally to Stormcast, and they removed his ability. It's like, what? Why? Like the one time that ability would finally be actually used, it's gone. And so it doesn't make much sense to me. His sword used to like be able to spike, and now it's just boring and bad. I think in favor of the Star Drake though. So those are just a couple things that I just didn't understand. I hate the random attack characteristic on the tail.
Sure.
But
Should have been
in
D3
favor,
plus 3.
yeah, or just I don't know, or kind of similar to the tail that the other dragons have or something. I don't know.
Sure.
But in favor of the Star Drake. I think he's a prime candidate for the Arcane Tome because he can buff himself and give him +1 to cast. So that's it. And so giving him flaming weapons is interesting. But the thing I think that sticks out to me is the Cavernous Jaws in 3.0 is stronger than it ever was before because you can remove champions from units and so they can't issue command abilities themselves.
Right.
So if you go, it's always been good, but in this edition, I think it's better than ever. And so I think that's pretty valuable. He also makes the Baby Dragons battle line, which is
Yes,
good.
he does. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure he's 500, but he's not that far off because I mean, you can build
Right.
around this guy a lot, right? There are mount traits, there are command traits you can give to him, there are artifacts. You obviously you're going to put an Amulet of Destiny on this guy if you want him to be if he's your general, and you want him to survive. And suddenly he's like 18 wounds on a 3-up, 5-up. That's a whole different profile. Like instantly, that's a completely different profile, right? In what it's achieving.
Right.
So, I think he's maybe a little bit overcosted. He's never been the damage machine, and I feel
Right.
like we could have pushed a little bit more damage on him. Honestly,
Right.
That's, I think, the one thing I'm sad about. He's not quite as offensive as he should be for what this model is.
For 500.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
Now,
I mean that's what I would say.
But again, he can be super tough, right? Like you
Right.
have Celestial
Like, he is
Menagerie,
super
so he's
tough.
neg 1 to wound all the time. He has the amulet on him. He can have the retreat and charge mount trait, so he can leave combat he doesn't want to be in and just go attack somebody else.
Right.
He's got game. I don't want to sit here and pretend like he's just a nothing burger, right?
Correct.
If he's over, he's just not as he's probably just not quite as offensive as we'd want him to be for what he is.
No, I
That's
would
been
agree
the case with Star Drake forever, which is it's
Yeah,
irritating.
he's always
That's still
been
the
like that.
case. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the issue is you can get 2 of the hero baby dragons. What is it? What is it called? The Night What is it?
Draconis.
You can get 2 of them for like 20 points more, and they are
The Night Draconis is 255, so it's 10 points more.
yeah. They're objectively better than he is.
Right.
500.
Yep. And I mean, we'll talk about. I mean, there's the problem of course, there is some power to concentrated wounds and abilities that you put on
Right.
one thing, right? There's also downsides to that. I don't disagree with you, and that's when we get to the 3 dragons, the Night Draconis and then his little baby dragons. One of the big problems with this book right now is they're underpointed. I mean, I'll give the game away now. They're underpointed, okay, for what they are. Just absolutely, clearly, fantastically underpointed. And happily, that's an easy problem to fix, right? Like, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with this guy's scroll. Knock him down 25 points or something like that, 30 points. I'm a lot happier with him. Knock the Night Draconis up 30, 40 points at least. Suddenly we're having a completely different discussion. Right? But that's the kind of moves you need to make. We just didn't dial in the points exactly right, but that's okay. That could be
Right.
fixed this winter.
Right. Very quickly.
All right. Gabriel Sureheart. Well, he's not sure charge anymore. That's fine. He has the standard Stormcast attack profile. He has once more for Sigmar charge, which lets him reroll charge rolls for this unit. In addition, once per turn, he can issue the forward to victory command to hammers of Sigmar units without a command point being spent, and he has the Thunder Shield. Yep. So, moving on, because we're not taking
No
him
one's
anymore.
ever going to run him.
And that's fine.
Keep moving.
Yeah, he's 130 points. Next. Okay, Knave Black Talon. Sure does make a lot of attacks with those axes that aren't going to do anything. Cool model.
I mean, what I'll say is this. I love the teleporting.
Yeah, but I'd rather take the generic one, not the named one. That's the problem.
Agreed. No. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. Her, like, extra 2 attacks or whatever are like, nope.
Yep.
Nope. So that's fine. Skip. She's 120 points, by the way. All right, Lord Arcadum on Toralon. Let's see if I can defend this guy. Here we go. All right, this is going to be a tough one, but I'm ready. Okay. 14-inch move, 12 wounds, 3-up save, 9 bravery. His little Aether Staff is only rend 1 as opposed to the Magister of Hammerhall. And, he doesn't do a lot of damage. He's a single cast wizard. None of these things are good things I'm saying so far. I promise I'll get to the defense. He's 285 points. Okay, Comet Trail. After this unit has made a normal move, add 1 to hit rolls for attacks made by friendly Stormcast Eternals and Cities of Sigmar units within 3 inches of this unit until your next hero phase. So he lands, he gives them the buff to anybody around him, and it just rides. They can then go charge away, do whatever they want. Okay? Now, he also has Cycle the Storm, and he also has Lightning Orb, which is just a little mortal wound splash thing. Okay. He is a little too expensive. All right. But he is a more mobile, tougher, by far, Huracanum. That's my argument. Okay? Because obviously it's not wholly within 3. He just needs to touch the base of one guy in the unit, and he gives that whole unit +1 to hit, just by moving around and landing. And he's a big dude on a 3-up save. Like, he's tougher. He's far more mobile. He can fly. He's faster. He buffs cities units as well, which is cool. So if you are using Stormkeeps and have brought in some cool cities units, he can give them +1 to hit as well as your Stormcast. The Huracanum doesn't work the opposite way, right? Like, it's not going to affect your Stormcast dudes. He does. Now, look, the Huracanum has some nice advantages, namely having a big, sweet Mortal Wound Storm of Shemtech that is incredible. Right? Mm-hmm. Like, no joke, that's amazing. All right? But that is on an aura on a fairly fragile unit, and that aura can shrink real fast. He doesn't lose. He doesn't have a monster chart. He is a monster. He does not have a monster chart. So his 14-inch move is locked. He's got 1 wound. He can still move his max move, drop in, give the +1 to many units. Okay? So, in my book, he should be about 260, 265. He needs to be about 20, 25 points cheaper than where he is. But I think he's interesting. Mainly because of Comet Trail. So, because he's not as bound, he doesn't force you into a tiny castle. You can still, have a couple guys tailing out a little bit, land, get that unit, and that unit. Boom. I think it's pretty cool. What do you think? Have I at least made a sort of case for him?
I don't know. I have a hard time getting excited about him. I mean, for his points cost right now, what is it, 285 right now?
285, yeah.
Yeah, I just think of the other things I can get for 285.
That is fair. That's what I'm saying. He needs to be a little cheaper. But I think he's got potential. Move this guy's points down.
He used to be a double caster, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
That's a real shame.
It is. Like, because the named one is still a double caster. This guy's not.
Yeah. I like that he buffs cities units. I mean, that's interesting for like a Cities of Sigmar army.
Yeah, sure. Hades said the silence was deafening. Yeah. I don't think I sold him.
It's really just how valuable is +1 to hit, right? And I don't know
it's
that it's
fine.
+1 hits pretty good.
That's very good. I'm not saying I'm just saying, is it 285 points valuable?
I mean, people spend 280 on a Huracanum, and that's often what it ends up doing. Yes,
Huracanum's
it also storms
blast
people.
up on the table. Yeah.
Sure. It often also storms people.
Yep.
Unless you're like me, where you love rolling ones on your Storm or Shemtech. But yes. Okay. I agree he's weaker than he probably should be for his points cost. But again, I feel like this guy, there is a right points cost where he could be interesting. It's not that far off, is my argument. So, mark him as a potential future. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
Lord Celestant on Dracoth. Okay, this guy has a lot of rules. They're all to do with his different stupid weapons. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
He has his Stormblast. All of the Dracoths have a unified Stormblast now. I'll explain that right here. Do not use the attack sequence for a Stormblast. Instead, roll a die. On a 4+, the target suffers D3 mortal wounds. Which is good. It's nice because it's just one target. 4-up, can't be given neg 1 to hit or anything like that. It's just you roll the die, it happens. All of the Dracoths do that.
Yeah.
And he can issue all-out command for free once per battle to Stormcast units. 7 wounds, 3-up save, 9 bravery. The Lord Celestant on Dracoth, 215 points. What you feel?
There's just so many units.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like,
I think we're running out of steam here.
Oh, we got so much more, guys. You better shovel some
I know.
coal.
For me, it's just that like I look at this guy and I'm just like, why? Like, there's other things I would run instead of him.
Yeah.
Sure, it's fair. It's a fair answer.
Like that's what I struggle with a lot of these.
Yeah, Vandus the same points cost?
Vandus is the same points cost, yes. But I mean, Vandus is locked in Hammers, right? So I mean, if you were in Hammers, there'd be no reason you'd ever take the generic one. Right. If you're outside Hammers, then maybe something different. I do think he could be interesting in a Redeemer build, like I said, with the 6-inch pylon trait,
mm-hmm.
right? Where he's just bouncing around and pinning.
That Stormstrike glaive, is that with the impaling strike on the charge is really good.
It is really good, yeah. 5 attacks, 3s, neg 2 goes to the 3 damage on the charge. Yeah. Like, he's got a decent attack profile.
I mean, heck, he's better than a Star Drake in combat.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I'm really not far off. I
Sure.
mean, he's certainly better than 50% of a Star Drake.
Okay, let's keep going. Ba-boom! Lord Arcanum on Celestial Dracoline. So this is one of the people we talked about previously. The Lord Arcanum on Celestial Dracoline. Where the heck is this idiot? 200 points. So that's what we're dealing with here. 8 wounds, 3-up save, 9 bravery. Basically nothing in melee because that doesn't matter. Built-in reroll charge. Has the pack alpha thing. Add 1 to the attack's characteristic of Monstrous Claws. Used by friendly Dracoline units wholly within 18 inches of this army. So, good. Of this unit. And Stormlance is a spell. Cast of 5, range of 12. If successfully cast, pick one point of the battlefield within range and invisible to cast, or draw a straight line between that point and the closest part of this base. For each enemy unit passed across by that line on a 4+, they take D3 mortals. So, I mean, you're going to take this if you want to run Dracolines, right? I mean, that's the reason you use this guy. That beginning and end of discussion. Yeah?
Right.
That's
I mean, I like in this case they kept some flavor and a clear use, right? I mean, I think that doesn't happen in all of them. We'll get to one later that I'm annoyed by, but this is one where this model is a clear like, you know.
It just says like, hey, I'm a power pair, use me, right? Like, yep,
right.
This is
right.
You like kitty caters, I'm your man, right? And he does have some good mount traits he can take. So like you can build around this guy. I
like that guy.
I like him as well. I think again, depending on your build, this guy could have some play. I absolutely think so. Like if you're doing a Dracoline build, it's fine.
Yep. Okay. I am a fan of him.
Yep. David Heron says you got to stop this man reads book Redux. How do you want me to read him, David? Put in the chat how I should be handling it. I'm
We
all ears,
could
buddy.
be like, hey, these are the good scrolls. These are the ones you need to, like how we've traditionally done.
Well,
Outrageously
somebody
long
might
books.
love something and then I skip it. I can be shorter if you want. Okay, that's fine.
You can try to more hot take this.
We can
Just
hot take it out. That's fine. I'm trying to like say what they work with, what they don't. We're getting to the point where we're going to have units that we're just going to more hot take. A lot of those guys, like we hot taked a few of them. We hot take right through Nave and the other ones, right? Just some of those behoove discussion. But I love the feedback, David. I'm ready for it. The Lord Arcanum on Griffcharger and the Lord Aquilor. I mean, both of these are actually quite similar because they're on little bird mounts. This is the first time we should talk about Ride the Winds Etheric. Instead of
Oh man, I love that.
Yes, instead of picking this unit to make a normal move or retreat, you can say that it will ride the Winds Etheric. If you do so, remove this unit from the battlefield and set it up on again on the battlefield more than 1 inch from all terrain features and objectives, and more than 9 inches from all enemy units. Okay. Oh, David said I prefer this format more by the way of performative dance. Now that I can do. Okay, excellent. Performative dance. All right, so this is the bird guy, and he wants to just teleport away from you. There he goes. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the teleport is super cool. I love Ride the Winds Etheric now. I really do. I've saw some people complaining about it. I do not understand that at all. Ride the Winds Etheric is super good now. You can just teleport away from people. That's amazing. And just reset up this whole army every round. Mm-hmm. Like, I do not understand how this is bad. It's extremely mobile.
It struggles with objectives, right? I mean, that's
Sure.
that's the challenge.
But at the same time, it also makes your opponent always defend every objective they're near with stuff all the time, every time. Right? Because if the second they walk away from an objective, you take it instantly. Tom, you play KO, an army that has things that teleport every round.
Yep.
How's that feel? To just be able to go, I'm not here, and resets up 9 inches away. Now, given you have shooting on some of those units, some of them shoot for crap. Nobody takes gun haulers because they're amazing firepower.
Right. It's amazingly powerful to be able to just redeploy across the table. And like I said, when I read that, I was like, "Oh, I'll run these."
Yeah.
As the owner of mini Paladors, I'm all for it. This is everything I've hoped for. And I'll be honest, I actually misread that rule again. I take back what I said. It doesn't struggle to hold objectives. I thought it said 9 inches away from objectives, but it's 9 inches away from enemy units.
Yeah, it's 1 inch from objectives. You just literally can't sit right on the thing. Like, oh no.
Yeah, so scrub what I said like a minute and a half ago.
Gotcha. Well, I'll edit it out.
Yeah, get that in post.
Sure, we'll get that in post. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the Lord Arcanum's a fairly... Oh, by the way, just to give you the points here, the Lord Arcanum on Griffcharger is 195. The Lord Aquilor is 200 even. So they're both about the same price.
Mm-hmm. So here's one of my big, like, hate it. Is the Lord Aquilor. This is one that I love this model. Love what, like, the role he's supposed to play. And I feel like they just took any kind of flavor out of this model completely. Like, he used to have a really interesting command ability where you could redeploy units with him and kind of bounce around the table and stuff. It wasn't used as often, but it was really interesting. And I felt like he had a really themey kind of combination with the units in the Vanguard chamber. And now he can issue a command ability to a Vanguard unit for free. It just seems like such a meh, like mailed in like version of what it could be. Yeah. I just feel like this is one example of the rules writers eliminate it for simplicity and eliminating interesting rules and losing flavor.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. I think that's fair. Like, I get where you're going with that. I think that this is, again, sometimes you need an army that just has, like, the simple stuff is the good stuff, and 5 free command points is pretty good, right? Like, that's pretty good. Like, that's actually an innately incredibly powerful ability, right?
Right.
It's just, but you're right.
I mean,
it doesn't
you're not wrong.
read Techie or Johnny. And I think a lot of times how well you read this book as being interesting is like how much into Johnny you lean, right? Like, to me, that didn't eliminate any flavor. I don't care. it does what I want it to do, right? Like, it gives my Vanguard units 5 free things every game. That's good, right? Like, it's prima facie functionally good and has a cool ability in Ride the Wind's Etheric, right? Which I think is super flavorful, and that this
And he's a decent beater too.
What?
He's a decent beater too.
He's okay.
He's okay. Let's not get carried away.
Yeah, he is armed with all of that stuff. Like, he's not forced to make a choice.
Right.
Which
he's
is
making that entire profile.
Yeah, he's okay.
Yeah, he's fine. It felt like it felt like a letdown for me because I feel like the Vanguard units in general are more interesting than they used to be, and I feel like instead of having a really interesting leader, like a lot of other parts of like a lot of other chambers have, the Vanguard chamber doesn't have.
Okay, I get that. That's fair. The Lord Arcanum, by the way, the cool thing about it is just that they have a good heal. That's why you would take the Lord Arcanum, because they have a good heal spell. And like D3/D6. Yeah, I mean it's a powerful ability. Like, healing is good. So
And they still stop the death of one model. Like, that does occasionally do something.
they still have Cycle of the Storm, yes. For some reason, we decided to keep Cycle of the Storm. Yes, I agree. For reasons I cannot comprehend.
It's bizarre.
That rule. So yeah. Okay. But yes, he can teleport every round. Both of them can if they're on birds. Basically anything in the Vanguard chamber, a lot of it can just teleport every round.
Yeah, it's not terrible.
No. Lord Imperatant, we saw him already. He's the new guy. He's good. Again, free command points, and he can make one unit every round drop within 7 inches. So,
which I don't hate that.
Nope, he's good. Simple, effective. He's fine. The Lord Imperatant's 175 points. He did go up some. He's worth it. Gets a burb. So, that's cool. He has a little bird friend. Lord Celestant. Oh boy. Oh boy. So this guy's just bad now. The Lord Celestant's 130 points. He's 6 wounds on a 3-up save. He has the standard the standard Lord profile. If he hits on a 6, it's 2 mortal wounds and it stops, and once per battle he can issue an all-out attack for free. Well, hachi machi. Like, this guy does nothing.
Poor guy.
Yeah, like, nope. Yeah. Pass.
Nothing to see here. Move along.
Right, like, pass. Hard pass. Oh, also, obviously, the Warcloak range attack is just terrible now. But whatever. It was always stupid. I always hated the cloak that threw hammers. I just wish they would have cut it. It should be an aesthetic thing. Like, either make it something real or get rid of it. Stop doing whatever you're doing. Okay. Lord Relictor. Let's talk about old models that got a sweet buff. Oh, this guy. Yeah. I'm in for him. I'm in for grins on this dude. Mr. Skullface. Okay, Lord Relictor. 6 wounds, 3-up save. He has the Lord Priest profile, which is like 4 attacks on the same thing.
Yep. He's praying on 2s.
Yeah, add 1 to chanting rolls. He does the Stormcast prayers on a 2, and he does the curse on a 3, baby. Yeah.
Dude is a beast.
I love this guy. He still has his heal, still has his mortal wounds / neg 1 to hit prayer. He's super good. He's 145 points. He also gained the totem keyword, by the by. Small note, I'll try to mention it when it's relevant. But because he's a totem, even if he's not your general, he can issue commands up to 18 inches away.
Yeah.
So, like,
and
great.
And he's been doing some agility work in the gym because he got an inch faster.
He did. Yeah, he skipped leg day back at the beginning of Age of Sigmar, and then he learned. Yeah, he's figured it out. So good, great, fantastic, staple. Like, in my top 6 heroes in the army, right? Which is relevant because you can fit 6 heroes in an army. So, he's so good. Like, he is absolutely top 6. Let's talk about another guy in my top 6. Lord Castellant. So, still gets his little burb. Now he has 8 wounds because of the bird. Because they just folded the bird into his profile. Which is great. In your hero phase, you can either pick one friendly Stormcast Eternals unit wholly within 18 or one enemy unit wholly within 18. I hate that the enemy unit has to be wholly within, but I don't care. You're never going to use that setting anyways.
Right.
And if you pick the friendly unit, which is what you're going to do, +1 to save rolls. There it is. Just does it automatically, and he is a totem. Still good. Still good.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
155 points. Again, love this guy. Yeah. Like, I have no issues with this dude whatsoever.
Yep, those are all, both the Relictor and the Castellano both kind of standbys in my old Stormcast builds. They'll still be, I mean, they're great. They're still good.
They will often find a slot in so many lists because, again, they're still so solid what they can do, right? They just provide raw utility power. Yeah, they're good. Lord Exorcist. What you want? We're really going to the flip side of the previous two here, real hard. Like, this is gonna. Whoa! You get some whiplash on this. Okay. The Lord Exorcist again has the priest attack profile 6 wounds 3 up. His spell is bad. I don't even. You have to do like stupid math to calculate if you get to do D3 mortals. His Redemptor Casket is an interesting ability, but you're not going to take it through him. The Redemptor Casket is slain models cannot be returned to enemy units that are within 9 inches of any friendly units with this ability. That is a very, very, very interesting ability. Okay? But you would never main this guy. This is like, I've never seen a more strong sideboard card printed as a model than this dude. Right? Like, Tom, tell me this isn't like the Tividar's Crusade of models.
Destroy all goblins.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is this. I hear that, Vince, but the farther I've gotten into this edition, the more I'm thinking that this guy, like, so he used to be 95 points. He jumped up to 120. Is that right?
Lord Exorcist? 170, Tom.
Oh, never mind. I was just kidding.
Yeah.
No, the reason why is like there are a number of things that will that like put models back on the table.
Totally agree.
Like every army with rally.
Sure. But I would point out that being in combat, which you often will be to be within 9, not always, but often, will also stop rally, strangely.
Right. Sure. But I'm thinking about even things like horrors.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I guess.
I mean, like, it doesn't work with horrors because they're not slain.
Right, they're not slain.
What you're talking about here is like, who would screw overs like Nighthaunt Chain Rasps and Reichnor's are like screwed hard, right? Because suddenly they get nothing back. There's actually the trick with it is this as a main is bad. There's a better way to get at this without sacrificing. That's
it's do a sequitur unit.
Correct.
But
yeah, it's just you're never going to take this guy. You're just going to take sequiturs. That's it.
Yep.
It's easy. So, nope, bad, pass. Lord Veritant, pass.
So wait, here's a quick question. What point value would that Lord Exorcist be valuable at?
Oh my god, so much less than what he is. I do not know how far he'd have to fall. A lot. Like, a lot. Like, so many. Many points.
I'm gonna say 120.
I don't even think he'd be worth it at that. I really don't, man. I really don't. He need to go even lower. He's just bad. Like, I just...
Okay. Well, we can think about it later.
Sure.
But just something to think about.
The Lord Veritant, 155 points. Also a priest, also a totem. His prayer is bad. It just does damage. And he can attempt to unbind.
But he has a Gristfound on his base.
He does. There is no world where this guy at 155 and the Castellant at 155, and I go, yeah, give me that Veritant. No world. You could be the permutation of a million realities. I never make that choice. Okay? And so, Hades, yes, stopping reviving slain models is decent. It's a good ability. But there's no reason to have to take a Lord Exorcist to do it for things we'll see later. That's you don't need this piece. We're gonna get that same ability in a better way. These two are the dark, awful inversions of the previous two. They're just worthless. Good. There you go. Okay. What is happening? Oh, there we go. Sorry. There we go. All right. The Lordinator. Our old buddy, the Lordinator. He's back. 130 points. Still gives +1 to hit for Order War Machines. Wholly within 9. And then he has a little thing with his hammer that nobody cares about. Because you're taking this guy for 130 points to get +1 to hit with War Machines. That's why you're taking him, right?
Yeah. I'm still really good if you're doing that build.
Sure. Like that's what it is. And I will say ballistas are interesting. We'll talk. I'll be interested to get everybody's take on ballistas. Right now they're in a tough spot given the dragon points, but we'll see.
Yep.
Again, dragons are incorrectly pointed, so it's not fair to points are points. Points can move. Right? It's the fundamentals of the thing. If the dragons go up 40 points and ballistas come down 10 or whatever, you know what I mean? Like things happen. So here we go. Points are very dynamic. Okay, the Lord Arcanum. All right. What's special about this guy? He can move predatory endless spells 6 more inches.
The endless spell thing?
Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
And then he can give people -1 to hit. And the Lord Arcanum is 155 points. Are you ever taking this guy solely for the extra 6 inches to endless spell movement?
That's the only reason why you're taking him.
Sure, I understand, and I get that. I'm saying, does he make the cut of being in a list because of that ability? That's what I'm asking.
I think a better question is: are you casting a lot of predatory endless spells with Stormcast? Probably not.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I would be casting with Stormcast. Because none of their hammer spell isn't good.
Okay, let me give you the one situation that I constructed where I think you would take this. You might take this guy.
Okay.
If you were running a heavy mortal wound splash build, okay.
Okay.
And you had something like the Burning Head or other similar summon within 6, and then it moves 8 predatories to be splashing mortal wounds around, right? Could be Jaws, could be whatever. Could be the various things that do D3 mortals and the endless spells. All right? Like in the generics. The difference between 6 and 8 and 6 and 14 means you hit the enemy line round 1.
Yep.
That's the difference. Okay? So if you were going for a crazy all-in splash mortal wounds around build, I could see it.
Yeah.
Hades said, what about Life Swarm? Maybe. I'm not sure Life Swarm is going to do a super huge lot against in a lot of builds that you're going to have for Stormcast, but maybe. Sure. You could your Life Swarm could go farther. It's not bad.
But there are a lot of ways to return models and to heal and all that kind of stuff. I don't think Life Swarm is actually needed, really.
Yeah. I think I'd rather build into other ways to get models back than spend on Life Swarm. I think he's probably a skip is my answer. Like I said, I need to play around with the mortal wounds all around the world build and see if I can get anywhere with it, and then maybe he'd have a place in there. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Hard maybe. Drake Sworn Templar. He has a 4-up save. We can now stop discussing this guy. That's it.
Yeah, not very compelling.
No.
I wish I had more to say about him than that. He's 455 compared to the other guy. He has a lot of different weapons he can take. And, yes, he has stuff like the Storm Lance where he can go in on a monster, and if you hit on a 6, he does D6 mortal wounds to the monster, which is cool. That's a cool ability. Okay, I'm not going to say it's not. He always gets his bow now, which I appreciate, so that's cool. I don't know what that bow is actually doing, but at least he gets it. He doesn't need it anymore, because now that Rain of Stars is a shooting attack, the old Drake in Star Drake in Living Cities, So you could then move after you shot. Like you had to have the bow guy, so he could move. But you don't need that anymore because Rain of Stars is a shooting attack now.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. This guy, I mean, because the thing is, like, you do the Storm Lance and then you charge into a monster. Maybe you do 6 mortal wounds, but then you're stuck fighting a monster.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, great. This is exactly where a Star Drake wants to be.
Like, I do not understand how a guy head to toe, completely clad in Sigmarite armor, on a dragon, completely clad in Sigmarite armor. What is the relevant difference between this guy and his buddy that is a 4-up save here and a 3-up save there?
It's a shield.
Why?
It's a tiny, tiny shield.
That's doing a lot of work. That dude's like... It's like the... It's Macross.
It's the animated shield.
Yeah, it's like the Macross point defense shield system, right? Just...
It's the animated shield from D&D, right?
Yeah.
It floats around in front of him.
He just loses it at the start of the fight. Yeah, it's true. An animated shield can only float for, what, 5 rounds or something like that? So that is true. That's all you need in a game. It's 5 rounds. Yeah, never mind. Go away. Knight Draconis. Oh, you sweet, sweet summer child. You underpointed, beautiful baby. Okay. Look, I love him so much, and I know he's cheap right now, but I don't care. I don't care. He's underpointed. Let's start at the beginning. He's 255 points. It's way too cheap for what I'm about to read. 12-inch move, 11 wounds, 3-up save, 8 bravery. Fine. He has the Draconic Flame Stream. It's the same shooting as the other dragons that we mentioned, right? As Krondus and his big brother. He has Arcane Heritage, which lets him ignore spells on a 4-up. So that's cool. Both he and the little boys have that. It's fine. Not a bad thing. He has the Wrath of the Draconith. Once per battle in your hero phase, you can pick one friendly Storm Drake Guard unit. That's the baby dragons. Is wholly within 12 of this unit that has not made a shooting attack in that phase. That unit can shoot. That's super good. That's super good. If you had a unit of 4 Drakes, that's about 8 mortal wounds. That's what comes out of it in the hero phase. So it's solid, and it's even more solid when we get to their abilities, because they can very easily be where they need to be to maximize that attack, for reasons we'll see on their scroll. And then he has like a Dragged into the Tempest ability, which is just Cavernous Jaws by a different name. But except that he doesn't get to pick the model, the enemy gets to pick the model.
Right.
So you can't kill a champion, you just kill a random guy in the unit. But that's cool. The important part about him is that his main sword, his Aeon Fire Blade, which, cool ass name. 3s, 2s, neg 3 rend, 2 damage each. Love me some neg 3 rend. So, yeah, this guy's good. He needs to be more points.
Yeah, he's a beast. And just these models, I mean, they're awesome. They're just so cool.
Yeah.
Love them.
Yeah.
Amazing models. I love this dude. I do hope his points go up some, but I'm going to run him. I'd run him if they would have come out and been bad, I would still be running him. I don't care. The scrolls could have been blank. They could have been Ipsum Lorem text. I would have put them on the table. Like, legit, all right? So, whatever. But yeah, just move him up some points and we're in a good place. He's a great thing. He is a monster. He has Thunderstrike, all that kind of stuff.
He has all the fun toys.
He has all
as good of a breath weapon as Krondus.
Yeah, sure. They all do. Okay. Dante says the Knight Draconis is the best hero in the book at his current points. I'd have to think on that. He might be. He is one of the... He also makes the babies Dragons battle line. That might be true. Like, pound for pound, point for point. That might be true, Dante. I'd have to think on that. This dude is a beast. He's real good.
Yeah.
Knight Relictor. Hot liquid garbage. Just the worst. The Knight Relictor is 140 points. He has bad attacks, and his only ability is each time a friendly Stormcast Eternals unit wholly within 12 of him is affected by a prayer or the abilities of an invocation, you can roll a die, and on a 4+, you ignore the effects of that prayer or invocation.
So he is a priest, which means he can pray, right?
He is a priest. He can pray. Yes, he has one prayer every round. Yep. He doesn't have any prayer himself.
But he gets the free one.
Yep. I get to select a prayer.
And the Relictor is 155. Is that what
145. 5 points more.
Oh,
5
get out of here.
Points more. For the
Get outta
ability
here.
to get +1 to pray and 2 solid prayers on the War Scroll.
And
Yeah,
totem.
this guy needs to be like 110.
This guy is straight garbage. I honestly, if he was way cheaper, I still don't think I'd take him. I just think that ability is bad. Like, will it do something sometimes? Sure, sometimes. Sometimes you might get blood boiled by somebody psychotic enough to still take Slaughter Priests. Sometimes you might get like a Magma Spitter invocation at you or something, or a Wrath Axe from a Khorne player. Sure, those things could happen. And then it'll be really neat to ignore that plan on a 4+. I also, by the way, think this model is super ugly. I know there's some real stands for this model in the chat. So hi, everyone who loves this. I apologize. Aesthetic sense is deeply personal. If this model revs your engine, cool. I'm happy for you. I just think he's ugly as sin.
I will say this. If he were like 100 points, you could take a prayer on him, like translocation or something, and and you couldn't fit a relictor.
Yeah,
like the normal relictor. I think he's a take because you don't care about his ability. You just take him for the prayer.
Yeah, like if he was, you're right. If he was like way cheaper percentage wise, a lot of the points that I've been talking about moving are like, oh, they need to go 10% up, 15% up, something like that, right? This guy needs to go down 40%, something crazy to be useful. But I agree. If he was like 100 points, sure. Then he'd be a great.
Like he would give a cheap alternative to as a priest, and that's what he needs to be doing.
Yeah.
Like lords need to be like 30% or more than knights of the equivalent thing.
Yeah. Hades, I want to know if you're still thinking about points in the scope of AOS 2. I think that whatever points you think AOS 3 is adding about 20% to that. No, I'm absolutely thinking of the up points. Yeah, I mean I'm comparing them in book to each other. Like again, Knight Relictor to Lord Relictor, right? Like that's I don't know a clearer distinction than those two, right?
They are in the same chart.
100 and Hades said because 100 points is cheap for a unit in 3.0, criminally cheap for a hero. Sure, there is a hero in this book that's 105 points. There are lots of heroes in the game still. We're going to review next week a hero way less than 100 points that is awesome in the Auric War Clans book. So they're still around, and they can still be valuable.
Most of my heroes in KO are 100 or less.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I threw out 100, but I actually legitimately I mean that because this guy is horrific. He's bad, very bad, embarrassingly bad.
Yes, it just feels like they accidentally left his prayer out or something. Like, oops, did we ship? Hey, did you ever write the prayer for that Knight Relictor? No, was I supposed to? Oh, that one's
I don't know.
It's like why
he's mixed into those
make
70 War Scrolls. I don't know.
Yeah, like somebody had to make a mold for this model for some reason.
Right. Yes, exactly. All right, Knight Judicator. This guy's really interesting to me, like super interesting. All right,
not at 200.
I'm even interested in him at 200, but we'll talk it through. 6-inch move, 5 wounds, 3-up save. He has his Terminus Greatbow, 30-inch range, 2 attacks, 3s, 2s, neg 3 rend, 3 damage. The first time he's set up, he also gets 2 Gryph-hounds, which is cool. So, like those are normal, true Gryph-hounds, so they can do the Bork. Once per battle in your shooting phase, he will Orbital Strike. He can call down the Gaze of Sigmar, which is just an Orbital Strike. Instead of attacking with its missile weapons, if you do so, pick 1 point on the battlefield within 30 inches of this unit, invisible to it. Roll a die for each enemy unit within 6 inches of that point on a 4+ D3 mortal wounds. This guy would be part of my mortal wound strategy, by the way, 100%. Yes. Now, you're right. You're absolutely right. He has 205 points, Tom. Okay.
That is so many points.
He's a lot.
For a 5-wound hero. He's like on Cetra levels.
But that bow is pretty good. I like neg 3 rend shots. I wish he had 1 more attack. I'd like him a lot more with 3 attacks rather than 2. I'll openly say that. But that Orbital Strike is pretty good.
At 2, he needs to be like 160.
Does he unlock anybody like for battle line?
Yes, he does. He unlocks Vigilors as battle line, which is actually
like if he's the general.
Yeah, if he's the general.
I don't know that I know Vigilors well enough to say whether that's good or not.
We'll get to him. Think about it when we get to Vigilors. Here's what I'll say. I agree with you. I think this guy is slightly overcosted, but at the same time, all shooting in both books is pretty expensive. Okay? Like, shooting is generally expensive and fragile, and you know what? Good.
Yeah.
Good. Like, that's not bad. We've spent the last 3 years complaining about shooting. Okay? And, like, and how much we hate shooting. And, like, it's the #1 rated NPE. And gosh, if only we could, we didn't have shooting being the king. And then they actually correctly or up point even maybe slightly a shooting unit. That's a better place to be in than slightly undercosted.
Right.
Agreed.
Like, honest talk. And chat, put it in there. Okay? Like, I would love to hear the chat's opinion on this. A lot of people watching right now. Would you rather have shooting be slightly overcosted in the game or slightly undercosted in the game? Which should shooting be, especially in non-primary shooting armies? Go ahead. I await your response. I think I know what the answer is going to be. Okay. But yeah, I think he's interesting. Super cool model. I mean, I'm going to get one of these dudes.
Yeah, he's a very cool model.
Knight Vexillor. So the regular Knight Vexillor is 120 points. 6 wounds, 3 up save, the weaker attack profile. His standard in either case, both these guys have a standard. There's 2 Knight Vexillors, obviously, the new one and then the original recipe. Both of them are totems, so they both broadcast 18-inch command points. Yep. Okay, cool. I mean, like, everybody's saying overcosted. Because, yeah, slightly overcosted. I'm not saying, like, whackily. I'm just saying, like, make it a little more expensive. So, yeah. They both allow reroll charges. The Vexillor has the Meteoric Standard, which would be part of my Mortal Wound strategy, because you pick a point on the battlefield. He has the same Orbital Strike once a game, but his, you don't roll a 4-up for it. It's just you pick the point and it happens to everybody within 6 inches. Which is, like, a lot, by the by. Okay? Like, we all understand this math?
Mm-hmm.
And so, and Listlab said shooting is keeping Khorne, Demon Princes, and Foxes in check at the moment. That's true, but I don't want to rely, like, my Smorgan, my mom once told me that 2 wrongs don't make a right. She was very wise. And Foxes are wrong. So, the Meteoric Standard, if you're going part of the Mortal Wound strategy, that's the one you're going to take. Because, again, it's super strong for dealing mortal wounds, right? For just chip damage. 1 point, everybody within 6 inches. Every unit within 6 inches, automatic D3 mortals. Or you're going to take the Pennant of the Stormbringer so you can just teleport somebody.
Yeah, I think in a Stormkeep list, I think that Pennant of the Stormbringer is interesting, right? It gives you some mobility. You can move a big block of your heavy Redeemer units forward.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Like, this dude's still good and still reasonably priced. Like I said, he's 120 points. Like, that's super reasonable for a 6 wound, 3 up save dude with a good ability. And even if you use the ability, he's still running around giving people reroll charges all the time, which is just a generically good ability. And as a totem. Yeah. So, I think I rate that dude. The Knight Vexillor with the Banner of Apotheosis, I don't rate him, the new dude. I think he's worse than his old counterpart, like 100% worse. Because, yes, he can do his resurrection trick, but it's very swingy. Because, you're rolling 3d3. Let's put this straight up into a unit of Vindictors. You're rolling 3d3 into a unit of Vindictors, and what you're hoping for is that you get average. Because then you get 3 Vindictors back, right? But if you roll poorly, which is certainly very possible, you don't get 3 Vindictors back. Right? That's what it comes down to. And that's like your once a game ability is 2 guys. Okay. Right? Whereas, and by the way, this Knight Vexillor is 160 points. He's 40 points more.
Oof. Yeah. No, I was going to say 3d3 on a Star Drake's pretty good, but not for 160 points.
Right.
No.
Like, there are just other methods of healing we've talked about, right? The Relictor has healing.
Yep.
Like, there are other people that have healing we could use. Right?
Yep.
He does look super cool. There's no reason you couldn't just take the new Knight Vexillor, snip off his banner, put on a new banner, Ta-da!
Yep.
Or yeah.
What days
Don't
will I
even
be at Gen
replace the
Con?
banner.
Tomorrow on. Somebody asked what days will I be at Gen Con? Tomorrow on. If you happen to see me, say hi if you're going to be there. Yeah, I mean, he's just not worth 40 points more. Old guy, good. New guy, bad.
Bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Brian
Agreed.
said at least 3 Vindictors is a 63% chance. I'm just going to round up what you said, Brian. And that's my problem. You're right. 3 Vindictors is only a 63% chance. That's
Right.
not enough.
Right.
That
Right.
means 40% of the time, and put it this way, in a tournament, statistically, 2 out of the 5 games, I don't get my 3 Vindictors back. And that's just one more Vindictor. That's not even doing that much, right? Like, that's what we're talking about here.
Mm-hmm.
Could I just keep the same banner? Sure, just say he's the old guy. Who cares? Nobody knows. This is my Knight Vexillor.
Right.
Okay. It is, in fact, a Knight Vexillor. I don't even know if that counts as proxying. Oh, now we get to the... Now it's time to slaughter some things that Vince loves. Let's kill another one of Vince's darlings here. Here we go. My city's army with my Knight Venator and Knight of Zeros. I'm glad I got Nashcon in with these two, David, because, oh god, did we ruin these two. The Knight Venator is bad now. He has 175 points. How do you feel about that compared to the other Knight now? This guy compared to that dude. Because let me tell you what, I'm taking the other guy. 5 wounds, 3-up save. His shooting attack is like, whatever. He makes 6 attacks on 3s, 3s, neg 1 damage. I love that there's 0 difference now between his bow and a bird. And once per battle, his Starbuster arrow went from super cool to bad. Because now, instead, you pick an enemy unit and roll a die. On a 3-up, it's D3 mortals. If it's a hero or monster, it's D6. It doesn't even do the same job it used to, which was pull all-out defense.
Right. And this guy's how much? 170?
175.
175.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Poor
this
guy.
guy. This guy is bad
This
now, and it's a shame. Knight of Zeros.
And this guy is only bad. He's even like Knight of Zeros is even worse to me.
Okay.
Talk about
now,
a fall. This is one where, like, man, boy,
It's a
how
true fall
far
from
we've
grace.
fallen. Like, we've fallen so far. Because remember back to when the Knight of Zeros was, like, the thing back with, like, War Brotherhood, where it would, like, he would,
Yeah,
like,
sure.
this is back in, like, 1.0, where he'd pick a point and, like, bring down units, like, into combat, and he was so broken. And then he was, like,
bomb.
yeah, it was just, like, just so awesome. Like, he was just, like, so awesomely good, right? And, like, he
Yep.
broke the game. It was a whole thing. Then he went into 2.0, and he was, like, really good, but not game-breaking. Boy.
Okay. Let me talk about the Knight of Zeros here. All right. Because part of the problem that we all run into with this guy is anchor bias. Okay? We look at his old ability versus his new ability, and his new one is so much objectively worse than the old one that no matter how good this ability was, we cannot look at this thing in a vacuum. Okay?
That ability, that once per turn ability, is not worth 140 points or whatever they're asking for him.
He's 120.
Yeah, it's still not worth that.
I understand. Okay?
Like maybe at 90.
He's not 90. He's better. He's still a very fast flying hero with a 5 wounds and a 3-up save, right?
100.
This guy is a built-in +1 to hit. Now again, let's forget the old Knight of Zeros for a moment. Okay? Forget the old bubble of re-rolling wounds.
Okay.
Okay?
Hits. Yep.
It's +1 to hit rolls for free that you can just pick a target unit and say everybody in the following phase is +1 to hit.
Yep.
Okay? So, even if you get roared, you're still getting the +1, right? It can stack very easily with all-out attack. Like, +1 to hit is good. Let's not lose sight of that. Okay?
But it's not 120 points good.
And my actual, like, I miss the open the lantern to do mortal wounds. That's actually the thing I miss.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Now, the melee profile on this person got a lot better because they got the full-on Stormcast combat profile.
Right.
They used to be 4 attacks, 3s, 3s, neg 1 damage. Now they're 5 attacks, 3s, 3s, neg 1 2 damage. Like,
Yep.
significantly better in combat.
Yep.
Okay. Again, also a totem, so also has the 18-inch range for commands. Okay. The Knight of Zeros is definitely not as good as it used to be. All right?
Yeah.
My actual problem with it is the timing on the ability.
Yeah.
Yep.
I wish it worked. I wish it worked, like, earlier.
At the hero phase?
No, not the hero
at
phase.
the end of your movement phase. At the
Right.
end of
So
your
it would,
movement
so I could
phase.
apply it in shooting. Right.
Right.
So we could focus fire. Now, it doesn't matter. We're gonna have a different way we do that. Like, we got a different way to
Right.
get at that. Okay, that we'll
Right.
get to. But all I'm saying is the reason people are so sour on this guy is look, there is an anchor bias here, and you have it. You're hurt by what you lost. Regardless of how good this is, you can't objectively view it.
Yep.
And, like, +1 to hit is good. Okay? Is it worth 120 points? I don't know. Probably not. But that's still a pretty good hero. Like, it's a very fast, mobile buff that doesn't require a command point.
I like that he's a totem.
Yeah. By the
That's
way,
interesting.
that scheme, all I ever think about, David, is that scheme. The have a totem.
Right?
I was years ahead of my time, David. Years ahead of my time.
Oh my god! And we gave you so much grief for it, and yeah, man, this is the perfect situation. A
Now
little too
banners
late.
are back and totems are back, right? Like, now is the time. But anyways.
Yep. Yep.
So, you know, like, the Knight of Zeros is interesting. And Andrew, I don't think that's fair. Like, the dragons are awesome and they are underpointed, but we've talked about a lot of stuff in here that's valuable. A lot. This army isn't just dragons. Like, that's just such a shallow read on a pretty deep book with different playstyles. And that's not insulting you, Andrew.
Right.
Not at all.
Like, there's a lot of tech here. The key is there's a lot of tech here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of redeploy. There's a lot of, like, reset up stuff. And, yeah. And we're still getting to some of the best stuff.
Here's what I'll say. I wouldn't be surprised if you still sometimes see Knight of Zeros in lists. He's still a flying hero. He could be in Tempest. He can still, because it's at the end of the charge phase, he can get deep in there and give that +1 to hit to anybody he wants. And if you're using other, like, I could see him being in sort of the Paladin builds or something, where he's another way for them to get +1 to hit.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. The advantage
I
of
see.
him is that it's a target enemy unit. It's not. So imagine a world where you're actually running two of these guys for power pair purposes, because the key is that it stacks with all people attacking are going to get that bonus to hit, and you'll also have, now I'm thinking about it, and it stacks with all out attack.
Mm-hmm.
So the net, like, this could actually swing just the net math pretty significantly.
This is what I'm saying. Like, he's another interesting way and a pretty cheap frame to counter out -1 to hit. He's certainly a heck of a lot cheaper than the Lord on Tour.
Well, I'm thinking about it from a Night Haunt standpoint, and I'm running Spirit Torments, 2 of them,
Mm-hmm.
at like 115 or 120, like right in the same spot,
Yep.
with basically the exact same purpose.
Right.
Now mine is giving re-rolls, and I have a little bit of model regen, but I have worse damage than what this guy. Well, no, I mean, I do have -2 Ren on those guys. Yeah, I don't know. He has much higher mobility. Like, maybe he has a spot in some builds.
That's what I'm
Is
saying.
what I'll say.
I like, just when,
Yeah.
when I heard the outcry of this, it read as anchor pricing so hard to me, right? It was an anchor
Sure.
bias coming out, like, just
Sure.
so strong. Because he definitely got worse. No disagreement. Absolutely true.
Yep.
Like, old ability was better. Yes, 1,000%. Okay. And I missed the
Yep.
mortal wound explosion on the lantern. I thought it was the coolest thing. That he could just, like, shine the
Yep.
bright light and burn away chaos.
Agreed.
So, this is one of those things that, again, we stripped back a little too much off of
Yep.
this guy. All right, Knight Arcanum, bad. New unit, bad. I want to keep pointing this out. And the reason I keep hammering this is because this narrative of like all the new units are super good and everything old is super bad.
No. Yeah, there's some new units that are super bad. My question, what's this guy's price again?
The Knight Arcanum is 135. It is for a single cast wizard that's really the only ability they have is in very average spell.
Yeah, like I like what their ability does. I just wish that it was larger.
Sure, then it might be interesting. But in fact, what we're going to be taking
Like-
is the Knight Incantor, because I'm about to read this thing. Because
Right,
that's the
yeah,
one
of
we're
course.
actually taking.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
The
Yeah,
Knight
that's fine.
Incantor still remains the wizard. So Knight Incantor, 5 wounds, 3 up save. Perfectly average melee profile. The Knight Incantor still has the Dispel Scroll. So fantastic. And still has a good spell in Spirit Storm with an 18-inch range of neg 1 to run and charge. I love neg 1 to run and charge. Neg 1 to charge is such a potently powerful ability. It can skew
is.
the game in your favor in
Yep.
incredible ways.
Yep.
Hades says they took away the Spirit Flasks. Like, these are the things I don't miss. No, I don't miss the Spirit Flask at all. Not even a little.
No.
I hated rules like that. I would have cut that
Mhm.
immediately. Like, those kinds of things are things people forget. New players can never get in their head. They're confusing in how they worked. The number of times I've had to
Right.
explain to people how their own Spirit Flasks work in applying the mortal wounds. Right? These are the kind of rules that just shouldn't be there. Like, I'm not trying to beat you up, Hades. It's I understand, like, it's a loss. But again, that's just, like, I really think there's, like, an anchor thing up there of, like, oh, I lost something, so I feel that really painfully. Right? The Knight Incantor does everything I want to do. Good spell, good ability in the scroll, 125 points.
Yeah. I think it's that 125 point cost that really gets it, though, and that's really where
She should be.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think she's effectively pointed for what she does, and that auto unbind is just so valuable.
Right. So, yeah, like, ultimately, like, and I get it. I get that the old thing was fun because you could blow up a bunch of flasks and stuff, but it was just them trying to write rules for every little bojangle on the model. It just didn't need to be there. It should have never been there to begin with. Okay. Cool. Knight Zephyros. Skip.
I love him.
It's a cool looking model.
I love her.
Yeah.
No, I like what she does.
Okay. Defend it for me. Go. She has the teleport.
She has the teleport. So her points are
120.
120. So you're telling me that I have a model. So let me say it this way. Do you like the gun hauler?
I do like the gun hauler, Tom. It's 150.
What if
It's going to be your point of comparison.
it is 155?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yep.
What if the gun hauler could also always teleport out of combat, even against flyers,
Sure. Yeah.
to go snake objectives?
Sure.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And she can, if you need, she can run and still shoot.
Sure.
So she could have that 12-inch move. Her shooting is only marginally better than the gun hauler, or marginally worse than the gun hauler.
The gun hauler
Yes.
does admittedly hilariously often whiff in how it shoots, but sometimes it can also spike big damage. I mean, it is a damage 2 shot.
Yes, it is. It is. But my point is that, like, this is one of those units you can just pick up and redeploy.
Advantage
is
is
a
you
unit-
have an easy redeploy on a tiny base.
A easy redeploy on a tiny base that you can put command abilities wherever you need in the hero phase.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's say that you need to issue commands somewhere on the board. She can just be there.
Yeah.
Like, it is a really big deal. Like, yes, I really wish that she was 2 damage. Like, if she was 2 damage, we'd be like, I think that she would be in most lists.
Okay.
At 1 damage, it makes it a little bit more like she's more of a tech piece and not a combat piece.
That's fair. Yeah, she feels a little too expensive, but I like your defense there. That is interesting. She is on such a tiny base, her redeploy is highly threatening, right? Because it becomes
Right.
almost impossible to zone her out. So she can bounce.
She,
Okay.
I like that she makes people play weird,
Right.
right? Like,
Yeah.
but that's all. That's valuable.
That is an interesting.
Like,
I like your point, Tom. I like it.
and when she lands, she still gets 3 pistol shots.
Sure. She sees herself
Like
pistol smoke. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, like there's still like they're okay. Like one might land, but
Sure.
but
She lands.
but it's not just a redeploy. Like
Yeah,
it's just it's not just a redeploy with no function. Like
Yeah,
she's
yeah.
actually going to put some damage
Stop
somewhere
tapping
on the
the table.
battlefield
You can't help
and
yourself.
possibly charge it.
Put your
I
arms
can't
like I do,
because
Tom.
It's 12:30, dude.
I get it.
Continue.
Just
Okay.
do spirit fingers the whole
Spirit
time.
fingers the whole time. Get into the interpretive dance, Tom. It's fine.
No.
Knight Heraldor. You will never take this guy because he lost his run in charge or retreat in charge, unless you ready. There's a reason.
More wounds everywhere. Yeah.
The reason you take this guy is because you took the Predator's Domain grand strategy where you control more terrain than your enemy, and like 1 or 2 of these guys in your list will make sure you auto-complete that grand strategy because your opponent knows if they get near terrain to claim it, you'll just be like, "Womp," and just mortal wound them right off of there, right? So you just auto-complete that grand strategy. So there you go.
Cosm of my entire feeling about how a lot of like the rules went away. Like this was
Yes.
one where they took a rule away that I just didn't understand why it needed to go away because it was
Right.
themey. It didn't break the game.
Yep.
It was like, yeah, you're blowing a horn, so you charge better, right? And it's like
Right.
literally every fantasy thing you've ever seen in your life tells you that, right?
Yep.
But I don't know that he's useless. That is the points cost. 105 points is pretty affordable. And if you're playing on tables with decent sized terrain, you're gonna hit stuff. And if you're talking about like a splash damage build, I think he goes into a splash damage build
Yeah, I
before
think
other things.
Yeah, I think if I was in the splash damage build, I'd have him in there because it is on a 2+ for D3 mortals for
Yes.
everybody within 3 inches of the terrain.
But it's a feature wholly within 18 of him.
Sure.
And
You can
like
drop
that's not
He can run and do that.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
not
I
actually
know.
a shooting attack.
I know.
And he can drop from the heavens, right? He drops from
Right.
the heavens, and you can pretty much guarantee you'll get something within range.
Yeah. Again, I do agree. In the mortal wound build, he could have a home. I also agree with you that like he should have just kept it could have just been like once per battle you can can run in charge when he takes a special.
But now all dragons just get that anyways with the celestial mount trait.
Well, one does, but sure, not all of them. But yes, I
But he
understand.
can get like the Ford to victory or whatever it is.
Right.
Like
Yeah, or he could like
battle.
issue one of the commands for free or something like that. Like there were things they could have done that still would have been on theme. It just feels like they didn't put in the work on this guy. But he is cheap. And Smorgan said, as a Seraphon player, exploding terrain is super strong. It's true. Like it's what this guy does is effectively what the Seraphon Realm Shaper engine does to a point. Like close enough at least. And, I think the mortal wound thing is still strong. It depends a lot on the terrain on the tables. That's part of the problem, right? That's very much out of your control. But in a mortal wound spammy build, again, I would take Predator's Domain and just be like, I'm definitely owning this grand strategy. Nobody's going to touch her. They're going to try their best to stay away from terrain. And that's a big win. So, whatever. He's cheap. Cheap is good. Oh, Night Questor.
Skip.
Yeah, skip. Like, again, nope. Still didn't get there. He has the new profile. He's still bad. 120 points. That's what he is. Okay. Vindictors. Now we're to the units. Here we go. I'm going to actually timestamp the freaking, the actual regular units. Because it's so insane that it took us this long to get here. Fortunately, with doing the heroes, we've done more than half the book. So there you go.
I'll bet we have.
Okay, Vindictors. We saw them. They're good. They're fantastic. They're 130 points now. They're Redeemers. They make 11 attacks as a group. They are Bravery 8 if their Standard Bearer is present. And their attacks are on 6s. They have 2-inch reach. What about these guys is bad? Nothing. They're fantastic battle line. They're fantastic.
They're the stick with which all the other battle lines are judged, and most other battle line falls short.
Yeah, we're going to be judging against them with the other Redeemer units. Yes, because they are the measuring stick. That I agree with. Vanquishers. Okay, so this is the other new Redeemer unit, right? So these guys have a sword. They add 1 to the attacks if there are 5 or more models in the unit they're attacking. They add 2 to the attacks if there are 10 or more models. They did set the target low, which I appreciate. Base 2 attacks, 3s, neg 1 damage. No mortal wound capability, though. But they do get up to 4 attacks. They have a 4-up base save. Pass. Complete pass.
How much is it for 10 of them?
Okay, Vanquishers are... They are still battle line. They're 125. They're 5 points cheaper than Vindictors.
So they're 125 for 5.
125 for 5, yes, correct. As opposed to 130 for 5.
And if you have 10, you can have a standard bear and a musician.
Yes, correct. And they do have an interesting ability that's worth mentioning, that 1 in every 10 models is going to be a Vanquisher Herald. If they receive the rally command, they come back on a 5+ instead of a 6, which is an interesting ability.
Good. Which is why I was trying to think about them en masse.
The problem is they don't have a 2-inch reach, so when you have 10 of them, they're very hard to use effectively, right?
Yeah.
And they have no mortal wound capability. So, like, with only Rend 1, even with a lot of spammy attacks, they're just going to be hard-pressed. Like, they're great for chopping through low armor stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
Like hordes. They're a good
hordes.
horde clear.
Yeah.
They're literally Lumineth Blade Lords, but Stormcast.
Yeah, but the way those rules should have been written, probably. That's
Probably, yeah. But both are hard to justify. The Blade Lords have their guard ability. But yeah, I mean that's like
Yep.
So yeah, it's to me they're not passing the test. They're not passing the muster. Like at only 5 point savings.
Liberators.
Okay, 115 now. Our original Redeemer unit, right? Their weapons are just now weapons. If you have hammer and shield, it's 2 attacks, 3s, 4s, neg 1, so they did get rend. If you pair the hammers, you go up to 3 attacks, 3s, 4s, neg 1, and then the grand weapon guy, which only 1 in 5 gets now. The prime doesn't get the grand weapon for free as well. It still has to respect the other things. Like, at 1 model in this unit can be a Liberator Prime. Add 1 to the attacks characteristic of that model's Heaven's Wrought Weapons, paired Heaven's Wrought Weapons or Grand Weapon, and all models...
No, you can still have a Prime with a Grand Hammer.
You can, but you can't get 2 models then. It's either him with a Grand... You can't, like, it's not him and another guy with a Grand Hammer. He doesn't have it as, like, a weapon option, is my point. Yes, you can hand it to him.
No, in the champion, like, text, it says he can take a Grand Weapon.
You're missing my point. You can't have 2 of them per 5.
Why?
You never could with Liberators, I don't think.
Okay, that's fine. So yes, he can still have the big hammer. So fine. I wasn't saying he can't take it. He can take it. He's just not. It's not also him for free.
Yeah, I don't know that that's true, but okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, it was only Sequitors that could take 2. Gotcha. All right. So these guys are 115. At the end of the combat phase, you can pick 1 unit that is within an inch of them and 6 inches of an objective on a 4+ D3 mortals. So it's more of the like, you hit them, you take D3 mortals. At the end of the combat, if they're alive, they push and do D3 mortals. And if you've got at least half of the unit having shields, they're +1 to save. So here's my question. At 115, do they stack up to Vindictors?
No.
I think it's completely up to if like your points in your list. I think if you can't fit a unit of Vindictors, then that's when you take a unit of Liberators, but I don't think you ever take them over Vindictors.
Yeah, I think that the points differential between the two isn't big enough to justify the savings, right? They clearly don't have the same capabilities.
If these were 100, then I would consider it that 25 points. But at this, like, it's just worse for the defenses. And the other one, and the offenses are better on the other one also. Because your numbers are better, your attacks are better. Yeah, it's just...
Yeah, they're an interesting unit. I don't know, like, I'm not going to say they're straight up bad, okay, because I don't think that's the case.
Sure.
Like, built-in +1 to save is good. More little mortal wound potential is fine. Like, they're okay. All right, they're okay. But I feel like in the Vindictor match, they still need to be a few more points cheaper than this. But I know there are some people who really stand these. I mean, I was talking in a chat earlier, and there's some people really standing libs because of the lower points cost, right? Like the fact that when you multiply that out, it does actually add up to quite a bit. And I think there could be something to that. I haven't played with the list enough to really feel the difference. And I feel like I would need to play this and see the mortal wounds before and after combat, and is that stuff adding up? Right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know
I'm
they're
really
terrible.
torn on these guys. I know I'd like them a lot better at even 110. Which sounds so small, but like even that little bit then multiplied out, it just feels more like more of a thing is happening if I'm taking them out in my Redeemer build. Okay, but now let's get to the one that I think is really the interesting discussion. Sequitors. 145. That's what we're looking at for Sequitors. Also battle line. Also 5 of them for 145. Obviously 2 of these guys can still take the big Great Mace. Now, if you, with one of them, you have to not take the Great Mace to take the little redemption cache if you want it.
Yeah.
So, like, depending on how many you have, you got to have at least 1 redemption cache. So you got to sacrifice a Great Mace for the redemption cache. At the start of combat, they can either tilt shields or weapons, which is, you know, still really, which is way better now in 3.0 because you can't get always strikes first out of it, right? You'll always get to activate this. So if you tilt weapons, then you double tap on 6s. If you tilt shields, they gain a ward save of 5 up. And they have the redemption cache, which is slain models cannot be returned to enemy units that are within 3 inches of this unit's Sequitur Prime. And the whole unit has rend. The regular weapons are rend, 2 attacks, 3/3s, neg 1 damage. The Great Maces are 2 attacks, 3/3s, neg 1 2 damage. Here's what I'll say. I really like Sequiturs. Yes, they're on a 4-up save. But that 5, being able to tilt shields into a 5-up ward. Now, again, it's only in the combat phase. But I like these guys a lot. I don't know if they're pointed exactly correctly. Maybe they should be a tippy tad cheaper.
You
But I
said
like
they're
them.
what?
145.
Yeah, I can't do it at 145.
That's where I'm at as well. I think they just don't stack up favorably to Vindictors again. Like I think at 15 points cheaper, it's a hard time justifying it. I think the redemption cache is really, really interesting. I think you definitely take one because I think that it can be really big against certain opponents.
Because it's just a new tech piece.
Yeah, right, sure. I guess I'm just getting really excited about a new tech piece.
It's a cool tech piece though. And to answer Dayfair, no, they don't have the Lord Arcanum tax. These are just battle line, just straight up battle line all the time. These are all battle line choices we're discussing. All Redeemer battle lines, right? So these are direct comparisons against each other. No tax, no other units required. Boom.
The other thing that I think is important is that ward only applies in combat. So it doesn't help them against like ranged mortal wounds or anything like that.
Sure.
I think that what's that?
Spells.
Yeah. Right. So a lot of the big culprits of mortal wounds aren't getting stopped by this ability. I think they're good. Go ahead.
I say it's not the mortal wound shield of Chaos Warriors. Like that's not what this is.
No.
Yeah, but I mean the mortal wound shield of Chaos Warriors is like it's only mortal wounds. It's not a ward. So there's some give and take there. Like
that's true.
In the combat phase, this is way more powerful than the Chaos Warrior shield. Like insanely better. Okay.
Yeah, because it's going to be all damage that they take. That's
correct.
True.
Here's my argument. Ready? Here's what I'm going to say. These guys should be the same cost as Vindictors, or pretty darn close. Like maybe 135.
They should be 130.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could believe 135. Andrew said, I came in at the start of the unit discussion. Do certain storm hosts favor a certain battle line? Yes, 100%. Absolutely. There are some that either create new battle line or absolutely favor them. Yeah, 100%. Flaming Pole, no, you cannot get beat out of this anymore because of the new sequencing in the combat at section 7, I think.
Right.
Or 6, I don't remember, whatever. No, all start of combat abilities for both players happen in order. then the fight at the start happens, then normal, then end of fight, or fight last, then end of combat abilities. There is an exact step to them now, so you can never get cheap housed out of this. To me, Sequitors need to be 135.
Yeah.
That's my number. They should be just slightly more expensive.
Yep. Yep. I don't hate these guys. I mean, I think they have some play for sure. They just don't, again, stacking up the Vindictors, they just don't quite make it.
Yeah. Agreed. Right now, in the great battle line Redeemer battle, I think Vindictors do come out on top. Here's a case where the new guys do come out on top. But it should be noted that the older models are only losing here slightly on points. And that's it. Right? So there's interest here. Okay. Judicators. Judicators got real interesting now. Obviously, these guys are Justicars. They can be double tapped with the command ability. Skybolt Bow. I'm just going to cover this quickly. You're never going to take the Shockbolt Bow. Never. The champion never takes it. It's stupid to take it. It does not make any sense. It's bad. Okay? So just forget that exists. You have 5 guys, and the champion gets +1 attack with his Skybolt Bow. That's what happens. So this unit makes 11 shots. And here's the simplest way I'm going to describe these. These are snake bows now. They're snake bows. They're the bow shooters from Doc. Okay? That's it. Because they're a 24-inch range, 2 attacks each, 3s, 3s, neg 1, rend 1 damage, and 6s to hit, go straight to mortal wounds. That's what they do. Now, the difference that is relevant is 2 things between them and snake bows. They're more expensive, because these guys are 200 points for 5 of them. Snake bows are undercosted anyways. They should be more expensive. Snake bows are way too cheap right now. Okay. No, you never take the Shock Bolt Bow, Brian, because the Shock Bolt Bow doesn't get the mortal wounds. Okay? The Celestial Blast is only for Skybolt Bows. So that's it. Your average on D6 is 3. The number of attacks that the champion makes with his advanced on a Skybolt Bow is 3. These are the same number, except that this one does mortal wounds. This one does not. Hence, this one is worse. It's very simple math. Okay, so at any rate, they're snake bows. And they're straight battle line. Straight battle line.
Yep.
These guys are good.
Yeah, they're good. They turned out a lot better. I think, they're solid.
Okay.
Nothing else to say about them. I mean, they're good quality shooting. Adjudicators have always been fairly, decent. I mean, well, they went through probably a period where they were less good, but
they're better now.
And you can take these guys in a unit of 15 because they're straight battle line all the time. So they can go up to 15 no matter what your build. If you take the double tap command ability, it's 31 shots. 31 shots in the hero phase. Or 31 shots total, sorry. That's what I'm trying to get at. Or 31 shots in the hero phase. You get it. My brain can't do math. But yes, they're real good. I mean, right? Am I missing anything here? Last time I checked, snake bows are real good, right? Yes, they can shoot in the hero phase once per game with the command ability. It's not every round, but it's good. To be fair, snake bows don't usually shoot in the hero phase every round either because Marathi dies at the top of 3. So, yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Judicators with Bolt Storm crossbows. Oh, by the way, I saw somebody say, I already built mine with the Shock Bolt Bow. No, you didn't, because nobody knows what the heck a Shock Bolt Bow is. You just go, they're all Skybolt Bows, man. Don't worry about, little modeling things like that. Who cares? Who cares? They're all Skybolt Bows. The champion's bow just looks cooler. He gets the cool-looking bow, because he's the champion. They gave him the nice one. Judicators with Bolt Storm crossbows. All right, here's how Bolt Storm crap works. If it hits twice. That's it. Okay? That's all. Not if it hits on a 6. If it hits, it's 2 hits. Period. So this unit of 5 guys, right, makes 11 attacks, and every hit on a 3-up becomes 2 hits. Bloop, bloop. That's it.
Yeah, Skybolt
190.
bows are better.
Way better. So better. 6 inch shorter range. This spammy no rend thing just doesn't work here. It just doesn't work. Okay, like the Judicators are way better.
Yep.
Castigators. Nope. You want to defend Castigators?
Yeah, so they're like 3 for 95 now. Is that right?
Oh God, you're gonna make me find these guys. Where are they in the list? No, I think they're more than that.
Like 105, I think.
Where are they? There you go. Well, 105, correct. Thank you. And they have no status of anything. They are just an other unit.
So no, they're Justicars, which means that they trigger.
I just meant they're not battle line or anything.
Correct. So you're getting 3D, like out of a unit, you're going to get 3D3 shots plus 1, right? So on average, you're going to get 7 shots out of this unit.
Okay.
At -2 rend.
Sure.
And 6s are going to double tap against malignants and demons, which aren't going to normally matter for most intents and purposes.
Okay.
So 7 shots at -2 rend at 18 inches. That's not bad.
Okay.
For 105 points. Like, think about the comparatively to the other shooting units in the game. And especially in this army. And it's technically 3 models. So, like, I could see deep striking, like, these just outside of an objective, and they're going to come down, like, let's say that you've put like crap on an objective, right? Just like a 5 junk units, 5 models that are junk is a junk unit, or 10, like a 10-man Arco unit or whatever.
Okay.
When these guys come down, they're going to come down and do some damage. I don't know how much, but they're going to do some.
Okay.
Right. And then you can move in and do it again next turn. Like, so often you have stuff like you come down and you're like, I'm going to come down with a unit of Liberators to threaten this objective.
Sure.
They do nothing unless you make a 9-inch charge.
Sure. Agreed.
These guys actually come down, do something. They're going to put a couple wounds on because they are.
Yeah, it's -2 rend, sure.
Right. And they're going to do more wounds next turn as they move on to the objective.
Okay. All right.
And they're only 105. I like them. I like them in an MSU 3-man units.
All right.
So
maybe my initial take on them was wrong. I'll have to think about that. I got to think about the math. So maybe potential in Castigators. Okay.
So, like, think about this. For 210, you get 14 -2 rend shots.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And they can both come down and shoot the same target.
Okay.
How many points are Judicators?
200.
It's
so it's about
200.
the same comparison.
Yeah.
But you get
-2
rend shot instead of -1s.
That's actually pretty good. And it could spike higher.
Well, but the others have mortal wounds where you're not going to get mortals on this, but it's all -2 rend.
Okay.
And if it's against malignants or demons, you could double tap.
Sure.
So, like, I don't hate them.
Yeah.
So just something to think about.
It's interesting. Interesting. All right. Maybe my initial read was wrong. I think you might have turned me around a little there, Tom. Yeah, Castigators. All right. I got to think as I'm trying to build out a couple lists, to like see what
it's just
build the various lists. This could be interesting as part of a shooting thing. Yeah.
It's an interesting tech piece.
Like
it's not
Mr. Gang says evocators can pair with them. They can empower them. I'll have to look at that. I didn't think about that combo.
The +1 to wound. Yep.
There you go. Yeah, because then his point was if evocators empower them, his point was you'd be on 2s and 2s.
Yeah.
Which does change a lot.
Yep.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
It does change a lot. Okay, cool. You may have turned me around on Castigators. All right. Okay, cool.
So it's not your primary tactic, but I think that there
it's
are
a nice
some
little side strat. Yeah. No, it's not bad. Yeah. Okay. All right, Vigilors. So this is our new shooting unit, our kind of mixed shooting and melee unit, right? And these guys, you're taking them for one reason. So they're 6-inch move. They're a little faster. 4-up save, fine, whatever. 2 shots out of the Stormcaller bow, 18-inch range, 3/3s, -1 damage. So their base profile is, a shorter range Judicator, right? And excuse me, their ability is Navigators of the Storm. In the shooting phase, if any wounds caused by attacks made with this unit's Stormcaller bows are allocated to an enemy unit, add 1 to the hit rolls for attacks that target that unit until the end of that turn.
Yeah.
The same unit cannot be affected by this ability more than once per turn. I like these guys quite a bit. They do go battle line if they're with the Knight Judicator as the general. They are 5 for 195 points. The fact that you can even split the shots and just try to ping 2 units, like take 6 shots on one and 5 shots on another, and you're +1 to hit with any other shooting or melee, right? Until for the rest of the turn against those units. It's pretty good. Like they can marker light people, right?
Yeah.
You know, like to pair with Castigators.
Sure. Yeah. Sure,
Or
they
any
mark
other
them up and then drop the Castigators and shoot.
And then the Castigators are at -2. They use their -2 rend instead of using the +1 to hit.
Mm-hmm. Now, good point. These guys are real interesting in cities units because that +1 is not faction locked at all.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Right? It's just +1 to hit rolls for target them.
And they're pretty cool little models too.
Yeah, they're absolutely super cool models. So, like, they have a sweet marker light that lasts the whole turn. They can hit 1 or 2 units, light them up. That's not faction locked again, so they could be anywhere where they're an ally or a coalition unit. They can get in there and be giving whatever army that is +1 to hit. What's that?
What are their points?
195.
And no status, no battle line.
They're battle line if you have the Knight Judicator as your general, the longbow guy, or
Yeah.
Mr. Orbital Strike.
Interesting.
So again, like I think a lot of, especially if you're leaning, it wouldn't just be necessarily leaning into a shooting list. I think these guys might end up finding a home in lists points dependent, just for the tech, right? Just for being able to pass a +1 to hit where you need it.
Well, and like compare these though with like the Knight, or the Knight Zephyros, right?
Sure.
Like, why wouldn't you take these?
You mean
Like,
with you mean with the Knight of Zeros?
Knight
+1
of
to
Zeros,
hit.
that's what I meant.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Because they'll actually do something
do
other
have
than
to do
+1 to hit.
wound.
Like both
Right.
of them are just functional +1 to hits, but these will actually do some damage in addition to that.
And these also mark shooting.
Right. And they also mark shooting. Yeah.
They're way more expensive though, right?
It's
Yeah.
yeah, it's 5 for 195 compared to 1 for 120. Sure.
Yeah.
Yep. So they're interesting is my answer. I don't know, like
I agree.
they would make my short list of units to experiment with because they could have some real value.
Yep.
I do think I would probably take them in my city shooting list. Let me just say that. Like I think that'd be there in a heartbeat. They're showing up in Tempest Eye.
Yep.
So there you go. All right, the Raptors. All right, here we go. Both Justicars. We're really talking about probably long strikes. Okay, long strike crossbow, 30-inch range, 2 attacks, 3s, 2s, -2 rend, 2 damage. So they now have 2 shots each. I don't think they had 2 shots before, right? Am I remembering correctly? They used to be 1 shot, right? I think so.
I don't remember.
I think that's correct.
Which ones?
The Raptors.
Yes,
used to
they
be
were 1 shot.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they still have headshot, so if the unmodified hit roll is a 6, then they go to 2 mortal wounds, and the attack sequence ends. Points. Oh boy, oh boy. What are they called? Vanguard Raptors. There we go. They are 240 points
Ugh.
now.
Yeah.
For 3 of them. Them's a lot of points.
Yep.
6 shots coming out of them, but boy, are they expensive now.
Hard pass.
They're a lot.
Seems like a lot.
The Hurricane crossbows I don't buy at all. They make 4 shots each. Like, here's what I'll say. It's actually not as bad as you would think. If you do this math, it's pretty crazy. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, these guys, if you have 6 of them in a unit, it's 24 shots. If you, like, +1 attack them so they hit on 2s, right? It's actually 25 attacks because the prime, right? Yeah. Is that right? 6 times 4, 24 plus 1, 5. Yes, that's right. With the Hurricane crossbows. So they shoot 25 times. If they hit on 2s, right?
Yeah.
Then you basically hit
It's 40 hits, I think.
21 times, yeah, something like 21 times, and you generate 40 hits,
Yep.
which then generate about 27 wounds.
Yep. I did that exact math today, but then I realized they're like 235 points, and I just don't think that's worth it.
It's a lot. These guys are so risky, both of them, right? Because they're 6 wounds on a 4-up save for a lot of points.
Yep.
A lot of points.
I ran 9 of them, 9 hurricanes in my Tempest style list for a while in 2.0, and they put out a freaking hurting. Like they were brutally good. I don't know that they do the same now, especially you can't run 9. You can only run 6.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, by the way, to answer a question, yes, Hades, the Knight of Zeros is every round. It's not once per battle. The Azeros can give +1 every round. Same as the Vigilers, but so they're an interesting comparison. I mean, to me, these guys, the challenge is in the points. It's just too much. It's just too much. You've got better shooting options now. Like, not that I don't love -2 rend, damage 2 shots with potential for mortal wounds, but given the math we just went over, Tom, with Castigators,
Yeah.
like, I'm on the Castigator train now over these guys. All right.
Agreed.
Like,
Yeah.
that just feels so much better. I'm getting way more -2 rend shooting. Yes, I can't go through to mortal wounds unless they're like, a very specific type of thing. But still,
-2 rend is -2 rend.
-2 rend is -2 rend. -2 rend shooting is good shooting. That's
Yes.
good. That's good shooting. The new Chariot. You guys like it?
No.
Okay. It's fine. I don't love the model, but I don't hate the rules.
Yeah,
okay.
I despise this model with all the fire of 1,000 suns burning in my soul. But like as a piece, it's actually pretty good. I don't think you'd ever take the bow. I think you would take the axe.
Yep.
Or whatever it is. I think or is that the spear? Whatever. You would take the melee option, whichever. I think it's the spear. Yeah.
Yeah.
12 wounds is a lot of wounds on a chariot. It's 165
Yeah.
points, and it has good ogre charge.
Yeah. I mean, what I would say is this: it's a great pinning piece.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, it can't give commands to itself.
Correct.
So you need a hero nearby to all out defense it. But the fact is that like you can like on a 3-up, you can set Lord Celeste in it or Lord Castle in it. Sorry, for a 2-up, jam it into something, give it all out
Old
defense.
Mystic Shield's obviously still an option if you want to throw that around, sure. But there's options. Yep.
Yep. Like, and you buff it up and then send it in to pin something. On 12 wounds with that good of a save, I mean, it can maybe hold some stuff for a bit. And if on that charge, and for 165 points, I don't mind throwing those points away.
Right.
Like I would throw this guy at Archeon.
Sure, if he had enough bonuses, sure he could do it.
Right.
He could hold out.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He can't put him in the sword because he's not a hero.
Right.
Right. And so like I wouldn't mind this guy grinding on Archeon for a turn or two and let Archeon have to chew through all his defenses.
Sure. If he's up
and
to
then
like
maybe
+2, +3 to save, sure.
Yeah, and then maybe like be a real jackal about it and have a Lord Aquil or a Lord Arcanum in the back on Griff Charger to heal him up.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Like I don't know. I mean, there might be something here, right?
Yeah. Curran said I want to run him in Tempest Eye, so it's on a 2-up save, turn 1 with 15-inch move. I like that.
Sure.
That's nice. There you go.
Like what this tells me, Vince, this is like a cheaper Steam Tank Lord.
Yeah, sure. It just doesn't have the hero keyword, which, hurts, but nonetheless, yeah.
Yeah.
Aether Wings. Boy, did they get different. Okay, so 12-inch move, 2 wounds, no save. They fly and stuff. And they can retreat and still charge, which is hilarious to me because that would assume that somehow they didn't die in fighting whatever they were fighting, which seems highly unlikely. And they can add +1 to hit rolls for Vanguard Raptor units. They put your Raptors on 2s and 2s, right? That's how you get them back to 2s and 2s is you have burbs near them.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yep.
Well, they're still.
Oh, and they're 65
what?
points now.
They're 65. Like they're still a cheap unit.
Sure. They're still a cheap unit. If you just need cheap bodies, they are cheap bodies. But there's a better chaff unit now by far in this army. By far. And we're going to get there in just a second. So yeah, I mean, Aether Wings, whatever. They're fine. They are what they are. If you just need ultra cheap, right, this is the way to go. But Vanguard Hunters. So they have their shots, their little Boltstorm pistol, which has rend, and their little regular weapons, which have rend. And they can ride the winds etheric, baby. They have to have the astral compass, but 1 in every 5 models can carry an astral compass. And they still can do that, and then they can teleport every round.
On the board edge, which is a difference.
This is true. This is true.
Yeah.
They do have to be within the board edge, but yes.
Which I think is actually a pretty big limitation. But, I mean, they're better than they were.
It's true. They are Battle Line in Astral Templars, by the way. That's where these guys become Battle Line.
I don't hate them.
No.
They're certainly better than they were. I still don't think that they would meet. Like, honestly,
How much?
125.
They are, 125.
Like, I might take these instead of the Knight Zephyros.
Because of the ability to move around near an edge. I mean, the go anywhere versus an edge is a big difference.
It is.
As has been pointed out, thank you, Mr. Gank. Yes, it's also in normal moves. They can't retreat and do it, which is a big limitation.
Oh, yeah, that is a difference. Yeah, okay. Well,
there's a couple little things on these guys that make me not like them as much as I should.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Because I was just thinking, like, all 5 of these guys are going to shoot when they set up.
Yes.
And so you're going to get 10 attacks, but they are numbers for sure.
Yeah, they used to. Their little bow used to be they used to be able to set up within 7, but their bow had a shorter range. Now their little pistols have a longer range, but they still set up with it. But they set up at 9, so whatever. In my book, they're still not meeting the. The bar.
No.
Vanguard Paladors. Okay, so I don't hate these guys at all now. I actually like these guys. I think people are kind of hooked on what they lost, but I actually look at what they gained, which is quite a lot, by the way. They gained a lot. Now, it's all mostly in the numbers. You wouldn't notice it just by looking at it. I think this is one of those places where we look at their sort of the text that's missing and are like, oh, no. Okay, Paladors. 12-inch move, 5 wounds, 4 up save. Okay. They can ride the winds etheric, so instead of a normal move or retreat, they can set up as per the good setup. Anywhere on the board, blasey, blasey, blah. Okay? Now, they have either a Boltstorm pistol and a Shock hand axe, or a Boltstorm pistol and a Star Strike javelin, just like they used to. They lost their silly little, what was this thing called? They lost that silly Lunar Blade ability, which, like, things to forget. Yeah. Again, things that would have never been printed on a War Scroll to begin with, had I ever been in charge of editing. That would have been cut day 1. But anyways, okay, so let's talk about the differences. The Boltstorm pistol itself. Old version, 9-inch range, 2 attacks, 3s, 4s, no rend, 1 damage. New version, 12-inch range, 2 attacks, 4s, 4s, so 1 worse to hit, but 3 inches extra range, but gained a rend. The Javelin is the same, except it gained a damage. The Star Strike Javelin used to be damage 1, now it's damage 2. Okay?
Yep.
So if you have the hand axe, which is the melee build out for them, right? The old build on the hand axe was 2 attacks, 3s, 3s, no rend, 1 damage. Now it's 3 attacks, 3s, 3s, neg 1 rend, d3 damage. That is a very different melee profile, right? Like, way different. And then the Javelin in melee used to be 1 attack on 4s, 3s, neg 1, 1 damage. Now it's 1 attack on 3s, 3s, neg 1, 2 damage. So even it in melee got better, getting 1 better to hit and 1 more damage, right? The Razor Beak and Claws, everybody talks about how they lost the unmodified hit roll for an attack made with their Razor Beak and Claws as 6. It would be a 1 mortal wound and then the attack sequence end. Fine. Okay. That's all fine. They lost that, yes. Now it's 3 attacks, 3s, 3s, neg 2, 1 damage. Basically the same profile it used to be, but it just lost the mortal wounds. But what the guy gained on top, to me, balances that out. All right.
Yep.
Especially with the new Ride the Winds Etheric.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the loss of very occasional mortal wounds. Like let's chart that out. Right? In the old unit, if they all attacked, you had 9 attacks with the beacon claws. Meaning you
Yeah, like
averaged
1.5.
1.5. Yeah, let's round it up to 2 and said you did 2 mortal wounds. Okay, so yes, you lost that. Like, no doubt. Okay. Did it need to be removed? Sure. It's just extra crap that people always forgot. Like, did it need to? No. Can it be and the unit's fine? Sure. If it means I got better numbers on all the rest of the stuff, the javelin up to damage 2, the hand axe, like, ridiculously better. Ridiculously better. Okay? And then the javelin ranged also going to 2 damage. I love these guys with javelins now.
Yeah.
2 damage at melee, 2 damage at range, lot of shooting potential, and the ability to just like float. I'm out, I'm in. And you talked about, resetting up and actually doing something.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And, yes, mortal wounds are a big deal, but 2 mortal wounds aren't how you crack the nut. That just doesn't get there. And the fact that they still have some neg 2 rend, and the fact that they have so much more shooting, multi-damage shooting even, to me makes it worth it. Like a unit of 3 of these guys pop up. Okay. And a unit of 3 of these dudes, riding the Winds Etheric, just setting up, okay, have 7 attacks with their pistol and 4 attacks with the javelins, because the champion gets +1 to both attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The numbers on that are just better than what they used to be. Like mathematically, these guys do way more damage. I know we lost 2 mortal wounds, but the math is simply a lot more damage. Like, the numbers are bigger.
Yep.
Okay? That's just the bottom line. You actually do more damage. And the fact that you can run these guys anywhere means it's actually pretty easy to hit the soft targets that aren't protected by Last Stand and Mystic Shield and All Out Defense or whatever. Right?
Yeah, look, I've had six Paladors in almost every Stormcast army I've run, and I love them. I like them when they were overpointed and not that great. So I completely agree, like with the addition of the change to Ride the Winds and the 2 damage on the javelins. That's all day.
Yeah,
I'm good with it.
Now the critical part about these guys is, remember, these guys do go battle line in Astral Templars, and they're 215 for 3 models.
Yeah,
yes,
I'm cool with it.
And they are 5 wounds, so they count as 2 models, right? So a unit of 3 is actually 6 for objective taking, which is nice.
Yep.
So, like Hades, I'll run the math at some point in time on Stats Hammer, but you can put in their stats into AOS Stats Hammer. Like, put in the old. I didn't delete the old app, and I never will, because I have it for comparing the old. That's how I was able to pull the stats, because now the old app is locked. So I know I always have a record of the old stats to compare against. So anyways, yeah, there you go. Like, it just is more damage. When you move that many numbers around, you get to more damage. Gryph-hounds. Yep, they bork. They have 2 wounds now. They're weaker.
Yep.
Okay. Well, that's the thing. And you get 6 of them for 110. So you do get 12 wounds for those 110 points, so that's nice. Anybody taking Gryph-hounds on their own?
I think your chaff is up next.
Yeah, correct. Nope. Prosecutors! Whoop whoop! Oh yeah, bring it in, baby, because the Angelos are here to rock. So, Prosecutors with Celestial Hammers. Still a pass from me. Let's talk about the good ones. Prosecutors with Stormcall Javelins. Here we go, baby. Here's where it's at. Okay. Prosecutors with Javelins. Where are we at here? I need to find them on my list. There we go. They are 115 points for 3. Why do I love these guys? 1, they move to a 3-up save. Love it. The fact that the Javelin boys move to a 3-up save is great. 2, okay? Like, they still have basically the same profile, 18-inch range, blah, blah, blah. They throw javelins, 3s and 3s, neg 1, rend 1 or 2 damage. Fantastic. Okay? Dispersed formation. which is there as a user experience convenience thing, but it's actually awesome. If this unit has 2 to 5 models, it is coherent if each model of the unit is within 3 inches horizontally of at least one other model in the unit instead of 1 inch. And then if it's more than 5 models, it's 2 inches. What this means
So they screen better.
3 of these guys can cover 10 inches of horizontal board space.
Yeah.
Okay, because they're 40 mil
Yep.
pieces. In addition, they still have Heralds of Righteousness, which you can attempt to charge with this unit if it's within 18 inches of an enemy unit instead of 12. Roll 3d6 instead of 2d6 when making a charge roll. Meaning these guys are perfect chaff, perfect units to absorb and unleash hell.
Yep.
Yes, they're more than Fellbats, but they might actually get into the unit, absorb the unleash hell, and live. And stick around. Because they're on a 3-up base save.
Yep.
Like, I'm all about these guys. The fact that you can spread them out so thin that they can block up so much of your line, right? And then they can just jump over enemy chaff to charge the shooting unit that they're trying to screen and absorb the unleash. So you can bring in your paladins or your whatever. I love this.
Yeah, they're great. I think they're yeah, they're good. They're a good pick.
Yeah, and 115. Like, I'm in. I'm in like Flynn on these guys.
Yep.
Right? Am I missing anything here? Tom?
No,
Yeah, they're awesome.
I don't think they're not terrible.
No, they're a great chaff / utility piece. It's something Stormcast never really had, and in the new edition, they do this role so well. So well.
Yeah, they do. They do.
All right, Annihilators. We already know the existing Annihilators with their 2-up save, 3 wounds. They come down, they do damage, blah, blah, blah. The important part here reviews the Annihilators of Meteoric Grandhammers. They go up to a 3-up save, so they lose a pip because they don't have their big shields. But their base profile is 3 attacks, 3s, 2s, neg 2, 3 damage. Holy crack-a-lacka, that's some damage.
Yep.
Downside. They are battle line in Knights Excelsior. They are paladins, so they can get like the +1 to hit and wound and blah, 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 blah. And all that stuff. 3 of them with their Meteoric Grandhammers is 240 points. Whoo!
I mean, I like them.
What's that?
I like them.
Yeah, boy. I mean, they're like, you want to talk about the unit you're going to drop at 7 inches with the Lord Imperator, right? I mean, this is it.
Right. This dude is these guys are getting in and doing some work. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Hades, why are javelins better than hammers? Javelins have a base 3-up save. It's that easy. And their shooting attack is just, it's actually better. Yeah, it's that simple. Okay. Yeah, these dudes wreck what they hit, but gosh, are they expensive. So you need to use them carefully, right? I mean, they're a glassy hammer. They're not like super made of glass. They are still on a 3-up save. That's good, but they are only also 9 wounds, right? So you got to use them carefully. 3 more wounds than raptors, I guess. That's something. So there we go. All right, let's get into the paladin stuff. We're almost done, guys. Don't worry. We're getting there. I promise. I can tell you're both fading, but don't worry. Charge up. Smack yourself in the face.
I mean, we are at 4 hours.
I know.
Continue.
Protectors. Hey, welcome back, Tom.
Thanks.
Protectors.
Where was I?
I love exactly. I love that we didn't use the actual picture of a protector. We just grabbed a dude with a Star Soul mace. Like, that's not their weapon.
I just scrolled by him because I was like, "That's not a protector." And I like went to go find the actual protector, and I was like, "Oh wait, no, that's that they just used a random puzzle maze."
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Same thing for later on Decimators. It's very weird the picture they chose.
I know the pictures of the paladins are weird. All right, important part about all the paladins: they moved to a 3-up save. Thank God. If it isn't about time, okay? That's number 1. Number 2, these guys are all battle line in Knights Excelsior. Okay? Now, Protectors are 5 for 225. Base 3-up save, they get +1 to save if at least half the unit are armed with Storm Strike Glaives, which makes them actually pretty tough. 5 attacks on 3s, neg 2, 1 damage. Yes, it's only 1 damage, but it is built into Rend. And 2 in every 5 can still have Star Soul Maces, which still swing a bunch of mortal wounds. Okay. Retributors. Oh, go ahead.
No, I kind of like honestly foregoing the Star Soul bases and just going 5 with 5 glaives and going to 25 -2 rend attacks.
I could
don't
see
know.
it. I could see it.
With a 3-inch reach.
It's they do have a big old 3-inch reach. Like that is pretty good. They're one that can fight in 10, no problem, right? Because they can just reach over the top. Retributors, I mean, what you're taking here is you're taking the fact that they're only 3 attacks, but your base damage becomes 2, and if the unmodified for a hit roll is 6, it's 2 mortal wounds and it stops. Right? They're your egg crackers, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do. They crack the shell. The Retributors, by the way, are 5 for 235. So they're 10 points more expensive. Praetors, we don't need to discuss. They just kind of snuck in here. They're not actually paladins, but they put them in the paladin section. They're your protector unit. They're still fine. They're good for keeping your heroes alive. The Decimator picture, yes, is hilarious. They're my least favorite. They're 5 attacks, 3/3s, -2/1. But they have the add 2 to the attacks characteristic if the number of models in the target unit is greater than the number of models in this unit. I'm okay, it's cool to go to 7 attacks apiece, but to me they're kind of trying to play a little bit of both. They're not quite tough enough. They probably don't hit quite hard enough. I don't know. I'm not sure what to think. I'm not sure what to think about Decimators, but Decimators are 5 for 215. They are the cheapest choice.
And GW doesn't know what to think of them either because they put a dancing Stormcast as their picture.
Yeah. So yes, that's ridiculous pose. Because it's the champion that has his axe up in the air like this.
But you can't even see the weapon.
No, I know. It's hilarious. It's so funny to me what they choose to run outside of the box and what they don't. This guy over here is the Praetor's way outside of his box and his weapon's here. But this guy, nope. I think the Paladins are interesting now because we moved to the all-important 3-up save. They're still a 4-inch move, which is unfortunate. I think for my money, I like Protectors. I think Protectors could be useful in 10s. Retributors could be interesting in 5s. They could have play.
Yep.
Okay. Stormdrake Guard. Oh, the big dragons that are too cheap. 2 of them you get for 285. An important part, they are battle line if you've got a Dracoth a Stardrake or the Knight Draconis General. Important part to understand about these guys is that they're too cheap right now. I don't know what else to say.
And they gobbled up all the extra abilities that were taken away from the rest of the Stormcast line.
Yeah, they do have the dispersed formation. Their weapons are okay. Let's be real. These guys aren't big damage dealers. An army of all these dudes aren't really going to super pass a DPS check. Army. Okay, I know we're all hot on the dragons, but they are all monsters, and there are a lot of bonus victory points potential for your army, and their damage is at best okay. Their main weapon you're probably taking is the Warblade. They're 6 attacks on 3/3s, -1 damage. They're real good, but that's not a great profile. All right, and then their dragon is 4 attacks, 3/3s, -2 damage. I do need to just reality check us here. Okay, everybody is acting like these are the second coming of the Messiah, and it's yes, they do a lot. I agree. And yes, they're too cheap because when compared against everything else, right? I mean, Mr. Gank, so on average it's 10 damage to a 3+ save. Why are they too cheap? Because when you compare to everything else, they screw up the math of the rest of the book. They're breaking the curve is the answer. Right? When you compare, this is 18 wounds on a 3-up save in a unit for 285 that can fly, that can move in the hero phase once per game, and then charge in the hero phase once per game. Right? So they can get around Unleash Hell. They do still have the Mortal Wound Breath. They still have the 4-up spell Ignore. Right? They're still just doing a lot. They do have the dispersed formation as well. I'm not saying they should be crazy more expensive, but they should be more expensive. Probably 300, 305 is the right number for 2 of them. I mean, they're 18 wounds, folks. It's a lot.
Yep.
It's a lot of wounds. If you compare them to other similar sort of monstrous things, you're just getting a lot for the points comparatively. Right? Their damage is, again, it's okay. That's going to be the problem. Everybody's oh, just run an all-dragon army. It's well, then you're going to fight megas and just get peeled. because you won't pass that DPS check. You'll fight Savage Orcs or something and not pass that DPS check. You just won't get there, right?
No one's run Savage Orcs in 3.0.
Well, that's a different story. But yes, there are other DPS check armies, right?
Yeah.
And you are at a big risk for a lot of victory points given up. Like, these are if you lose a dragon, you just gave up a victory point out of the unit.
Yep.
Right? Like, we I think the play of like, oh, run all dragons. I mean, I'm going to run all dragons because that's what I'm going to play. But I don't think it's a good army. I really don't. I don't think it's the right build.
Right.
Like, I just don't think you're going to get there. What are you running there? Like a 9 model army?
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody counts as 5 for objectives. Like, that's cool. But your ultimate damage capability is pretty minimal, really. Like,
You could spike.
decent.
You spike those. You spike the shots. The shots
Sure.
can do some serious damage.
If you get lucky on the breaths and roll hot, you'll do some great damage. If you roll a 5-6 and then roll a 5-6, hey, that's all you got to do. But sometimes you're going to roll a 5. Like, how much do you love seeing a D6 damage on something?
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Right?
Yeah.
We all love a D6 damage, right? It's always good. It never rolls 1s or 2s for us.
Yep.
Okay? Like, again, let's just not overplay this. When we see D6 damage up in a monster chart for its damage, we're like, that's garbage. It's garbage. Durthu goes from 6 to D6, he's garbage now. He's total garbage.
Yep.
Right? But we're like, oh, a 33% chance that I get to do a D6 mortals? I'll look out. Now it's on, like, now I shall kill everything. Both these...
It's the same people who are crying about, like, Teclis's spell that did all the big burst damage or whatever, that, like, the roll, it's the exact same check, right? The 1-2 does, like, nothing. Well, it does, like, you know what I mean? So it's like yeah. It's the same type of thing.
I mean, he's, like I said, he's good. They're good, and they're probably slightly underpointed, but they are not break the internet good like everyone thinks. It's just, like, I just don't buy it. Now, hey, if all Drake armies end up ruling tables and 5-0, then hey, I'm wrong. Okay? But I just, like, I'm looking at these numbers. I don't see it. I don't see it. Right? They're good. They're just not the greatest thing since sliced bread. They're slightly undercosted. And they should go up 20 points.
I think the play is, as with most things in life, moderation is key, right? So not going all dragon, right? It's probably they're probably good in a mixed arms force. That's probably where they're best at, right? Where you maybe have a power pair with them and the Knight Draconis, and you rock around the table with 4 of them in a pack and a Knight Draconis, and you just kind of go and wreck stuff, and then you have the rest of your army to can do other things.
Yep. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. We got some people making some bets in the comments right now. We'll see. Oh yeah, we should mention that both Stormdrake and the Dracoths now have singlet options. You can take one if you take the guy to allow you to use the kit properly, which is cool. Thank you. That's just a total convenience thing, which is nice. That's fun. I like that because the hero for this and the hero for the Lord on Dracoth get built out of the kits. So, cool stuff.
Yep.
All right, all the Dracothian Guard, Concussors. These are basically, the Paladins thing. They went up a wound. There's 6 wounds now. Not 5. Okay. And they got a lot of rend and damage. Like, these guys all went bonkers. So they all have Stormblast, which is the 4-up D3 mortal wounds. And the hammer guy, the Concussors, so our hammer boys. 3 attacks, 3s, neg 2, 2 damage, and all the claws and fangs are now 3 attacks, 3s, neg 2, 2 damage. Great. Great profile. And then the lightning hammers do the mortal wounds. It's just like their paladin on foot counterparts, right? The desolators are the big axes, same rule again, +2 if they're outnumbered. I like these guys better because they're much more likely to be outnumbered. Because even if you take a double pack of them where they're battle lined and hammers a Sigmar, you're running 4. 4 is such a great number, right? Because it's going to be so easy for you to get to 28 attacks. Or 29, sorry. Does this guy have... No, they're just elite. They don't have a champion. 28 attacks. So, cool stuff. Fulminators Man, I love fulminators so much. This is the one I want to talk about. Like, I'm living this fulminator lifestyle.
Yeah, they're great.
Fulminators are 2 for 230, 6 wounds, 3 up save, 5 attacks, 3s, 3s, neg 2, 1 damage. But on the charge, they go to 3 damage.
Mm-hmm.
I'm living that fulminator lifestyle. The damage these guys do on the charge is bonkers.
Yeah.
By the by.
I mean, that's incredible. Yeah, they're so strong. I mean, they've been a pretty good take for a while. They're just so good now.
Mm-hmm. If I remember right on the charge, these guys are like 17 damage. It's pretty good.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah,
that's
really
a base
good.
unit. That's a lot. That's a lot
Yeah.
for one base unit that is your battle line. The Dracothian Guard Tempestors, they don't do the neg 1 anymore. They just have the double hits. So, okay.
Fulminators are 230.
Fulminators are 230, yes. To run this down, your Concussors are 220, your Desolators are 220, your Fulminators are 230, and your Tempestors are 220. I think Fulminators definitely stand apart, but it's worth the 10 points to me.
God, Tempestors, I just don't know what they're doing.
As Curran just said, I guess being in Living City so they could shoot and move.
But move and do what?
I don't know. Yeah, I tend to agree. Like I'm in like Flynn for Fulminators.
Yeah.
I could also see an argument for Concussors, by the way, with that big 2 damage base. I could see that.
Sure.
Evocators on Celestial Dracolines. They have Empower, which, as mentioned, yes, they can. I didn't even think about it, but they can hit Redeemer or Sacrosanct units and add 1 to wound rolls for attacks made by that unit. So that's cool. So they can hit all the different Redeemer units with their Empower spell. So, like, again, that means Vindictors or Vigilators or whatever the heck, the Vanquishers, whatever all these things are called. Vanquishers, Sequitors, all that kind of stuff.
Castigators.
Yes. No, because Castigator... Oh, yeah, Castigators are Sacrosanct. Yes, they can give it to Castigators. Yep. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So you can get to 2s and 2s with your Castigators. Yeah. Which I... Shout out to Mr. Gank in the chat. He pulled that out. I did not see that originally. I did not think about that overlap. That turned me right around on Castigators. I'm so happy about it. I missed it on my first read. So, yeah. They're fun. They still are okay. They can do some decent damage on the charge and stuff. So, yeah. And they have built-in reroll charge, which is fun. And they can still pop mortal wounds. Evocators on Celestial Dracoline. Where the heck are these guys? There they are. 280 for 3. It's a lot.
Yep, that's a lot.
It is a lot. So.
It's a shame that the Grand Stave has no rend.
It is. It should have just been neg 1 rend or something like that. Like, they should have balanced it out. I hate it having that no rend. It bothers the crap out of me. It always has.
But not having any rend 2 on these guys is a shame.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
They feel like they should have had rend 2 somewhere. I agree.
Right.
At that price.
Yep. All right, the base foot evocators. 4 attacks at 3s and 3s, neg 1 damage. Again, with the Grand Stab choice, they are a wizard. They have the same Empower, so they again can hit Redeemer or Sacrosanct people. Regular evocators are 230. Neither of these guys have any battle line option or anything like that, so they're just kind of an extra unit. I really have a feeling that both Evos and Evos on Celestial Dracolines at their current points are going to have a problem finding a home in armies.
Yeah, them not being able to be taken as battle line while the other while paladins can. It's so weird because like so many things in the Stormcast army can be battle line somehow that it seems like units that have no way to get battle line are going to get left in the dust a little bit.
Yes, and as Mr. Gank mentioned, they are all 1-inch reach now, no 2-inch reach.
Yeah.
So it's just hard to imagine these guys ever being in more than 5 or whatever, right? All right, the Ballista. So the Ballista changed a lot. It's 9 wounds now. Got 2 wounds. I guess that's something. On a 4-up save. It has its lightning charge shot, 36-inch range, 1 attack, 3s, 2s, neg 3 rend, d6 damage. Let's see how much you love d6 now. Or it has the Stormbolt Rapid Fire. This thing used to work very differently, right? Because it was like for each hit and then 4 hits, and every hit was like a d6 hits, and it used to hit on 5 for the multi-shot. Now it's just a bunch of attacks, blah 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 blah. Okay, and basically that's it. It's all in the numbers now. Either you shoot 1 at 36 inches on 3s, 2s, neg 3 d6, or you make 2d6 shots at 4s, 3s, neg 2, 1. 140 points.
Not for me.
Tom?
So let's compare that to Castigators,
Sure. Sure.
which are 7 shots,
Mm-hmm.
18 inches, 3s and 3s, neg 2 rend 1 damage.
Yep. So they hit the same average, right, as this. Now, technically, this has a slightly higher end.
Right.
But a worse,
right?
Technically, spike,
worse to hit.
but a worse to hit.
But a worse to hit. Yep.
And this is 40 more points.
It's 35. Yes, this is 140.
35 more points. It has a slower move.
Yes.
Um,
Very much so.
I think I'm in for Castigators.
Yeah, when you put them up against the Castigators, the comparison becomes quite blunt. Like, sure, you could do the long range shot, and like,
Yeah.
but again, we all know how much we love one attack on
D6
3s and
damage.
2s, right? Like, it's
Yep.
it is what it is. I mean, if
Yep.
you like artillery, then obviously you're going to pair this dude. You've got a Lordinator in your list. You've got a couple of these. You're gonna pop, right? Like that's what you're gonna do. That's your play, right? You're gonna use the long range shot, and you're gonna go in hard on the neg 3 rend and try to wreck, right?
Yep.
That's what you're gonna do. You're just gonna like put this guy on 2s and 2s, pick a unit, roll 3 dice, hope you get 3 2s, then you get 3 2s again. Neg 3 rend is a crushing amount of rend, admittedly, for the single shot, and then you're gonna hope you roll hot on that 3d6, and sometimes you will, right? And you'll do a crap ton of damage.
Yeah. And sometimes you won't.
And sometimes you won't. Yep. It is a very swingy unit, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Which-
I mean, if you're like a battery of these with Lordinator, in that at that 18-inch range, 66 shots, pretty good.
Yeah,
But it's just not traveling anywhere anytime soon.
right.
like-
it's a drop and pop only.
Like-
You're not moving there. You've got to be inside.
Like, I hate to even make this comparison, but like chemists in KO have 3d6 shots at nearly the same profile, neg 2 rend 1 damage, for 95 points. And they're also providing a buff. Now, obviously, like, it's hard to compare across factions, yada yada. But my point is that, like, even in the best of circumstances, this just isn't that good. Because it's not moving quickly. So yeah, you could do a battery of them, but it's going to move real slow.
Yeah,
It
3-inch
is.
move.
You can't remember
Like-
this is a sacrosanct unit, so you could empower it.
Sure.
I'm
Sure.
just throwing out options. Like you could put the multi shot on 3s and 2s. That is doable.
Yes. I just I would rather put the Castigators on 2s and 2s.
I understand.
Yeah.
It's a rough comparison. I think at 140, it's probably just not in the conversation. It takes too much to make it work.
Right.
Don't throw good money.
Like maybe 120.
Endless
maybe-
spells, and then we're done. So here we go. The Dias Arcanum is still not doing anything I can tell, unless you really want to take a wizard and make him fly 12.
Yep.
That's what the point of this thing is, as near as I can tell.
At this point, we know. Just take another hero. Like Stormcast has so many heroes. Just take a different one.
Right. The Everblaze Comet, I do think is still valuable as part of if you're doing the Mortal Wound strategy, right? If you're
Yeah.
doing the Mortal Wound
If you're
thing,
splashing.
if you're going for the splash, you'd still take it because it still does a big pop and it still can hit like D3 or D6 mortals over a good size range.
Right.
It will definitely Mortal Wound everybody. Most people will get hit by a D3. It's a good combination in your Mortal Wound thing with like the Night Vexilor and stuff.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And the Celestin Prime, because he's another one who can drop Mortal Wounds around.
Yep.
The
Agreed.
Vortex still no good for my money. That's
What
gonna
is
be
it now?
How much is the Vortex?
Yeah.
80 points.
Nope. You can
Yep,
stop.
Correct. And that's it, boys. That's it. That's the end. We did it.
That's it.
That's it. We got
Man.
there. The rest is
Wow.
just the points.
It only took 4.5 hours,
but we got there.
We did
but
it.
we did get there.
All right. Well,
Congrats to the 200 and some people that stuck with us.
yeah, I mean, you're all heroes. You know what? You should hit that like button because we like you. That's what
You
I
know what
say.
they are? They're only the faithful.
That's what it is. That's right.
Now,
But at any rate, thank you, David. I really appreciate you being here for this super long show. This was a big one, but it was great. I hope that I brought you around somewhat to my initial pitch. That I think there are still lists here. I think there's still lots of play. It's not just like dragons or GTFO, right? It's for everybody else. I hope you see that there's still there is some interesting play here. There's multiple different lists that are at least worth looking into. Are they all going to be top tier competitive? Man, I don't know. And anybody who tells you they do is lying or is trying to sell you something.
Right.
Right? This stuff needs play. This stuff needs understanding. We're going to have lots of books. Things are going to be changing a lot. But I think this is a wonderful foundation. It's a beautiful starting army. A lot of the old units I think still have play. I like Dracoths. I like a lot of the Paladins. I think that the Knight Relictor and Castellan are still great. I think there's still some fantastic heroes and combos. Yes, I think the new dragons are good. And I think we do need some small points move. But I think we can get there. Right? I really hope in the winter FAQ we move some stuff around. And Tom, you brought me over on Castigators, man. I'm excited for them for the first time ever. I just didn't do the math properly before, but you sold me.
Yeah, I just think that there's something there. And I don't know the right combo, but I think that they are one of those pieces that needs to be visited.
Yeah. And I'd like to see people experiment with Redeemer lists, shooting lists, mortal wound splashy lists, and Paladin smash your face lists, right? I think there's at least, and maybe some mix up. Then there's probably the fifth, which is just kind of the jack of all trades power pair list that kind of mixes a few of those things together. There's some good allies here. There's some good main stuff here. A lot of the heroes that need attention. Can we just celebrate the Prime again for a moment? Just let's end the show by talking about how great the Celestin Prime is now and how excited I am about him.
Yep.
A lot of good stuff. So there you go, everyone. I hope if you were down at all about the Stormcast book, you're not now. I think there is stuff here. Is it a perfect book? No. Do we need to move some points? Yes. But is this a great book and a great place to start the edition? I think absolutely yes. I think if you're a Stormcast player, you're going to have some fun options to start playing around with and some really fun lists to take. So there you go. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to hit that like button. Hit subscribe if you haven't already at the end of this 4.5 hour marathon. What are you doing? Hit that sub button. As always, very much appreciate you watching, and we'll see you next time. See you next Wednesday.